Italian and Mexican. When you go to the Southwest, you become more Mexican. I used to be Italian and now I'm Mexican. This is true.
Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Ha pasado mucho tiempo y no sabemos qué es lo que él está haciendo, cuándo va a comenzar. Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, vamos ya a comenzar. Cuando al fin dice en Los Ángeles, California, es un día bien hermoso, gracias por aquí estar. Como siempre, un tal nombre gris pregunta ¿por qué eres millonario? Y él empieza a gritar. Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, ya vamos a comenzar. Ya veremos si con este gran corrido me dejas bajo la casa. Un saludo a Hasan.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from now sunny. That's right, very sunny now, Mexico. Hell yes, ladies and gentlemen. You can probably figure that out, though, by looking specifically at what American eyes see as the Mexico filter. It's just how it is. You know what I mean? It's just how it works. This is how it looks like. We already know. You already know. That was Esperando a Hasan by Vorlo. That was written and produced by Vorlo, sang by Desantis. Your taxi to the airport went to the building, the wall. Yeah, I know. I know. We already done it. We're done talking about the fucking airport taxes, okay? All the biggest pedophiles and the biggest alcoholic fucking losers that love spending all their goddamn time on Twitter has found that tweet and have been losing their minds over it, making the same joke over and over again. Being like, tax the rich, right? Tax the rich. Fucking idiots. Anyway, folks, I'm live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. It's a wonderful day. I hope everyone's having a great one overall. It's a wonderful day. The vibes are going to be good. The vibes are going to be immaculate, partially because this is a special day. Some of you know what day it is. Some of you don't. Maybe it's time to get acquainted.
Mufasa. You know we finally here, right?
It's motherfucking Friday.
It's Friday then.
Folks, that's right.
It's Saturday, Sunday.
We're having a good one regardless, no matter what, because it is Friday. Hell yeah, baby. It's motherfucking Friday. It's fucking friends, Mom Friday. It's Friday, September 8th, 2023. It's Mufasa Friday. It's Flat Fuck Friday. It's Immaculate Vibes Friday. And I'm having a good one. Okay, I'm having a good one overall. I'm having a good one at gunpoint. I'm having a good one, and I hope you have a good one as well. This is a time for you to feel a semblance of autonomy in your life as adults, even though you spend 80% of your time in your adulthood inside of fucking corporate structures where you have no autonomy whatsoever. But today's Friday, so you do actually get that weekend, baby. And we're gonna have some fun. That's right. We're gonna have some fun. Who playing Starfield? Me. Who up playing their Starfield is a question that some might ask. And to them, the answer is me. I'm up playing my Starfield. Non-fucking stop. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, it is fucking hot out here, folks. It is incredibly hot out here in Mexico. And it's not necessarily because it's like temperatures that I'm not used to or anything like that. Florida, what am I saying? California is very hot. Problem is, California is very dry. And I've come to the realization, folks, that I am an old man. Okay? I'm an old man. 100 P. What do I mean by that? Well, I have issues, as old men do. Dry heat is much nicer than wet heat, something that we've established, something that we all know. Except, in this situation, it is definitely the humidity, and the humidity is making it uncomfortable, but the humidity is also making it uncomfortable in unforeseen ways. You know, not in the obvious ways. Not in just the obvious ways where you're like, oh yeah, it's just fucking hot and it sucks. But in less obvious ways that I did not realize. Like, for example, this is why I'm saying I'm old. My joints hurt. I got joint aches. Yeah, as 5 winters correctly nailed. It's odd that, like, maybe it's because I'm not familiar with the humidity or something, or maybe it's just like I have, ground my joints to the fucking core at the brittle old age of 30. My joints are definitely feeling it, okay? My joints are definitely feeling it. Last night we had some dinner with the fam, and afterwards I basically immediately got back and passed out. Like, I am constantly finding myself incredibly tired. I don't know what it is. I find myself very tired all the time. And I find my joints aching all the fucking time. Don't know what that's about. But I guess it's all a consequence of the Mexican humidity and the heat. Time to revamp diet, brother. Okay, 2 symptoms of Lyme so far. Yeah, dude, I have Lyme's disease. Yeah, you got me. No, it's just... Guys, it's just the humidity. It's just fine. My body is not acclimated. Oh my God, every single person immediately is like, oh, COVID. Is it COVID? Must be COVID. It's not. I did not get bit by a tick. None of those things are happening, okay? Dengue fever is what it is. That's, you got it. Or maybe I'm just used to maybe I'm just used to fucking the dry heat of California's desert temperatures, and then my body hasn't acclimated well, adjusted well to Mexico's not so dry heat, and the humidity is doing wonky shit to my body, and that's it. Could be that. What's in that bottle behind you? Dude, I don't know. It's like a thing. I'm extra hydrating for sure. Anyway. I'm hydrating like a mofo. That's not a problem. But I digress. Other than that, you know, went immediately to sleep this morning. I woke up. My family was being extra. They were being extra. They're like, okay, well, you know, you can't be fucking streaming nonstop when you're out here. What are we doing? We're on family vacation. You know, you're not doing too well on the family side of the family vacation. You know, you're not doing so hot. Like, what's the deal? You know, dial back on the streaming side and dial up on the family side a little bit, which, you know, they're correct. They're right. They're not entirely wrong on that, I'll admit. Right? Gotta do what you gotta do. They're like trying to find avoid wet bulb events. I don't think it's wet bulb events. Dr. Anne's taking some swim time for herself. She's loving it. It's actually kind of nice today. It's quite nice today. It's not bad. Tip from Mexico: the best tacos are in the places that have Coca-Cola tables and chairs. I believe you. How do other top streamers do like 50 hours a month? Meanwhile, you got to stream like 200? I don't know. From the Chile, you fake ass socialists, we're gonna commemorate the 50 years of coup this Monday. It's gonna be wild. Hank Green explains wet bulb temperature, which you are experiencing, and why it's dangerous. Bro, everybody needs to fucking chill out. Okay? Everybody needs to calm the fuck down. It's not wet bulb temperature, plus I'm never outside. Is this a stray? What the fuck is this thing? What the hell is this? What in the high heavens is going on here? This got 21,000 likes. Question: if we were given some interesting information about Tucker Carlson, should we release it? First, there's something interesting. In 2022, Tucker Carlson bizarrely ended a segment with a shirtless photo. Okay, wait, Henry Winkler? Henry Winkler responded to this? Wait, what the hell? Wait, is this who I think it is? Bro, this is Henry Winkler from Barry. Wait, what? What the hell? That's crazy. Bro, this is pretty funny. I mean, dude, I like it. Whatever. They keep memeing pretty hard. I think they're gonna say Tucker Carlson and I had gay sex. Why is okay buddy memes like actually sometimes making it the mainstream media where people like legitimately believe it? I don't get it. We'll look at that in a second. It was even retweeted by an old NBC reporter. What? Don't act like you didn't give him the sucker Carlson. Ew. Yeah, Tucker Carlson is on a long list of like former Hasanabi heads who became right wing to get back at me. And that's what happened. Anyway, all right, let's blast off, folks. Let's do it. There's not much going on other than the fact that, you know, my family's constantly like, my family's constantly being like, what are you doing? Like, what's going on? What, you're not hanging out with us, and they're right. So I got to do a better job of chilling with them a little bit. You know, dial back on the streams maybe tomorrow. But yeah, I'm here today. So let's do it. We got a lot to talk about. Nancy Pelosi is running for re-election at 83 Feminist W. I mean, that's an extremely fat feminist W for sure. Running with those milkers, yeah. Trump updates, Hogwatch, and more. I'm live from Mexico. Again, get in now. w.twitch.tv/ There it is. Did you see Quarter Pounder interviewed Ammo this morning? No, I did not. And also, I don't really care about that at all. Wait, what? I didn't work. Okay, let's post it. Let's blast off. It's awful. Don't watch it. What possible good things could come out of that? I don't know. Like, I feel like even from a meme perspective, it's just like not great. You know what I mean? Here you go, folks. I'm live and alive. Here it is. Breaking Bad is a documentary, as you can tell. Look at that. People were crying about him platforming an e-girl. Yeah, the content that comes out of that is when Quarter Chicken Pounder has to treat Ammo with respect, basically. Look at Dixerto crypto tweet. Oh my God. I know so much of this community is just a bunch of basement dwellers for the most part. I feel like we're going to hear the Ammo and Quarter Pounder interviewed each other like 1,000 times today. I mean, we'll look at it. Fuck Logan Paul, but this is funny.
How many messages?
Why am I? I had two knee surgeries.
It sounds like you have Conor McGregor's nutsack in your mouth.
Oh, this guy has retweet.
Watch
just little tweets.
Like, that's what I'm saying right there. Like, watching you stumble your way through these sentences is painful.
It's fine. Yeah, great. But they just wanted to. Yeah, whatever.
Exhibit A.
I got better. I said I got.
Yo!
I said sue me.
Get this man a glass of water.
So, Dylan Danis is like legitimately not a very smart person, nor is he a good person. If a blue tick was a person, is Dylan Danis? Yeah, like he's just straight up. They removed the community note on your tweet about Mexico customs. It was so funny, dude. They like all the worst, like all the pedophiles of Twitter, all the blue checkmark pedophiles got to this when I woke up this morning, I woke up to like people just being like, I hope they kill you in Mexico. And then I would click on the fucking profile, and the profile is just straight up like a dude with like a Groiper avatar, like just the dumbest shit. And the community note on this fucking thing was so dumb. They were like, Mexico has taxes on bringing in too many pieces of electronic equipment. There's no reason to believe the number was made up. And it's like, I said, community notes are so good because it'll either be exposing a scammer who's broken the law, or will be insanely Reddit like the one I got, where they're certain that I had exactly $1,000 worth of electronic equipment on me and wasn't simply being extorted with a made up flat number. And like, the problem is, they don't know the situation. And the link they attached disproved the point that they were trying to make. Okay? The link they attached was disproving the fucking point that they were trying to make, which is so funny because it's like, I don't understand. Why would you fucking think that you know exactly what happened in that situation? You know what I mean? Why would you think you know what happened in this situation? You have no fucking idea. Like, you have no idea. You just made that shit up. You're like, oh, no, this tax is valid, actually. Like, what are you, the Customs and Border Patrol? You don't fucking know. Yeah, Austin Ox made a funny meme again, replying to this, and was like, how is this one even relevant? Mexico has taxes on bringing in too many pieces of electronic equipment. Readers added another community note to this. The community note provided sources to all claims. It did not claim Hasan has $1,000 of electronic equipment. Neither did the original post say that. Hasan has been shown in the past to use racial slurs against white people. It's like, so I mean, he's obviously making a joke about like the most Reddit pedantic community note you can come up with. That's not real. But then, because Twitter is a space where people are just so stupid, they literally didn't understand the joke that he was making and thought that was a real community note and are now celebrating that second fake community note. Because at a certain point, like, yeah, look at this guy. Like, Hasan getting destroyed always makes my day. You know what I mean? And it's like, what the fuck? Like, they don't understand. The people don't understand that, like, we're making fun of you with this joke. Bro, you have to ignore this topic. Oh my god. Right on time. As soon as I went live, there's someone at the fucking door. Always. All right. Bye bye, I need you. Okay. Just hadi bye bye. This is perfect because, like, right. Yeah, Los Federales. They're so active since you watched that D video. Oh, that's probably it. I didn't even think about that. Anyway, yeah, there's more taxes at the door. No, it's my mom, man. But yeah, Twitter has officially become like just straight up fucking 4chan. Like, it is the most 4chan it has ever been. Twitter is so fucking 4chan pull, it's not even funny. It is straight up across the board 4chan pull. Telling them or tweeting that there was an error, I knew when I read your tweet for the first time. These people are insane. Yeah. It's so conflicting because I do love rich people getting messed with. No, I mean, I understand that. And, you know, when you're having fun with it, that's one thing. You know, like, but when you hear the same fucking tax the rich meme like 1,000 times over from like every pedophile on the platform, you're like, okay, dude, like, it was funny the first time, I get it. But like, the fuck are you doing? Like, every single person posted that. He posted it into the fucking ground, dog. What is this chatter? Even if Sam was on the same list, he would be at the bottom, weirdo. What list? Yeah, every joke gets murdered on there. It's really fucked up. Every joke. How's the Mexican coffee? I'm drinking just mostly Nespresso, so it's pretty good. It's up to par with whatever I. How many Diet Cokes do you drink a day? Problem is that in Mexico, they don't have Diet Coke. Just like in Turkey, they have Coca-Cola Light, which is different than Diet Coke, so it's not as good. IRL Mexico stream when? It's not happening. I'm not doing an IRL stream out here. I didn't even bring my equipment to do IRL streams on purpose. Like, I just didn't feel like doing that. Full 0 calories. It just doesn't taste the same. So, anyway. But yeah, that's it. What the fuck was I? What was I talking about? Where was I? What was I mentioning? Oh, the fucking Twitter going bananas mode. Yeah, that's boring. Whatever. Who gives a shit? Did the Macy's send a link, Weeby? A playlist? Would you have to pay the $1,000 electronic equipment? Would I have to pay it? Yeah, always. Lindsey Graham got tears in his eyes after getting indicted. He did everything right, and they indicted him once again. It's fucked up. Special grand jury has recommended charging Lindsey Jebediah Graham. Okay. Let's start off with that one.
The breaking news this morning, a final unredacted report. It's right here from the Fulton County Special Grand Jury has just been released. Jurors listing a total of 39 people they said should face charges for efforts to overturn the election results. That's 20 plus additional people than what the district attorney eventually sought charges against. Among those in this full report, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham and 2 former senators from Georgia, Dave Perdue and Kelly Loeffler.
Bro, technically, you know what? I want to say something here. Okay? Low key, but also kind of high key. Low key, but also kind of high key. How are you going to sit here and act like Trump is not draining the swamp? I mean, he literally is. He actually is, dude. Like, put some respect on the fucking name. It would, at this point, it would be dishonest if I didn't admit that Trump is legitimately doing more than most politicians to drain the swamp. Can you please put on the America filter? No. I'm in Mexico. So we vote Trump. Bro. I might, if he serves a second term, dude, who knows what kind of people are going to get absolutely fucking drained. He's just clearing out the swamp, brother. He's just clearing it out. He said he was going to drain the swamp. I mean, there are, 39 fucking people that are getting drained. Anyone that is close in proximity to Donald Trump at this point is facing certain demise and legitimate legal scrutiny. And the closer you are to him, the more likely it is that you are going to jail. It's fucking fire. Donald Trump is draining the swamp harder than Obama got drained by Larry Sinclair in the back of a limousine in Gurnee, Illinois. Okay? The Gurn dog gave Obama the gummy shit, sucked his shit dry, drained him as hard as he humanly could. So nice, Obama had to hit it twice. Okay? As everybody now knows, this is established fact, right? Obama got his shit sucked sideways twice after doing crack cocaine in Gurnee, Illinois with Larry Sinclair in 1999. But all of that sucking and fucking is nothing in comparison to how hard Donald Trump is fucking his allies, okay? Uh-oh. My bit rate is a little wonky today. That's not good. What's happening? Yeah, Viva la Raza, but also La Raza, the bit rate has been good. Please don't fuck me on this, okay? Let me be cleared. His balls. That's a good one. Larissa. Yeah, bitrate tax incoming. I'm happy Gurney's getting put on the map. I'm the same county of it. And it's for something so sick. Yeah. Obama getting his dick sucked dry in fucking Gurnee is the greatest way that Gurnee, Illinois could ever be put on the map. Anyway, let's get going. Special grand jury report. Senators mentioned the special grand jury report in the Georgia election indictments coming down for Senator Lindsay Graham, former Senator Kelly Loeffler, and former Senator David Perdue.
The special grand jury recommended that they face charges. The district attorney...
Have you been recognized in Mexico yet? Yes, I have been.
Did not end up charging them. These are the 19 people that the district attorney has charged and is alleged has taken part in a criminal enterprise led by Donald Trump to overturn the 2020 election. These are the mugshots. These are the 19 charged. What is the difference between this report and what we are looking at with the eventual indictment? CNN's Evan Perez, Paula Reed, they're standing by with details on this. Paula, let me start with you. What are your major takeaways from this?
Well, Kate, I want to think about these in two groups in terms of the people who were not charged. Let's first start with the lawmakers, Senator Lindsey Graham and former Georgia Senators Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue. Now, these are probably going to create the biggest headlines here, particularly Senator Lindsey Graham, because he's a sitting senator. But when you look at the vote count, sort of how the members of the special grand jury came back, it was clear they were divided on whether these individuals should be charged. There was a recommendation, but it was not unanimous, and it wasn't just one person voting no. So it's pretty clear why the district attorney would not proceed with charges, because this is the most friendly environment possible for her case, right? You don't have lawyers in the room with witnesses. You don't have a defense presentation. There isn't a high bar. You can indict a ham sandwich is, of course, the famous saying. This is not beyond a reasonable doubt. So if you have problems with a case before a special grand jury, you're going to have big problems in a real courtroom. It's pretty clear why she wouldn't proceed against these three individuals. But when it comes to the other group that we're all talking about, which is a group of Trump advisors, Cleta Mitchell, Mike Flynn, and Boris Epshteyn. Both Flynn and Epshteyn tend to advise Trump at the national level after the election, where Cleta Mitchell was actually on the ground in Georgia. But here, these recommendations, the math, the votes from the special grand jury mirror those of people who were actually charged, like Rudy Giuliani or former President Trump. So that's going to actually probably raise a lot of questions about exactly why they were not charged. But Kate, I think another big question that's going to be out there is whether we should have access to all of this. Of course, CNN was one of the media outlets that pushed to have this historic document unsealed. But usually grand jury proceedings are done in secret to protect witnesses, to give them the freedom and the sense of security to speak freely, and also to protect people who are not ultimately charged, because now we have all these names out there. We have the math for how they voted in terms of recommending them to be charged, but they don't actually have a mechanism or a process to clear their name, besides the fact that they weren't charged. So far in the state of Georgia, what we've seen is consistently they have erred far on the side of transparency. We have cameras in the courtroom, so
they will never take down former advisor Michael Flynn, okay? Michael Flynn, the most honorable general of all time, okay? Michael Flynn, Cat Turd's greatest follower. Michael Flynn, the Turkish bandit. Honorary Turk Michael Flynn is currently under attack. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, okay? They're coming after him because he wanted to bring justice to Turkey by finally putting that CIA asset, Fethullah Gülen, in a burlap sack, okay, and kidnap him alongside his son, not Fethullah Gülen's son. He wanted to kidnap him with his son, and he is forever being punished for these things that should not be considered a crime. Instead of being celebrated for being awesome and doing the right thing, they're trying to arrest him. Bullshit. I'll tell you what, not allowed.
Anyone can watch these proceedings,
It ain't
even the
fair,
mundane
brother.
scheduling and logistics proceedings. We also saw, though, the members of this special grand jury. Their names were published with this indictment, and many of them have been doxxed online and faced threats. And now we get access, again, to this historic document. It's something CNN and other outlets
Picking up about the other officials that are not charged here that we're
fuck.
learning.
What did I just do?
Again, to this historic document. It's something CNN and other outlets pushed for, but there is a balance when it comes to transparency. I think that's going to be part of the conversation going forward as well.
All right, Paul, thank you for that. Evan, let me bring you in on this. What are you picking up about the other officials that are not charged here that we're learning about?
Well, right. There are 21 names that are listed on this list of 39 names, people who were recommended that they be brought charges against, that ended up not being charged. And of course, the names, some of them Paula just pointed out, the names of officials, right? People in very high-level positions who were very, very much involved in trying to either pressure state officials to try to find this, the alleged fraud that Donald Trump and his allies said existed, and of course didn't. And of course, some of them went to extraordinary means. Some of them we saw in public, of course. But Lindsey Graham, obviously, the fact that he is a sitting senator, the one that certainly has spoken a lot. You've seen him talk to reporters about what he thought was going on. The idea that the grand jury ended up voting 20 votes to 1 to bring charges, and then the district attorney decided not to bring those charges, obviously is a big question that I think will persist after today. The other thing that obviously will come from this is, what exactly did turn up in this investigation? Is there something else that might come out in some of the discovery that we might see later on? Again, those are big questions that are going to be going forward in the weeks and months as this case goes forward. Of course, there's also David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, two former senators. Both of them lost their seats in the end, partly because of their efforts associating themselves with the former president's claims of fraud, which turned out not to be. In the case of Perdue, he pushed for the governor to actually have a special session, something that, of course, the former president was pushing for, wanted to make sure that the legislature intervened to try to throw the votes, the election results in that state, and then make way for the slate of false electors, which are also named, by the way, Kate, in this document. That the false electors were named by the grand jury. It was a much closer vote. There were only 9 votes to indict them in the end. Obviously, that didn't happen. But what's interesting, obviously, is the role of these high-level officials, that some of which obviously played out in public view, and in the end, Fani Willis decided decided for whatever reason that she was not going to bring those charges, perhaps because of the additional political implications of it and the difficulty that that would present for her case, Kate.
Interesting. Evan, thank you so much. Paul, thank you as well. Going to continue working their sources on this. Sarah?
All right, we want to talk about sort of some of the politics of this. I'm going to get straight to CNN Chief Congressional Correspondent Manu Raju, who was up on Capitol Hill. Manu, you have talked to Senator Graham about this. I mean, the biggest revelation.
This part is the best part. This is the nut part. Apparently, he was on the verge of fucking tears when he was delivering a response.
Really from this, because really what we have here is, you know, who the grand jury thought should be indicted, who wasn't indicted, and what the law is. We don't have all the details on exactly how they got to that place and all of the evidence that was put before the grand jury in this 25 or 26 page report. But you had a conversation with Lindsey Graham about all of this, and he's obviously a sitting senator and the one that's going to make the most news, frankly, from this. What did he say, and what was your takeaway, your biggest takeaway from your conversation?
Yeah, recall this is right after the 2020 elections. There was Brad Raffensperger spoke publicly about this phone call that he had with Lindsey Graham. He believed that Lindsey Graham was essentially pressuring him or wanted to get rid of legally valid ballots, and that could, in Raffensperger's view, disenfranchise the voters of Georgia. Now, that is something that Lindsey Graham flatly denied. When I asked him about that allegation, he contended that he was not even talking about the 2020 presidential race. He said he was talking about the mail-in voting system in Georgia and how the signature verification system worked and how that would work headed into a very, very critical Senate races, 2 Senate races in Georgia. In January 2021, there were the 2 Senate races, the runoffs there, that ultimately Democrats won and took back control of the majority. Lindsey Graham claimed that that was in focus entirely, and he pushed back on Raffensperger's claims.
What I'm very concerned about is that if you're going to continue to vote by mail, that we need to know what systems work and what don't. It's up to the people of Georgia. But I think I have every right in the world to reach out and say, how does it work? And that's what I did. It's really, I thought, a pretty good conversation. So
I mean, he thinks it was an implicit threat by what you were saying.
I categorically reject that. That wasn't my intent, and that wasn't the purpose of the conversation, to throw out ballots. We're talking about an election we ain't even had.
Oh, no. What happened? Wait, first of all, why is Lindsey Graham wearing a face diaper? That's number one. Is he a fucking coward or what, dude? Just, COVID is fake, brother. Why is this libtard cuck? Oh, it's from 2020. Oh, this is the old interview. I thought it was the new one. Oh, fuck, for a second. Yeah. My bad, boys. My bad. He's not a cuck. He's not a cuck. I mean, he is, but like for different reasons. You know what I mean?
Yet, which is the Senate races. That was my focus. Is how do you verify signatures? We've got a new Senate race coming up. Is there anything we can do to make it better?
So you were concerned about the Senate races more than what was happening?
Yeah, that's what the whole thing was about. I mean, they've got a process. You can't change the law retroactively. Mm-hmm. So there's just no way to do that. Whatever system was in place for the presidential election, we're going to live with. The whole conversation was about the Senate race.
Now, it's unclear why the special grand jury, a majority of these, special grand jury recommended charges, whether Graham's testimony
actually, you know what?
was different in any way,
I shouldn't
whether
do
there was
that.
additional evidence about Senator Lindsey Graham's efforts. It voted 13 in the affirmative to try to pursue charges, 7 in the negative in the special grand jury. So the report does not detail any of that specifically. We do know that Lindsey Graham did ultimately testify before the grand jury in Georgia after he fought a subpoena, did not want to testify, did not think he would believe that it was appropriate to bring a sitting senator in to testify before this panel. He took it to court. They fought it. He ultimately lost that fight and did cooperate. And then afterwards, I did talk to him about the testimony before the grand jury. He said he cooperated fully, but he refused to provide any details about that testimony. I asked him also, did he expect to be charged? He said flatly he did not expect to be charged. So it's unclear how he's going to respond to this specific recommendation. At the moment, his office has not yet commented about this, but
well, here it is now. Lindsey Jebediah Graham. seemingly very upset. Is this proof of homophobia in Georgia? Atlanta is literally the gay capital of the South, for those of you who don't know. So they are physically incapable of being homophobic. Okay? If you live in Atlanta, you're at least a little gay. That's number one. It's gayer than Miami. Can't tell if you're joking. Georgia is homophobic though, just not Atlanta. Well, this is Fulton County. You know what I mean? It's pretty gay. It's gay as fuck. All right. Anyway, let's see what Lindsay Graham had to say now.
This is troubling for the country. We can't criminalize senators doing their job when they have a constitutional requirement to fulfill. It would be irresponsible for me, in my opinion, as chairman of the committee, not to try to find out what happened. It would be irresponsible for me to tell the voters of South Carolina what I did without actually trying to find out what the right answer was. So we're opening up Pandora's box here. Fulton County is one of the most liberal jurisdictions in the country. I fear this will spread, that the next election, Democrats may be on the other side of this. So at the end of the day, nothing happened.
Lindsay, don't threaten me with a good time, man. Don't threaten me with a good-ass fucking time, homie. What is this? Why is it that whenever these guys are talking about this shit, they're like, well, I am afraid that Democrats could possibly also face legal scrutiny when we're in power. And it's like, dude, I love that. First and foremost, one thing to always consider is that Republicans do not get their go-ahead from the Democratic Party, especially considering the reality that Republicans have investigated pretty much every single fucking Democrat that has done anything that is remotely out of pocket, oftentimes, even if it's in line with the State Department interests. Hillary Clinton and Benghazi comes to mind, obviously. So, like, the notion that, you know, oh man, you're surely going to get the Republicans to go out and prosecute criminally the Democrats in charge now that it's like a tit for tat kind of situation is silly, because this is something I've mentioned quite a bit. Republicans don't care about the norms or anything like that. They care about winning. They've always cared about winning. They don't give a shit. If they feel like this will give them an advantage, they'll do it. It's not like they first stumbled across criminally prosecuting their political opponents or whatever. Democrats, on the other hand, are never the serious threat that the Republican Party presents them as, and almost always just scaredy cats and institutionalists who, in this circumstance, in my opinion, in my honest opinion, have been pushed so fucking far that they seemingly had no other options but to genuinely do at least something, anything, to try and desperately return to normal process. The whole, like, Nancy Pelosi and Joe Brandon rhetoric about, like, we got to have a normal Republican Party comes to mind. Like, it if anything, they're, like, kind of helping force the Republican Party and kind of helping them along the way get back to a regular Republican Party by force, by, like, cleaning house a little bit. They're like, we want a strong Republican Party. It's like, bitch, why do you want a strong Republican Party? I don't want a strong Republican Party. I want a weak one. You know? I want a weak one always. I don't want a strong one. When the fuck did we... Hello? When did we establish that we want a strong Republican Party? I'm sorry. I wasn't in on those fucking meetings, okay? But this legal action basically is the same as that sentiment expressed. It's like, get back to fighting culture war issues back and forth. Okay? Get back to fighting culture war issues back and forth. Let's get back to the basics. Like, don't try to physically, don't try to physically, in the aftermath of an election, try to change the outcome. Because, like, that's a bridge too far. You're kind of fucking the game up for both of us when you can, as I've said before, you can do everything you want to in the lead up to an election. Everything. No holds barred. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You can make it so that you use like an 18th century law to be like, if you are, if you're black and your grandfather's name starts with the letter A, you are no longer allowed to vote in this district or whatever the fuck. Because like Republicans do this shit all the time. They do like, historically, conservatives have always weaponized antiquated laws or have basically created new ones specifically to disenfranchise voters. Voter disenfranchisement is a part of their play, right? That's what they do. And it's always seen as like a fine legal battle to engage in because it's done within the confines of our institutions. So when you do like the modern version of grandfather laws or Jim Crow laws or like a poll tax in an identical way that Ron DeSantis instituted in the state of Florida, which if you recall, he literally did that. He instituted a fucking poll tax in the state of Florida after a ballot measure allowed voters or allowed felons to be able to vote, okay? Felon voter restoration. It was a more popular agenda item in the state of Florida than Ron DeSantis by wide-ass fucking margins. And he turned around and the first thing he did was institute a poll tax. And he was like, oh yeah, if you're a felon, you still have to pay your court fees and whatnot in order to be able to vote in the state of Florida. And then on top of that, he pursued legally a bunch of people who thought that their rights to vote had been restored. And he arrested them specifically for, political showboating. All of that stuff is disgusting and gross, but it's still done within the confines of this system, right? It's still done in a civil way. Even if the actions are incredibly uncivil, it's still done within the confines of our legal and political structure. So in the eyes of the Democrats, that's fine. That's a battle that they can fight in the courts or whatever. But the moment that you're making phone calls and being like, hey, what the fuck are we doing here? Let's find 11,780 votes. Or let's put up a false slate of electors and like, we'll just dupe everybody. Like, we'll just go, oopsie. I guess the Electoral College accidentally had an entirely separate slate of false electors that came in and voted magically for Donald Trump. So I guess Georgia doesn't really matter if you voted democratically in the state of fucking Georgia for, in the state of fucking Georgia for Donald Trump or Joe Biden. It's just what the false electors decided. Like, these kinds of games that the Republican Party likes to play are fine if you do it within the confines of the legal system, but you have the capacity to go too far, and the Republican Party absolutely went too far, which is why they're now being punished.
What I did was consistent with my job as being a United States Senator, chairman of the Judiciary Committee, but it was just not me. 3 United States senators were opening up Pandora's box. I think the system in this country is getting off the rails, and
it's just like, it's kind of crazy to me because it screams of like a child, a spoiled child who's gotten everything he's ever wanted, and for the first time ever, his toys are being taken away. It's like, bro, you've gotten everything you've ever wanted out of politics always, okay? And then, and you took it too far, and you finally took it too far, so far that like you are facing legal scrutiny, and he's like, wow, it's really fucked up what's happening here. Here come the consequences of my actions. Don't like that.
We have to be careful not to use the legal system as a political tool.
It's like these motherfuckers have never not used the legal system as a political tool, okay? So that argument also is really fucking stupid. That argument in and of itself is also really dumb. Republicans have always used the legal tool, but hey, oh my God. The Ontario College of Psychologists ordered me in for my mugshot today. He did everything right, and they indicted him. He posted a black and white version as well. Very odd. But major Ontario W, it seems. Oh, here is Lindsay Graham.
This is troubling for the country. We can't criminalize senators doing their job when they have a constitutional requirement to fulfill. It would be irresponsible for me, in my opinion, as chairman of the committee, not to try to find out what happened. We're opening up Pandora's box here.
That was brand new reaction from Senator Lindsey Graham just moments ago after learning the grand jury in former President Trump's Georgia elections case wanted to charge him. That detail is one of many now public after the judge released the grand jury's final report. Senior correspondent Jonathan Seri is live for us in Atlanta. Jonathan, how is the Trump campaign responding to this?
Hi there, Sandra. Well, the Trump campaign responded shortly after this document was released, the special grand jury report that was released this morning. The campaign saying, in part, in a clearly biased, un-American act, a majority of the special grand jurors voted to indict dozens of innocent individuals, including former and sitting United States senators, simply for raising concerns about election integrity and exercising their First Amendment rights under the Constitution. This is the first time.
Once again, I have to mention something here. Perfectly fine in the lead up to an election. Big no-no after the election. That's the major point here. They tried. They did everything they could to get ahead of states implementing mail-in ballot measures, universal ballot registration, and the like. And ultimately, it yielded positive results for the Republicans across the board as well, because turns out making it easier to vote meant more voters for the Republican Party as well as the Democratic Party. But they couldn't do it. They couldn't stop the fucking momentum of bureaucracy. Okay? Ironically, there was a real avenue here, in my opinion, if Donald Trump wasn't so anti-mail-in ballot registration. Okay? Like, just like another major factor of the Georgia Senate race, the special elections that occurred after the general election, went in the direction that it did, was directly a consequence of Donald Trump routinely not shutting the fuck up about mail-in ballots. I said this at the time. One of the funniest things that was happening at the time, as I correctly called out, was that there will be a voter suppression that Republicans, with their rhetoric against mail-in ballots, universal registration, and early voting, will end up suppressing their own fucking votes. Just like this far into the process, constantly complaining about how the election was stolen from you is going to depress voter turnout. If you keep saying your vote doesn't matter, your vote doesn't matter, your vote doesn't matter over and over and over again, a lot of people in your base of support who believe you are going to turn around and go, maybe my vote doesn't matter. Why the fuck should I vote? Why should I vote then? You don't want to lose out on your most aggro supporters not voting. You know what I mean? The new Second Thought video talks about you as a good source about learning from politics. Hell yeah. Thank you, Second Thought. Shouts out to Second Thought.
time the public has been able to see the special grand jury report that was completed back in December. It shows the panel recommended indictments against 39 individuals. That's more than twice the 19 who actually ended up being indicted by a regular grand jury in August. Prominent individuals recommended but not indicted include former Republican Georgia Senators Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, who you heard from at the beginning of the show, or of this segment, Georgia Attorney Lynn Wood, former Trump National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, and former Trump advisor Boris Epstein, as well as election lawyer.
CEO of Lamonting says, hello, fellow Democrats. Listen, brother, we're all Democratic Party loyalists on this beautiful day. While the Trump train keeps fucking choo-chooing in the direction of prison, I will be the biggest libtard you've ever seen, okay? Doesn't matter if you're an electronic Roberto player, watcher, whatever the fuck, supporter. We love the DNC on moments like this, okay? We do. Don't we love it, folks? Don't we love it? We love the DNC, folks. They're doing the best. They're doing their very best.
Cleta Mitchell. Again, Sandra, none of these individuals that I named were actually indicted, but this special grand jury was certainly recommending it.
I've been using your rethuglican term and rhetoric with my conservative dad, and even he thinks it's hilarious. Yeah, lock them up. These rethuglicans, lock them up.
And it shows the wide scope
law
of this
and order
initial investigation. Back to you.
Jonathan Seri on that for us. Jonathan, thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox.
New tonight, following Team Trump's orders, CNN's K-File uncovering one of the 16 fake Trump electors who is now facing charges in Michigan, talking about, in her own words, on a radio show, about how she was a fake elector. And she says she worked with lawyers for the Trump campaign. In fact, she laid out the goals for the alleged plot, a plot that is at the heart of cases brought by special counsel Jack Smith and the Fulton County DA Fani Willis as well. Here is the former Michigan GOP chair, Shawn Fain, in December 2020.
I, along with the other 15 electors, were guided by legal minds, attorneys.
One of the funniest parts about the false elector shit, the false elector schemes that is like being currently criminally prosecuted, is that we looked into it, right? And in some states, they just like simply don't have a law for it, right? But it's one of those situations where like it's very clearly not something you are allowed to do. So it's literally a situation where it's like, how do I describe it? Like it, even if there isn't an actual direct law that states you can't do it, it's well established and understood that you can't actually do it. Like you can't do this kind of interference, even if the law in and of itself has never been perfectly codified. It's within the common law, fraud everywhere. It's a document of legal significance with intent to defraud. It's like masturbating on an airplane. Well, masturbating on an airplane is not illegal. Okay? I don't know why these guys thought that they could, like, I don't know. It's a very odd situation because, well, first of all, masturbating on an airplane is a victimless crime, and it's not a crime anyway. Okay? It's more like smoking on an airplane. Well, I guess smoking on an airplane does have established law. There's no rule that says a dog can't play in the NBA. Tell that to Designer. I think Designer was cranking it out in public though, instead of like doing it in the bathroom or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can't do it in public. If you're cranking it, you got to keep it to the bathroom, the airplane bathroom. Anyway, listen, the point is not about whether or not I've masturbated on an airplane bathroom, okay? That's not, please stop focusing on that aspect. That is not important to the story. What's important to the story is everybody understands you can't fucking literally go above and beyond. You can maybe try and manipulate, I guess. No, even then, you can't. I don't think you can try and manipulate electors that are already existing to go and vote your way. They have to do it on their own volition, okay? Which people have in the past. And when they have done that in the past, all of those states have individually created laws against it, some of which even includes criminal punishments. There are states where like false electors have existed. When that happens, they usually implement a new law. But, however, ultimately, if there's a false elector, it's pretty simple. You just go, oh, you don't want to fucking vote for who actually won? Okay, well, we're replacing you. Right? We're replacing you. It's never been, I guess with one exception, it's never really been like a serious threat that changed the results of an election. And knowing that, these sneaky motherfuckers thought that they could do that. You can say them superdelegates. That's entirely separate. The DNC has fought in courts to maintain that the Democratic primaries conducted by the Democratic National Convention, the Democratic Party, are private affairs. They are technically intra-party affairs, which means that they could, at the end of it, say, no, this is our candidate. And they've won in a court of law. Whereas, yeah, that's why they have superdelegates and blah, 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 all the shit in the DNC. That's different than the general election where two parties are going against one another. Okay, two parties are going against one another and they're running for office. And the expectation is that your vote is supposed to ensure that you win the electoral college and the electors in the electoral college vote in your direction. It's more symbolic than anything else. Oh no, bitching about the superdelegates again? No, I'm actually saying that the Democratic Party legally can have superdelegates and even change the result of a primary if they see fit. Something that they've actually maintained in a court of law, and they are a private institution, and how that is actually different. I admit I was never your biggest fan, just politics, but I also admit I have healthy respect for you all the same. You've done really well and are good at what you do, bro. So fair play, man. Power dab. Thank you, Powerhouse G. So, how do I describe it on Twitch terms is what I've been thinking of. And it's kind of like this, okay? The Republican Party in this situation is kind of like hot tub streamers, right? There are hot tub streamers that stay within the boundaries that Twitch has designed, okay? They stay within the boundaries that Twitch has designed with the terms of service in mind. And then there are certain hot tub streamers who push it forward, who push it always forward. They're like constantly arriving at the boundary of what the terms of service is and like rule breaking as a profession. And we all know that they're doing that. So at the end of the day, you have to do something about it. You know what I mean? Twitch is, of course, going to do something about it. And that's kind of what the Republican Party is doing here, where they're like, well, technically, we thought that it was legally allowed to be able to just completely overturn the results of an election by using this incredibly undemocratic process, right? It's one of those situations where, like, even if there isn't directly a law, there are certain things that you can't do because that would be fucking insane. Now, some might say, sorry, that doesn't matter. Because if it's not codified as a law, then you can't prosecute someone criminally, except you can't defraud the American population by trying to create a false slate of electors. So not only did they engage in boundary breaking by taking advantage of a lack of legal precedent, let's say, they did it in a way that was actually criminal. Okay? And now I got to pee again.
For our president, some very incredible constitutional attorneys. I've never in my whole life appreciated legal minds and attorneys before, I can tell you that. So what we did, along with 7 other states, really send in dueling electors. And that will be there before, a federal constitutional attorney, and it'll be before Mike Pence and Congress to make that decision.
KFIL's Andrew Kaczynski is out front. So, Andrew, dueling electors, use the word. Now, obviously, she's, blaming it on the attorneys or, saying, oh, I did it all at their direction. But I mean, laying out the plot, this is in December 2020 when she's not even trying to cover it up in some senses. She said a lot more than that. What was so significant about all of this?
Well, it's significant because it really shows that she knew exactly what she was doing when she put her name on that fake document. I mean, you heard it in the clip right there. She says, they're going to be submitting their names to Mike Pence so he can pick them as the legitimate.
He can decide what to do about it, right? Yeah.
He can say they're the legitimate electors on January 6th, despite the fact that Donald Trump lost the state of Michigan. And these fake electors even tried to enter the state capitol in December of 2020, but they were turned away. And what's interesting about her comments here is it tracks with those Trump campaign memos about how they were going to facilitate this plot. Take a listen to a bit more of her comments.
It's not unprecedented either. I don't have the exact dates in front of me, but when I was at the Stop the Steal event yesterday, I think the last time was in 1960. The state of Hawaii sent in a dueling slate. But I think 8 different times over the course of our history. And, once again, trust our founding fathers. They had a way and a plan in case things like this went wrong.
And what's interesting here is she cites this 1960 example of Hawaii, and there were dueling slates of electors there, but that's where the similarities end. Richard Nixon originally won the state of Hawaii by 150 votes, but that was reversed on a recount. Donald Trump lost the state of Hawaii or the state of Michigan by 150,000 votes.
Right. 150 versus 150,000. We all understand the magnitude there. All right. So, but what's interesting in all these sound bites that you've just played is she's very clear. All these amazing constitutional lawyers and Trump's lawyers and all these people, and they were involved and they told us to do this. That's what she said in December of 2020. But 6 weeks ago, you found her talking again, and it sounds very different.
In previous conversations, you said it was attorneys that asked you to do this, and you're following the advice of attorneys. Tell me who asked you to do this, and because this is a big surprise for a lot of folks. Go ahead.
So here's the thing. If she chose to do this on her own volition, unless the state of Michigan has already openly shown that there is a law that where she could be criminally punished for this, which I believe there might be. If she had done this on her own volition, it's different. Let me see. Let's take a look at the state of Michigan. Actually, I don't even know if the state of Michigan has false. Oh shit! What the fuck? Very frustrating. To try and type on this fucking laptop. Faithless elector law. Duluth, Michigan. State faithless electors laws only for Connecticut. I know when I see it as a legal precedent in this country, you can prosecute anything. Look at my logs. Supposedly there are alternate vote laws that very loosely allow some type of backup votes. You're mixing up faithless electors and fake electors. They're not the same thing. Yes, I'm going to get to that in a second. The reason why I think it's important, though, to understand is that for those of you who don't know, we'll go over this again. Faithless electors are electors who do not vote for the candidates of the U.S. president and vice president for whom the elector had pledged to vote. and instead votes for another person for one of the or both offices and abstains from voting. Okay? Now, it's a really fucking stupid concept, specifically designed by our founding fathers with the express purpose of trying to make sure that there wasn't really any kind of democracy. Okay? Like, that was the point. Yeah, faithless electors are r/atheism electors. Okay? Which you should never let them vote. Anyway. Hasan on Windows 11 lol. This is March's laptop I'm using. Anyway. Ultra debate perverts. Sure. Electors are typically chosen and nominated by a political party's presidential nominee, and are usually party members with a reputation for high loyalty to the party and its chosen candidate. Thus, a faithless elector runs the risk of a party censure and political retaliation from the party, as well as potential legal penalties in some cases, in some states. So, as of 2020, 33 states in the District of Columbia have laws that require electors to vote for the candidates for whom they pledge to vote. Though in half of these jurisdictions, there is no enforcement mechanism. So, in 33 states and DC, you have to do it. You're compelled to do it, even if there is no legal enforcement mechanism. But again, that is all faithless electors, and which means someone on their own volition inside of the Electoral College in the slate of electors decided on their own volition not to fucking vote for the person that their state voted for. Okay? In 14 states, votes contrary to the pledge are voided and respective electors are replaced. And in 2 of these states, they may also be fined. 3 other states impose a penalty on faithless electors, but still count their votes as cast. Because America, unfortunately, does not have a federally mandated election process, which is fucking very stupid. But what are you going to do? Colorado was the first state to void an elector's faithless vote, which occurred in the 2016 election. Minnesota also invoked this law for the first time in 2016 when an elector pledged to Hillary Clinton attempted to vote for Bernie Sanders instead. Until 2008, Minnesota's electors cast secret ballots, then they changed it. Okay? So the Trump administration tried to take advantage of the fact that they saw this as a weakness, which it is a weakness, for the record, in our elections process. They tried to use this as an exploit. Here, I'll use a gaming term. They tried glitch hacking, but because they couldn't just get a bunch of people to literally vote for Donald Trump that were chosen as the slate of electors, okay, on their own volition, they decided to urge them to do so by telling them, no, it's okay. Legally, you are allowed to do this. When they're not. Exploiting is a gamer term already, and you call yourself a real gamer, shaking my head. I know. Like, exploit. They tried to use an exploit. Turns out they've already patched in a bunch of shit in many different states. And on top of that, that exploit is not allowed. So now your speed run is not even going to have an asterisk next to it, but you're getting punished. Okay, you're getting a fucking VAC ban. You're getting a VAC ban because you tried to get a bunch of people to cheese as hard as you possibly could. Okay?
Go ahead.
You know, a lot of it is still vague to me, and I don't have any email.
Yeah, there was already a slate of electors since Biden won the state, but they sent new people as a new slate of electors.
Communications with any of these people, but Laura Cox was our state party chair at the time. Somebody from her staff contacted all of us, asked us to be at the Michigan Republican Party office at 2 p.m. I remember the time. I think it was December 18th, and so we showed up.
I mean, she says it's vague, but before she had said we were guided by attorneys for our president, incredible constitutional attorneys. I've never in my whole life appreciated legal minds and attorneys before. I mean,
you're completely wrong. When we vote, we do not vote for president. We vote for electors to the Electoral College. Trump did not go around to change electors' minds. He tried to seat entirely different people in the Electoral College who were not voted for. Wait, first of all, dude, I know technically what you're saying is correct, but it doesn't matter. In the eyes of the American population, if you were to tell them, actually, you're fucking voting for electors to the Electoral College, they would go, what the fuck are you talking about? No, I'm voting for the president. So it's a semantics point that is important in the legal process, which is why I described the concept of faithless electors and why that's different. But that was the exploit that Trump tried to take advantage of because there was no legal precedent, or the legal precedent that they had no enforcement mechanism. So they thought they could just completely tap in to the Electoral College part of the fucking voting structure, which is genuinely a weakness in the American voters process. If magically the slate of electors that were appointed in that situation on their own volition all got together and were like, we think Donald Trump is the true president, okay? And then in that situation, they would still have to find a way to prosecute these people. There is no fucking shot. It would be I guess it would be a constitutional crisis. Because of what I just mentioned, the average person does not think that they're voting for an elector that will cast a vote. The average person thinks they're voting for the president. Okay? It's important to explain it accurately here to understand what the fake elector plot is. I get that that's not how people think when they're voting in elections. I know, but people not thinking that that's who they're voting for in elections is a fundamental part of this. Because if everybody was like, oh, well, I guess I'm just voting for an elector, you can just literally have a constitutional crisis due to, let's say, in the off chance that all of these fucking electors were literally like, I just lied. I'm actually secretly a Trump supporter, and I refuse to vote for Joe Brandon. I'm voting for Donald Trump. That still wouldn't matter. No, it wouldn't. That's legally what the Electoral College allows. The odds you could actually coordinate are incredibly low, but it's not a constitutional crisis if it actually happened. No, it would still, it would 100% become a problem because not a single person in public would be fine with that. Like, not a single human being would be like, oh, that's fine. Think about it this way. The Supreme Court plays a fundamental role in American politics, okay? And they oftentimes make decisions that completely go against what the public wants, okay? And there's not really an enforcement mechanism there. There's not something we can do there. And it's still deeply and undesirably frustrating. This would go above and beyond. This would be even worse than that. Technically legal, so no constitutional crisis in this situation is silly. Because, you know what else is technically legal? Donald Trump becoming president from prison and then pardoning himself for all of his federal crimes, for example. If you don't think that that would constitute a constitutional crisis if it were to happen, I don't know what to tell you. It's technically legal, and yet it would absolutely be a constitutional crisis. Because technically, there's nothing in the books for something as insane. Does that make sense? In 2000, Bush's campaign thought he might win the popular vote and lose the Electoral College. If that had happened, they were prepared to argue that the electors should choose him over Gore. Illustrates how procedural perverts get owned by the right constantly. Yeah, procedural pervertry and institutional defense brigades from the Democratic Party often get owned by people who know what the rules are, what the boundaries are, and regularly choose to cross them. Because as I've said time and time again, if you truly care about the institutions, you still have to defeat the right because they are fucking terrorists, okay? They do not give a fuck about institutions. They just care about power because they understand that's how politics works. And they regularly will break boundaries and break new ground by pointing to old-ass antiquated laws or reinterpreting what those laws mean or coming up with fake legal interpretations like being a strict textualist, okay? Which is just simply a way to promote your reactionary agenda, but like slap on some kind of intellectual patina onto it, okay, to make it seem like it's actually legally permissible. We're actually just analyzing the actual intent that the founders had when they wrote this at the time and place. It's not, and it hasn't changed, and we need to value what they thought about back then. It's like fucking bullshit. It's complete bullshit, and they've done it over and over again. Again, fine, but if you want to accurately describe what Trump and co-conspirators are being brought up on charges for, you have to explain how electors in the Electoral College works, which I did, which is why I brought up the difference between faithless electors and what Trump was doing, which was not even trying to, I guess, create a scenario where there are people who just like are chosen to be the Electoral College electors that on their own volition decided to not vote for Donald Trump, not vote for Joe Biden, but instead put a new fucking slate of false electors, which is the actual like genuine criminal aspect here. You said trying to sway electors to be faithless was illegal, and you are wrong about that. I think if you are trying to legitimately sway electors to be faithless, even then, we're breaking new ground, and I think that would absolutely be something that would have to be tried. Do you not understand what I mean by this? Because then you are engaging in a conspiracy to change the outcome of a democratic election from the way that people are seeing it, from the way that people assume the election is supposed to happen. Why did all the debate perverts wake up? Holy shit! I don't think it's unimportant to address this. I think this is important. Bro's vacationing every week. Skull emoji, skull emoji. It's kind of funny that you're saying that because I'm currently like streaming. This is if you understand my job is to stream and serve you the top of the hour ad breaks. I'm literally live right now. What do you mean I'm vacationing every week? Like I'm currently working. Anyway, here's my job. Here's another aspect of my job. The 3-minute ad break. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Psychedelic Gazelle, thank you for the 20 Tier 1 gift to subs, allowing 20 people to be faithless electors. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Faithless electors stealing the election would absolutely result in a civil war. It wouldn't matter what's technically legal. The Joint Chiefs of Staff would probably back the real winner, and that's all that would matter. Like, we're fantasizing about silly shit. And even in that situation, I think that there would have to be some kind of criminal punishment or some kind of legal issue that is brought up because you just can't fucking do that. Does that make sense? It would be the nuttiest thing that has ever happened in the history of the United States of America. One where plenty of constitutional crises have occurred, including the literal civil war. All right, let's keep going.
You know, as if this is very clear and guided by them. What is the change here?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see when people you cover suddenly develop amnesia for things they talked about so much before. Now, we did reach out to her. We asked about this. We didn't get a response. She did tweet at us eventually calling us fake news, but she didn't comment on any of her recent amnesia.
Right, and any of the substance of what you report.
Now to Biden's traveling to the country formerly known as India. Which is not Pakistan, which claims that they will take on the name of India once India changes its name. Here he is for G20 focused on economy, climate change, Putin and Xi. Skip the summit.
To India, rather, where most of the leaders of the world's largest economies are at this year's G20 meeting in New Delhi. President Biden, who arrived a short time ago, plans to focus on worldwide economic growth and rising food and energy prices that are blamed on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And thanks to the wonders of satellite technology, we go now to Ed O'Keefe, who is at the summit live for us this morning in New Delhi. Ed, good morning.
Tony, good to see you. Good morning. The president now here in India for that G20 summit. He tested negative for COVID-19 yesterday before leaving Washington. Of course, the First Lady had tested positive earlier in the week. This G20 summit so far is just about as much about who's not here. China's Xi Jinping and Russia's Vladimir Putin both planning to skip the summit. Putin, of course, is getting ready for meetings with North Korea's Kim Jong-un about a possible arms deal between North Korea and Russia for its ongoing war in Ukraine. Also not here will be Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Ukraine isn't a member of the G20, but they were invited to address the summit last year virtually. India has not extended such an invitation because it remains officially neutral on issues regarding the war in Ukraine. Remember, the G20 is a body focused mostly on economic issues, so there will be less conversation about war and peace and much more about dollars and cents, issues like global development, climate change, and infrastructure. The president is set to meet with the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi tonight, and this whole trip is designed to put more attention on Asia amid concerns about the growing dominance of China. That's also why the president is set to visit Vietnam on Sunday. Nate?
All right, the worldwide Ed O'Keefe in India. Thank you.
Oh, I forgot to
breaking
cover
news
this.
right now. A new sighting in the manhunt for a killer who broke out of an eastern Pennsylvania prison more than a week ago. Police there have now zeroed in on a location. People are sheltering in place right now. CNN's Brian Todd joins us. So what's going on where you are, Brian?
Anderson, we can tell you just a short time ago, the Pennsylvania State Police confirmed to CNN that there has been another sighting of this fugitive, Danilo Cavalcante, this evening. The police would not say when or where the sighting occurred. Here's what we can also tell you. According to a spokesperson for the facility known as Longwood Gardens, this is an area right behind me.
Oh, yeah. Before we continue on with the Pennsylvania convict, before I forget, we got to do this, obviously. The obligatory so sorry mention. This is the only news outlet that I trust. Their coverage is profound. Their coverage is always bold. It's brave. It's beautiful. That's right. Brandon's in India. So obviously we have to watch So Sorry.
Sorry. मेहमान मेरा वेलकम करे हिंदुस्तान मेरा हो आया बाइडन आया आया सुनक आया आया मैक्रो आया आया ट्रूडो हम पे ये दुनिया की नजरें झंडा है ऊंचा हमारा देखो ये भारत का जलवा G20 करता इशारा हो आया दिल्ली सजाया आया दिल में समाया आया बाइडन आया आया सुनक हो मेरा ख्याल तो ये है चमके ये नाम.
What are they saying? What is Modi saying? He's saying welcome to Hindustan. And he welcomes Modi. Or, I mean, not Modi, sorry. Modi is welcoming with open arms Joe Brandon, Macron, and maybe even perhaps Trudeau. The subs are not on for this yet. This is too new. So you look exactly like the guy on the left. Yeah, it's me. It's a parody of a famous Bollywood song? Yeah.
हमारा पल पलकों पे तुमको बिठा के स्वागत करेंगे तुम्हारा हो आया बाइडन आया आया सुनक आया आया मैक्रो आया आया ट्रूडो friends.
He always is Trudeau like why is he singling out Trudeau? That part I don't really understand. He's saying aya to everybody, but then Trudeau he goes like is Trudeau not welcomed? Is that what that means? Like I don't know. Are you done? You came in and you're like, oh, that's enough for me. Okay. Marat came in, watched me watch this, and was like, nope, that's enough for me, I think. We're good.
हमारे plenty. Welcome to all in G20.
That's a banger. This one didn't have a lot of geopolitical conflict or anything. Like it just kind of, it didn't really show us too much, except for, you know, Modi welcoming everybody into the G20 summit in India. I thought there would have been a shot at like Xi or Pootie Poo a little bit. You know, maybe not Pootie Poo, but like Xi, I thought. You know he's in Mexico with that background light changed? Yeah. Aya means has come, and no, that's just the song on the Trudeau bit. Oh, okay. TikTok about the prisoner, where the prisoner is hiding. So this guy escaped.
Here, according to this person, they have said that the police are searching an area of Longwood Gardens, an area of interest. They have all.
Okay, TikTok about where the prisoner is hiding from our favorite Pearl Mania, who's gonna yell at us.
Well, they spotted him in Longwood Gardens. That's great. Longwood fucking Gardens. For those of you who don't know, 6 days ago, all right, on day 90 of me being a non-smoker, on day fucking 90, a 5-foot-tall Brazilian murderer escaped a Pennsylvania prison, like kind of near my house. And they've been a massive manhunt for him. They've been looking for him in the entire area. A cop spotted him at one point. They keep spotting him on trail cameras, and every time they see him, he has more stuff. So he's been robbing people's homes. He has killed. This guy, his name is Danilo Cavalcante, okay? This guy has killed on 2 separate continents. He killed somebody in Brazil, and then he came to America, and he murdered his ex-girlfriend in front of her children.
Seems like he's quite the industrious fellow.
38 times.
Also, finding out that this is also another Michael from Pennsylvania, because he is also from Pennsylvania, has been a shock to me. I will admit, now I am a firm believer that everyone from Pennsylvania just looks like that. Okay, this is Ginger Mike from PA. Straight up.
It's like, this dude is a fucking psycho. He escaped from a prison 6 fucking days ago, and has just been on a fun little excursion in the woods around Longwood Gardens. Last night, they actually spotted him on a trail cam in Longwood Gardens. They haven't caught him.
Oh, man, you're making these TikToks like, meanwhile, it's not like the cops are actually going to do their fucking jobs and catch this dude. He's going to come to your fucking house next, dude. Watch out.
Nope, they haven't caught him. Because our local Keystone cops are doing Keystone cop stuff. I have no idea why. Now, I mean, historically, this has been a difficult area to catch people, which is why it was an underground railroad stop, like before the Civil War. Like, slaves fleeing from the South would come through this area, and it was called the Longwood, okay? And they would hide here, and Quakers would help them and get them to move even more north so they could get away from, like, fugitive slave catchers, okay? He is not being helped by Quakers, though. He's just walking around in the fucking woods. And now he's in Longwood Gardens. He's inside the fucking gardens, where I wanted to fucking go yesterday. I wanted to take my wife to Longwood Gardens. It was our fucking wedding anniversary. I wanted to walk around gardens and look at pretty flowers and then look at her and be like, I fucking love you. And she's like, I fucking love you. But I can't, because there's a 5-foot...
I feel like this is just how people from Pennsylvania operate. Like, I I assume that everyone in Pennsylvania is always like this. You know what I mean? Like, he's not even doing a bit. It's just like he's just mad all the time.
Tall Brazilian man.
It literally tracks with my experience in Philadelphia. I'm just going to be honest. Like, people from Philadelphia especially behave like this all the time.
Who loves to kill, hiding in a fucking garden that over 1 million people visit a year. International tourists from around the world come to look at this fucking garden, and they're worried that this guy, who's so fucking crafty, might climb into a
He's just mad that he can't eat horse manure. You know, I'm assuming the Eagles are gonna fucking play tomorrow or Monday. He's like, you better open the fucking Longwood Gardens so I can engage in my horse manure eating activities. Go Birds.
tour bus and get away into the night. But no, instead he's just walking around fucking the middle of nowhere. He's read your Route 1 somewhere, and now I can't go look at fucking flowers. Y'all better find this guy so I can fucking relax.
This is a PA suburb country. I was just at Longwood Gardens on Sunday. The Hogs are so excited. They haven't had entertainment in a long time. It's been more than a week. Honestly, he should just win. Lol, I made a joke about the cops around the gardens looking like slave catchers. So this guy did 2 murders, okay? He's 2 for 2. 1 in Brazil and 1 in America. And then how did he escape? Like he like moonwalked out of prison or some shit. Like I heard I've been on vacation. Okay? So I haven't really seen what the fuck's going on. But like what's happening in Pennsylvania prisons? Like you could just like walk out? Is that what's happening? He crab walked up the wall. He climbed up the wall. Do we have video of this? Because I need to see it. I need to see not the new sightings, but like actually a descriptor of how this guy got out.
New here at 5, surveillance video captures the moment a convicted murderer escapes through the roof of a Pennsylvania prison's exercise yard. There you see Danilo Cavalcante placing his hands and feet on the walls, then shimmy right on up.
There ain't no fucking way, dog. Are you serious? There ain't no fucking way. Same thing happened in Germany a few days ago. You guys want to know something fucking cool and fun? In Germany, it is not illegal, technically, to try and escape prison. The only thing they will add, if you do end up escaping prison in Germany, the only thing they'll add onto your charges is like the clothes that you stole from the prison. Because they believe that yearning for freedom is a human right. So they actually don't add additional charges if you successfully escape prison, unless you are wearing the state's clothes on your back. So technically, if you escape prison naked, well, I guess that would be indecent exposure at a certain point. But like if you escape prison naked, it's technically not illegal. He got on the roof and jumped over a barbed wire fence.
CNN reports it's the same way another inmate briefly broke out of the Chester County Prison in May. According to the warden, Cavalcante then pushed through razor wire.
Dog, how do they... This is the second time? It's the second time someone has used this trick? Why didn't they fucking do something? Hello? Why didn't they fix it? Bro, what is happening, dude? They should have patched it. Bro, when you see a fucking exploit that big, you patch it, okay? Why are these guys sleeping on the fucking job?
ran across a roof and scaled a fence to escape. Authorities have been searching for the 34-year-old for a week now. Last spotted Tuesday entering the woods on the east of the side of the growing search area.
That's insane to me. Apparently, people are just climbing fucking walls in prisons and shit.
Also moved guests out of the area, and they, at one point tonight, they did tell employees to shelter in place, but they are searching an area of interest in Longwood Gardens. That's just behind me in this area. You can see the law enforcement vehicles here behind me, Anderson. That's what we can tell you tonight. Another sighting, and they are searching an area right around here.
Do you have any sense of how large an area that may be? And you probably don't, because I know this is all happening right now.
Well, it's a large area. What they told us earlier was that the entire perimeter was about an 8 to 10 square mile area. But I can tell you, Anderson, in the last couple of hours, that perimeter has changed many, many times. There have been law enforcement vehicles, dozens upon dozens of them, moving all around us at high speed sometimes with lights flashing, and they have pushed us from one point to another. This perimeter keeps changing. You can see that's one part of it right there. This perimeter keeps changing tonight. My colleague Aaron Cooper observed law enforcement personnel with tactical vests on, camouflage gear, and long guns. That's the first glimpse we've had of those types of personnel. All of this activity coming after a sighting at about noon today, telling us that this fugitive may be moving around in a fairly tight area. Tonight, another reported sighting as the manhunt for convicted murderer Danilo Cavalcante enters its second week.
We had a possible sighting of Cavalcante by a person in the vicinity of Longwood Gardens.
This sighting, officials say, was not far from where he was seen on a trail camera Monday night. A law enforcement official tells CNN someone walked up to police and reported seeing Cavalcante around noon today. Police searched the area inside their perimeter of 8 to 10 square miles, asked why they couldn't squeeze in the area to grab him.
It's not just a perfect open piece of land that you can just march through. You've got businesses, residences, highways, hills, valleys, wooded areas that can't be pushed through.
Cavalcante has been on the run since August 31st, the week after he was sentenced to life in prison for murdering his girlfriend. The victim's family in fear for their lives.
They do have protection, and they are terrified. They haven't left their home. They're barricaded inside and very concerned about their safety. We do have police detail around them 24 hours a day, but I know they're very, very worried. This is an outrage. This should have never happened. You know that I was the prosecutor who was assigned to this case, and I helped convict this man, and he was sentenced to life without parole. We're all upset.
This stunning surveillance video shows the escape, the 34-year-old crab walking up the side of a wall in an outdoor exercise area of the prison. Investigators say he pushed through razor wire, ran across a roof, scaled another fence, and got through more razor wire. Now on the run, he's been seen several times in the surrounding area, and police have found his footprints.
Saturday evening, we heard some very strange things in the woods. Saw some things on our cameras.
Bro, we're fucked. Like, we're just fucked. Like, it's nuts, dude. With this law enforcement, with this kind of law enforcement, bro, they haven't done a job in like years, okay? They haven't done a single job. I don't mean like any job. I mean literally. I don't mean just like policing. They just don't do work. So, good luck.
And we did alert police.
Nina and Charlie Lyman live less than 2 miles from the prison on a 65-acre farm. They believe Cavalcante may have been on their property, which police have searched twice.
We do have several nooks and crannies. We have 3 barns, haylofts, horse trailers. There are 3 houses on the property. So we're taking precautions.
Cavalcante has also been recorded at least twice on surveillance video. The more days that go by without them catching him, does he get more dangerous?
Well, he does. He gets more dangerous because he gets more desperate, and he's probably looking to obtain a weapon. He's going to need to get water and food and more clothes, and he's looking for a vehicle. And all of those things potentially put him in contact with the public, with citizens in their homes, cars, outside.
What did he do? He murdered once in Brazil and once in America. He murdered his like ex-girlfriend in front of his children, apparently.
And that's where the real danger comes in.
We've been pressing law enforcement officials every step of the way on whether Danilo Cavalcante has obtained a weapon or not. The latest word we got a short time ago is so far they do not have any indication that he has obtained a weapon. Now, as for whether he has left any traces of himself behind anywhere like food, clothing, or anything else like that, Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens of the Pennsylvania State Police told me so far they have found no physical traces of this man, but things are very fluid tonight.
Is it fair to say that this has taken too long? Are there certain steps that you're concerned are not being taken?
Brother, let's keep it a $150. Cops are so fucking bad at their jobs in general. Good luck. The people of Pennsylvania are on their own pretty much. The most overpaid, worse at their jobs group of motherfuckers on the planet.
Well, Jake, I certainly did predict that it would have found him sooner than this, but that doesn't mean that the police are doing a bad job. There's a certain amount of luck that is involved in the equation.
What?
Sometimes things just don't fall your way. I have like the elements of heat that affect the camera. And now we learned, I think, on your network this morning that Cavalcante has some survivalist skills in living amongst the trees and the brush. So there's a bit of an advantage there. What they need to do now is be secure in the fact that they have him within the perimeter based on these sightings and credible sightings at that, because there's been a lot more reported of sightings than these 8 or 10. And they have to start tightening that perimeter and then putting the pressure on, meaning, keep the action up. When he hears the helicopters above, he hears dogs barking. We want to deprive him of sleep, of food, of water, of any kind of comfort. And we want to wear him down to the point that he wants to give up. So we have to keep the pressure on. And we also want to do it quickly, hoping he doesn't get any more resources, such as money, or most likely, we don't want him to have a weapon.
Bryce, the escaped killer in Pennsylvania, was able to break out even after more razor wire had been added in the same area where a different inmate had briefly escaped just a few months ago. And in this case, the tower guard failed to see him crab walk the wall. And in D.C., the suspected killer there was able to get away because he was not handcuffed to a hospital gurney because they were swapping out the cuffs. Are these cases of negligence by law enforcement?
Right. We have the most expensive prison industrial complex on the planet. One of the only countries on the planet where prisons are fucking for profit. We have the absolute most expensive paramilitary police force. Okay. That one is like across the board, both in totality and per capita. And like motherfuckers are still escaping. This is the one area where like the draconian measures that are implemented are supposed to work. This ain't no Norwegian prison, dog, where the doors are unlocked and you can just like walk out. It's America, goddammit. How the fuck? How in the ever-loving fuck is this something you could do? It's like losing out on this situation is like if America went band for band on an obesity competition and like lost to another country. Okay? There's a couple things that we're number one at. Prisons, policing, and obesity. Like if we went band for band with like fucking France and lost in the heart disease competition, I'd be like, what the fuck's going on? Pick up the fucking slack. We're number one, bitch. What are you doing? We got the biggest titties and we got the most heart disease. And you're out here fucking telling me that those goddamn Frenchmen are defeating us? Fuck that shit.
Or is this just what happens every now and then because, criminal's gonna criminal?
Yeah, I don't want to speak on those cases specifically because I'm not involved in, any sort of investigation or research in those areas. But this is what happens. We see this. It's not frequent, but when escapes do occur, it's often because there's either some sort of security lapse, some protocol wasn't followed, something happens that it creates the opportunity for someone to escape. So it's not completely uncommon. I don't want to blame it on any particular individual in either of those agencies, just because I'm not familiar with the details of their investigations yet. But this is not an uncommon thing in general.
Michael, there have been several sightings of Cavalcante over several days in and around Longwood Gardens. Why might he consider Longwood Gardens a safe place? Does he not believe that law enforcement knows he's been spotted there, or is there just a lot of cover, or is it just where he ended up?
It's probably a combination of all three. He ended up there, and as we said, he might be very comfortable within the trees and the brush, thinking he could find cover physically from law enforcement. And there's no indication that he has access to the media. So he doesn't hear on CNN that the police may believe they have him contained within a perimeter. So he may believe now that he's staying safe because he's getting away with it for so long. And the more comfortable he gets, the more likely he is to make a mistake that will lead to his arrest.
Bryce, the authorities have shut down 2 school districts in Pennsylvania. Some of the schools are closed for a third day. We're not seeing the same response in D.C.
America, we got to add a new thing. Mass shooting day is like the new snow day. And now we got criminal escape prison in a fucking laughable way day. It's wild.
Is it right for schools and school districts to close? I mean, my immediate response, and maybe I'm naive about this, is it's not as though Cavalcante has a weapon. It's not as though he has superhuman powers. Is there a need to shut down school districts?
Yeah, I mean, you see the response vary across jurisdictions. I don't know if there's no evidence to say one way or the other is best practice per se, but I know that they're taking every precaution necessary. I can say, though, from the research that we've done, that in general, it is rare that people use violence once they've escaped from custody. They're too busy, looking for food, looking for shelter, looking for places to hide, and avoiding recapture to really engage in too much crime outside. Not to say it never happens, but it is a rare event when it does occur.
And Michael, my general reaction when I hear about somebody who is on the run is I don't feel like, I mean, people obviously should lock their doors anyway, but I don't feel particularly vulnerable or think that anybody else should be feel particularly vulnerable. These people want to avoid detection and get the hell out of there in general. These aren't necessarily people looking to take hostages or cause damage, right?
Well, that's true, Jake, but in their desperation, we don't know how they'll react. So I know there was a reporting, someone suspected that Cavalcante had broken in their home and stole food and fled. Well, that's good if he fled. But we might get another situation where he's shoplifting or trying to steal something else, and the person, maybe not knowing who he is going to approach this guy. He's not a very imposing figure. He's going to look like someone he can take down pretty easily. So if he panics like that and he feels he's going to be challenged, he may do something violent. So you're right. He doesn't want to bring attention to himself. But when backed in the corner, we don't know how he's going to react. And given his violent history, we can only suspect that he would be violent in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I just mean people should go on and live their lives, not live in fear.
But be cautious at the same time.
Absolutely. Be cautious. And if you see them, either one of these criminals, avoid and call authorities. Michael.
That's crazy, man. What the fuck's going on? A convict broke his cuffs, stole the transport van, and escaped in Oregon. He made his way up to Portland and got caught after being stuck in the mud for 12 hours. That's awesome. He was entrapped in the mud for 12 hours. Lost to the environment, dude.
Jacqueline London, officials say Cavalcante is the second prisoner to escape from Chester County Prison this year.
And police have released new video showing how he was able to break out of jail. And you can see Cavalcante approach a small hallway right there before scaling up the wall. He then goes through the razor wire, across a roof, jumps a fence, and through more razor wire before he finally gets out. This all happened on the morning of August 31st. The warden says the prison was not locked down until an hour after he escaped. Then authorities started their search, I should say. Surveillance cameras in the area captured the criminal And on Saturday, a residential camera caught him on the 1800 block of Lenape Road in Pocopson Township, just 1.5 miles from the prison. One of the next sightings, same 2 days later from a trail camera near Longwood Gardens. The video shows him shirtless and carrying a backpack as he moves through a heavily wooded area. And that brings us to today. 7 days into the search, Skyforce 10 is overhead as authorities work to track down Cavalcante. And NBC 10's Deanna Durante is live in Westchester with the latest details. Deanna.
Well, a series of security breaches led to this escape, according to prison officials. As you said, this is the second escape this year, the second one since May. And prison officials say a number of security patterns were in place, but clearly it was not enough. They also say a guard missed the convicted killer.
That's insane, bro. I mean, shut down the fucking prison at that point. You know what I mean? I'm surprised Republicans haven't hit this bit by being like, Pennsylvania's Democrat, brother. They're just letting criminals roam the streets, brother. That type of shit. You know what I mean?
Getting off
those DAs, brother.
The prison grounds. Video released today shows 34-year-old convicted killer Danilo Cavalcante scale a wall. Prison officials say it was quick, too quick for guards monitoring video footage to see. From there, Cavalcante made his way outside the Chester County Prison.
At 8:51 a.m., Cavalcante escapes from the prison, having crab walked up a wall, push his way through razor wire, run across a roof, scale another fence, and push his way through more razor wire.
And past a guard tower, where a guard was monitoring the prison yard where the inmates were.
As we develop information into this, we are certainly going to look at what the actions of that tower officer were, why he didn't observe what was occurring in that yard.
The guard now is on administrative leave. Cavalcante isn't the first escapee this summer. In May, another inmate managed to climb that wall, get to the roof, and get out of the prison yard. He was caught minutes later because the guard in the tower saw him and called for backup. Cavalcante was not discovered missing for an hour after he was already on the run.
I think it's fucked up to expect the prison guards not engage in playing Pokemon Go in the same way that cops do everywhere else. If cops get to play Pokemon Go in New York metro stations, then cops are going to do the same shit in prison too. You know what I mean? It's cop activity. Sorry, I was looking at my fucking phone, dog.
Cavalcante has clearly already obtained some clothing and unknown other supplies, and we want to minimize any opportunity to obtain anything more.
Despite sightings, police say he's managed to stay on the run now for 7 days, eluding police and surviving in extreme heat. The heat is hurting search efforts, police say, as trained dogs are affected by the heat, and some of the equipment isn't useful. But state police say when it comes to those in the area, keep your eyes opened and your doors locked.
Residents can expect to continue to see large numbers of law enforcement officers in their communities and traveling to and from assigned locations. We continue to ask for the public's help by familiarizing themselves with the photograph and description of Cavalcante, to check security cameras they have, and to call us immediately if they believe they may have seen Cavalcante.
Now, police at this point are not saying if they believe Cavalcante has gotten any outside help, if they believe any of those inmates assisted in his escape. We did ask, we saw people in the video, if they were possibly trying to distract the guards. They say that's all part of the investigation. They do tell us that in their searches, they have found items along the way in their search perimeter, but yet they can't tell us if those items belong to Cavalcante or not. The main thing here for people in Pennsbury Township, where that search perimeter exists right now, if you see anyone suspicious, call police right away. Reporting live in Westchester, Deanna Durante, NBC 10 News.
Yeah, call the cops right away so they can also not do their jobs. Bro. As that one dude said, call a crackhead. Bro, crackheads would have cracked this case. That tower guard just got fired? No. That's crazy. No. It's so funny to think that, like, we have this massive system that demands multiple millions of dollars. And like, it's supposed to be like a well-oiled, incredibly well-funded machine. And it just happens to be super ruthless and draconian every single time it's not supposed to. And in the one instance where you expect them to be efficient and ruthless, they just can't do it. It's like, why do we have a fucking police state and a surveillance state if, like, the one instance where the police are supposed to, like, actually rise to power and meet the challenge head on, and even then they can't fucking do it? It's like a major dub for them. You know what I mean? This is a major dub for the cops. Some fucking cop to be like, that's it. We found him. This is a double murderer that escaped prison. We got him. We clapped him. And he's just fucking running around dancing. Okay? Dancing around the state of Pennsylvania in the woods. Crazy. Anyway. The only reason the inmate could escape is because he wasn't taking $1,000 of electronic equipment with him. Yeah. Exactly. Leave it up to the fucking Mexican authorities and they would have clapped him quick, dude. They're quick with it. They're nice with it. They're nutty with it. As I've come to find. So, gonna talk about this real quick. I have no idea what's going on here, but call to activism. Don't know what they are. But they have 1 million followers. They tweeted, question, if we were given some interesting information about Tucker Carlson, should we release it? First, here's something interesting. 2 years ago, Tucker Carlson called Don Lemon a heaping, helping hunk of a man.
In the spirit of easing tensions and lowering the temperature at CNN a bit, we have no problem admitting for the record that Mr. Don Lemon is one heaping, helping hunk of a man.
In 2022, Tucker Carlson bizarrely ended a segment with a shirtless photo of Twitch streamer Hasan, whom Carlson referred to as completely unprompted as one heaping, helping hunk of a man.
Is one
not real, like, I can't tell if they're in on the meme or if they themselves, I can't tell if they're in on the meme or they legitimately think that this is a real segment that he put up.
This last 4th of July weekend and went up on a private beach in Italy, and we're going to go out tonight by singeing your retinas with a photograph of that event. Mr. Hiker is one heaping, helping hunk of a man. Close your eyes as you go to sleep tonight and try to get that image out of your head, if you can. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m., the best night with the ones you love. See you then. Oh, Jason Chaffetz is in. For Shawn, is that correct? I'm sorry, I'm hearing that.
Tucker,
Jason
what are
Chaffetz,
you doing? You put up that... Would you get every person in the country to turn off their television?
Over.
So that was like, this was a meme. This is a Okay Buddy meme. It was I think it was a Hasanabi Productions meme. Pretty sure. The wildest part about this is that, like, Henry Winkler believes it, I think. Like, a bunch of celebs have responded to this. Like, fucking Henry Winkler, dude. What the hell's going on? The fuck is going on, dude? There's more. Hasan will be dropping a bombshell interview on Monday where I will give a tell-all on my sexual relationship with Tucker Carlson. The Fonz thinks I fucked Tucker Carlson. And I don't know how to do... I don't know how to... I mean, I kind of want to... Should I just retweet it and not say anything? That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to retweet it. When you were on the Throwing Fits podcast, is it really that bad for this rumor to go around? You are the hot one in that situation? Yeah, just like Obama was the hot one in the situation between Obama and Larry Sinclair. Aw, poor baby. Just one time, I'd like the Fonz to think I fucked Tucker Carlson. That's the only thing I'd want the world to know about me. That the Fonz thinks I fucked Tucker Carlson. I just retweeted it without anything else. I want to see what people go. I want to see where this goes. But it is wild that this, like, that there are a lot of libs who genuinely think I fucked Tucker Carlson. And, you know, I'll just let him cook. All right, let's get back to some cooking. The YouTuber Ruby Franke is charged with 6 counts of aggravated child abuse. YouTuber parents should not be allowed to do that. We're going to do Isaiah Martin in a little bit as well. Yes. I'll cover that in a second. Let's talk about this YouTuber.
This morning, a Utah mother known to millions for her very strict online parenting advice is now accused of aggravated child abuse. Ruby Franke is her name. Her YouTube videos became controversial for her take on tough love. She is due in court this morning after authorities say 2 of her own children, she has 6, were found to be abused and malnourished. Nancy Chen is here with more on the very disturbing allegations. Nancy, this is very troubling. Good morning to you.
Yeah, disturbing indeed, Gail. Ruby Franke rose to social media fame in 2015 with her YouTube channel 8 Passengers, which featured her husband and their 6 kids. At the height of her popularity, 2.6 million people subscribed to her videos, which were all taken down after her arrest.
Welcome back to Connections. I am Ruby Franke.
Online, Ruby Franke promoted herself as a parenting expert with a strict, no-nonsense approach.
Up until...
Wait, what are this acting out behaviors, sneaking of clothes? What does that mean? Taking the car, stealing money, taking electronics without permission, abusive action towards siblings?
As a parenting expert with a strict, no-nonsense approach.
Up until now, I was really hoping that, like, keeping them home from school and wiping the floorboards would, like, really bring pain.
But now she's accused of going too far. The 41-year-old mother of 6 was arrested last...
What do you mean now she's accused? It seems like back then she was going too far. What she's describing in that situation is going too far. You can't, in the media, be like, here's some normal parenting advice she gave, and then she's like, I want to punish my children by making them feel fucking dog shit.
Last week, police say her 12-year-old son climbed out of the window of her business partner, Jodi Hildebrandt's home, and ran to a nearby house, asking for food and water. The neighbor called 911.
I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
Bro, this is literally the average schools are gendering our children parent, by the way. You know what I mean? This is like the typical fucking, this is what I assume when I hear a motherfucker who's like, I don't want no goddamn government agent teaching my child in schools. What the fuck? Letting them call themselves whatever the hell they want to. Get the fuck out of here. It's like, I need to do homeschooling. It's like, oh, okay, got it.
Authorities say the juvenile appeared to be emaciated and malnourished, with open wounds and duct tape around the extremities. When police searched Hildebrandt's home, they say they also found Franke's 10-year-old daughter in a similar physical condition of malnourishment. Hildebrandt was also taken into custody.
I love anger only when it's used in truth.
The The two women, now charged with felony child abuse, often created controversial videos offering parenting and relationship advice for Hildebrandt's life coaching company, Connections Classroom.
Being a parent is a position of power.
In fact, some followers first raised concerns 3 years ago with an online petition calling for an investigation into Franke.
I told the kids, I said, I'm not even going to let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done.
I think they've opened themselves up, not just to criticism, but again, potentially to more legal problems.
CBS News legal analyst Jessica Levinson.
What does it say that these charges are felony charges?
The fact that these are charges related to felonies, not misdemeanors, goes to the idea that we're talking about serious physical harm to the children.
Bro, this is literally like, this is like Andrew Tate shit. You know what I mean? Like, she had a Hustlers University scheme for child abuse, which she inevitably is going to go to jail for, in the identical fashion that, like, Andrew Tate had an online course teaching people how to do sex trafficking. Why do people think this is allowed? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand. People are just like, hey, man, it's called traditional values. It's like, no, it's not. You're going to fucking traditional ass jail, dude. The fuck? It's so shocking. The disturbing truth of family channels, the 8-passenger saga. Yeah, Aubrey covered this in 2020, specifically this family. Here, let's take a look at what's going on here. This is the family, right? Let's watch this. I've been meaning to watch this. Aubrey, in my headcanon, is responsible for this investigation, for the record.
He didn't eat anything. He was sleeping on the floor in the family room.
I, parent, am not responsible for how my child feels.
Aubrey literally did this, dude. Aubrey and Swoop. Okay, the one criticism that I have for Aubrey is that, like, I know he scores his own videos. It's like, it doesn't have to go so hard. You know what I mean? I don't want to be finding myself bopping along when you're, like, covering mass child abuse. You know what I mean? I'm just like, yeah, that shit goes hard. It goes too hard, Aubrey. Why does it go so hard, man? You can't be doing banger-ass intros when you're like, here's some fucking information about child abuse, dude. I don't want to be fucking bobbing my head along thinking about child abuse. What the fuck? Anyway, let's continue. Going hard, dude. All right.
Do you know what time it is? YouTube is the #1 most visited website on the internet, making it one of the easiest and most accessible avenues for anyone looking to monetize their art. For some, that art comes in the form of animations, while for others, it could be something along the lines of movie or music reviews, with some genres being more demanding than others. Vlogging, for example, involves sacrificing your privacy in exchange for a certain level of authenticity. Documenting both the highs and the lows of your day-to-day life can lend itself to a more genuine experience from the viewer's perspective, regardless of how exaggerated certain events may be. To me, the typical vlog is just content for people to live through, but it's this personal connection mixed with a stream of highly edited and entertaining videos that makes for a winning combination on YouTube, with many of these channels racking up an unprecedented amount of dedicated viewers regularly. But what happens when you bring children into the mix? And at what point does this steady stream of family-friendly content suddenly drift into exploitation? How much can truly go wrong when every minute detail of your life is presented to an audience of millions? I'd say this is a pretty important question, at least in the case of a woman named Ruby Franke.
Whenever we start sharing the details of how we actually parent, we get a lot of upset.
Ruby and Kevin Franke are the owners of a popular family vlog channel known as 8 Passengers, where they upload around 3 videos a week documenting their lives for a dedicated fan base of over...
Oh, dude, Dad's the typical white guy with that haircut. Uh-oh. I've told you this before. For white dudes, it's like if you go bald like that, it's real hard. You got to dress it up a little bit so you don't look like, so you don't fucking look like you're, you know, a white supremacist. Did I have to say it? Yes, I guess.
Over 2 million people, garnering well over 1 billion total views since their launch in 2015. With her husband preoccupied as an assistant professor at BYU, Ruby ultimately runs the show, along with her 4 sisters who also maintain channels of their own, all falling under the same common theme of family vlogging.
If you cut one more thing in my house, we're chopping its head off. I'm going to take the scissors, look at me, and I'm going to cut its head off. Grandma, will be so mad. I want to tell you something, and I want you to really listen. We should have been in that crash. Put them in your pocket so you can take them down to the hamper and drop and give me 10. 1. Put your hands straight out. They're in. They're not supposed to be out. Shape your hands forward. There you go. 1, 2, down further. Bring your butt down.
Through her years of lifestyle mommy vlog entertainment, Ruby has accumulated a net of almost 500,000 Instagram followers and a rough estimate of $2.5 million. Though it's hard to imagine Ruby's enormous success without the help of her 6 children, all of which I will be censoring for the sake of respecting their own privacy. With 2 boys and 4 girls, the ages of these children range from 17 all the way down to 6 years old. In fact, the very first video on the 8 Passengers channel was the gender reveal of that very 6-year-old, meaning this fast-paced YouTube vlogger lifestyle is all this 6-year-old girl knows. Her life has been subjected to the—
Dude, that shit sucks so bad, dude. Like, you're just born into the fucking wrong family and you just get straight up abused, non-fucking stop from day one with cameras documenting every step of it. It's so fucking awful.
Cruel lens of a video camera since she was literally in the womb. But hey, I'm sure that'll have no greater impact on her development whatsoever. I mean, how would you feel if the most critical years of your growth had been exploited for the sole purpose of granting—
Like, to be fair though, I mean, this family probably was going to be abusive anyway. It's like, at least they're fucking filming it, you know what I mean? And therefore, in this situation, like, justice was served, you know what I mean? At least because it's on camera. In a weird way, it's like an odd silver lining, you know what I mean? Even though, because think about it this way, how many fucking Mormon families don't document it for YouTube and get away with it, like someone who's subscribed to the top of the hour gets away with not seeing ads? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month, you know? Just saying, you can get away with not seeing ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. That was one of my more diabolical segues, okay? The worst part is this isn't the only time this has happened. Another channel, Daddy05, did the same shit, and even the coverages I watched were incredibly hard to watch because they would brutally scream at their children and say it's a prank unironically. Yeah.
your parents' monetary success and online prevalence. In terms of the 8 Passengers channel, the controversy surrounding this lovely couple runs a little deeper than what you may see on the surface. At first glance, they may seem like your typical run-of-the-mill family, simply trying to share their joyous journey with the rest of the world, plus a few overly clickbaity thumbnails. But from what I and many others have observed as of late, there seems to be something far more sinister happening here.
Was thinking about you, Julie. Can I have a conversation with you?
Not to talk, not right here. Actually, no, it's not.
No.
Not doing this, not doing this.
Okay, so here, just come sit by me.
I mean, you can agree or disagree with the way a parent goes about discussing puberty with their kids. I mean, I just learned everything through the internet, which definitely didn't stunt my development at all. But I think most people would agree that filming such an awkward moment and uploading it to a family-friendly channel seemingly against your own child's will is a little unnecessary.
Can you not film it? So I just
She just got rejected.
Of course there's no way they cannot not film it. If they did not film it, how are they supposed to make money and pay for your schooling, kid? Kids nowadays have it way too easy. Back in her day, they actually had this outdated thing called privacy.
I mean, right in the same video, these kids are pleading with Ruby not to have this talk on camera. Forget the conversation itself, the fact that it's having to be broadcast to countless strangers on the internet is embarrassing enough in itself. Imagine having to show your face at school, knowing there are kids in your class who have seen you have such a personal talk with your parents. Any kid that age would be humiliated. What about the time Ruby uploaded her 11-year-old daughter's first shave, or her other daughter's first shave, or her son's first shave?
Julie has been asking all summer if she can shave her legs and armpits. I think every girl has a story where they're in a rush, it will cut. So there's a lot of hair in there.
There's like a weird aspect of pedophilia on this too, I feel like, because then they make like channels for the children, right? And then the children have a fuck ton of followers, and you're like, a lot of those followers are not children, okay? Those are whole ass adults following those young ass girls, you know what I mean? It's like a very strange and awful thing. Who is this, if not for pedos? I'm sure there's plenty of like Mormon families or whatever that want like a good wholesome Christian to teach them about how to properly do child abuse and mask it as like proper guidelines. And then there's like another group of people. Sometimes it's a Venn diagram that has both in the middle. But in other instances, it's like it's a bit column A, bit column B. Sometimes A and B together. You know what I mean?
There actually.
Don't show that.
It's just very bizarre to me. Quite frankly, it's these types of videos that attract not only children, but pedophiles. Creepy old men have a history of putting timestamps in the comments where kids are in compromising positions, and to me, such blatant clickbait doesn't exactly dissuade that kind of attention. I remember feeling weird enough already during puberty, but the thought of my parents whipping out a video camera and detailing every single event that happened during that uncomfortable phase makes me want to gag.
Maybe a medium would be right. Do you want to take those and try?
What about me? What?
No, not. You don't have to try them on here. You can find a dressing room.
Okay. Mom.
She's all embarrassed.
So, did it work? How come you're all embarrassed?
Because you're filming her and you're her dad.
Is that?
I'll admit, some of their videos are a little more tame than others, but when it comes to titles that involve puberty or periods, it just comes off to me as a projection of your child's own insecurities to a much wider range of people for the aim of making money. And I think it's pretty hard to go about doing that in a tasteful manner.
I've had to get after her a few times to wash her face and to remind her to take a bath or a shower. I'm gonna give her this. It's a little gold ring. It's kind of like the one Julie got for her birthday. And I'm just gonna tell her that when she wears it, to remember that her body is a blessing and it's a good thing and everything that's happening to her is good, and remember to take care of it.
I just keep going back to the thought of having their friends at school being able to access all of this. And when I say friends, I mean it pretty loosely, since it would seem they don't have any, according to them.
And no, I have no friends.
You can play with friends.
No, like I don't have friends.
I don't have friends either.
I literally like told my friends I'm not hanging out with them anymore.
I don't even know where they live.
These kids have been pretty open with their mom about their lack of friends at school, which would honestly be crushing to any mother with a heart. But in the case of Ruby, it would seem that despite her apparently strict militaristic household, it's not hard to see where her priorities lie.
Chad hasn't had a flip phone, a smartphone, any kind of phone, and it's been over a year. And I still have no intention of returning a phone. Abby, we took the phone away from Abby.
Yo, what the fuck? I mean, yeah, no shit they don't have friends, dude. What the fuck are you doing? Yeah, it's not, this is like the least shocking development. Yeah, if you're a fucking teenager and you don't have a phone and your mom is running the ship like a goddamn animal, okay? You're just, you know, your development is stunted. You're not gonna, what are you gonna talk to your peers about? That time you had to do fucking push-ups, like
In November. And you may never get the phone back.
Probably not.
If I was to go back and redo anything in parenting, it would be not to give the kids a phone.
Yeah, so there will be basically no technology over the summer.
Look, I get it. You shoehorn enough of your miserable life into the spotlight that it's only natural for the more negative sides to show themselves. But openly denying your child the most basic necessity is a little bit more.
The eldest daughter started documenting in a Google Doc everything she could remember with archive videos.
More than 30 seconds out of a 20-minute video, as described by the eldest passenger on Instagram.
I just got a text message from Eve's teacher, and she said that Eve did not pack a lunch today, and can I bring a lunch over to the school? Responded and just said Eve is responsible for making her lunches in the morning, and she actually told me she did pack a lunch.
Like, I'm sorry, but what did you really expect from a 5-year-old girl? My mom is a kindergarten teacher, and I know for a fact those snot-nosed cretins cannot be expected to tie their own shoes, let alone remember to prepare an entire meal for themselves.
Hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her a lunch, because then
she put this out there. Brother, she put this out there. She put this out there. Like, she published this. If anything, it's wild that, like, it's wild that it took, like, genuine, visible, physical abuse signs from a child who basically fucking escaped jail-like conditions for the law enforcement authorities to be like, yeah, this is, you know, we should touch on this. And it's kind of crazy because, like, this happens all the time. We've watched many stories identical to this that don't document, obviously, this kind of child abuse. And then, like when CPS shows up on their door, they have very limited options. And obviously, like, that structure in and of itself is not great either, because then you're put in a fucking foster care, which also sucks. Like, and then foster care can also be really damaging for the child. But, you know, those turn to murder cases too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the family with like a bunch of adopted black, like the lesbian couple with a bunch of like adopted black children come to mind. You guys remember? Fuck, what was it? They were like Bernard sisters, I guess. And they were basically using their children as props and also routinely engaging in child abuse. And like CPS showed up and they can basically lie in that situation. Yeah, the Hart family. And then they drove them off of a cliff and killed everybody. Oh yeah, Atlanta did an episode as well.
she's not going to learn from the natural outcomes.
So what, you just trust that if your kid feels hungry enough by the end of the day, she'll learn how to pack her own food more diligently next time?
You've got a little treat there, some Nutella sticks. Why did she take the sandwich out and then put it in a container? Oh.
Yeah, maybe because she's 5. She doesn't know what to pick out because she's a child. If I had to pack my own lunch at that age, I'd be eating nothing but goldfish and gushers 5 days out of the week.
My hope is that she'll be hungry and come home and go, oh man, that was really painful being hungry all day. I will make sure to always have a lunch with me.
I know I'm not exactly experienced in this field, but I could never see myself doing that kind of thing.
It's nuts, dude. She's 5 years old, lady. The fuck were you doing at 5? You know what I mean? Like, she's literally unironically doing that meme. She's unironically doing that meme that I got where it's like, dumbass baby doesn't know how to make a sandwich meme that I engage in every now and then. Like, she's doing that. But seriously, she's like, wow, my dumbass child doesn't know how to make a fucking sandwich at the age of 5.
As a parent. The definition of neglect in most states is the failure of a parent or caregiver to provide needed food, shelter, clothing, medical care, or supervision to the degree that a child's health, safety, and well-being are threatened with harm. The first part of that definition should ring a couple bells.
My job as a parent is to provide for the needs of my kids, the needs that they cannot meet themselves. You know, providing food, providing a safe place. Kids have a really hard time providing their own safe space. That is my responsibility.
They're gonna think you're torturing him. Stop it. I know you're not, but it looks like you are. Okay, Russell. I'm only gonna say it one more time, and then you're gonna lose the privilege to eat dinner.
Never mind the fact that her youngest daughter somehow slipped away and fell down a gutter or something. I don't know. I could barely find any information about this.
One of the reasons Oh, no! What are you doing?
You are so crazy, girl.
Can you get it up here?
I can't believe you're going down there. I can't get any of my kids to go down there. You did that all by... Oh my...
Also the same kid that, like, broke a door? How do you let this happen, first of all?
The boat. Can I have that?
What happened?
I wrote that. The shark coming.
What happened? Evie, no. Don't stand on that. Don't stand on this.
The sharks. The sharks. The sharks.
You pretending you're in the ocean and so you broke my door?
Just think, if this is the type of thing unfolding on camera, it almost makes me wonder what all is happening off camera.
Worry if Dad and I are gonna get divorced? You do? I did not know you worried about that. How often do you worry about that?
Bro, why are you filming this, dog? What the fuck are you doing? Why are you filming this? Why is this being filmed? Weird as fuck.
Probably when I go to sleep.
When you're at the most tired, and then your mind starts going to extreme cases. Oh, well, do you hear Dad and I yell and fight a lot? You're supposed to say no. You're not supposed to say yes. And there was a time, I'll find the photo. I had just had Russell, and Julie was just crying a lot and whining, and one day I looked at her and I'm like, you just stink. She had like peed her pants or something, and it was just because she was being neglected, because I was totally paying attention to the new baby. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna get somebody to help me with the little ones. I'm gonna pay attention to you. And so I bought her a new little dress at Walmart. It was like one of those dresses you see for like $4.89 or whatever, a really cheap dress. It was just darling, cute as can be. And I gave her a bath, and I brushed her hair and fixed it cute, and she was good. She was better.
Between policing her children's social media, suppressing their access to technology, and failing to provide food, it would seem Ruby's parenting methods are a bit unorthodox. You could say the ethical side of Ruby and Kevin were especially brought to the forefront when their eldest son, 14 at the time, had been shipped off to a wilderness camp in the middle of the desert, leaving many wondering what he could have done to warrant such a harsh and otherwise life-altering punishment.
Oh, that is also... That also is the classic, fucking classic wilderness shit that Mormons love doing. They love doing that.
Clue you guys in on what's been going on a little bit with Chad and why Ruby and I are in a hotel room right now.
But first, we have a sponsor. Did you know that J in J Aubrey actually stands for Ray J? If you ask me, his company...
Okay, this is such an old ad from J Aubrey that we're skipping it because like there's no way that link is still active.
On August 9th of 2019, Ruby
You
and
mean
her
like you did? Yeah, no, what I did was nowhere near as bad. It was under the same. Didn't that happen to you? Yes. I was sent to a wilderness camp too, but it was like, oh shit, the door's knocked at. It's probably my fucking mom. But it was on accident. Like, it wasn't like they didn't know it was like that. Hold on.
Full husband Kevin emotionally relayed some pretty unfortunate news to their audience.
The guy says, oh, you don't need to bring anything except 36 pair of underwear. When Chad heard it, he was like, I really am going to go live in the desert in my underwear.
Is the music necessary? Is it really necessary? I don't think it's necessary.
Chad today has just entered the Anasazi Foundation Wilderness Therapy Program, where he's going to spend the next 8 to 10 weeks living in the
Anasazi Desert.
Yeah, the desert mountains of Arizona.
It became evident that some unspecified behavioral episodes had led the couple to their final decision of sending their 14-year-old son to live in the desert to be fixed, I guess, where he would be stripped of all his basic commodities and forced to adopt a new minimalist, rugged way of living. The mindset here, of course, being that this change of pace would give him a new appreciation for the luxuries he has at home, assisting him along his spiritual journey with God.
So the idea is with wilderness therapy is if you can survive with these peers in the wilderness with nothing more than the clothes on your back and a couple of field supplies, then there's nothing in this world that you can't tackle.
And they said, like, it's like the real wilderness out there. There's snakes, there's bears, there's coyotes, cougars. Like, it's the real deal.
We want Chad to have some of those experiences.
I think close encounters would be good for him.
Yeah, because those types of...
So this is very common. Brace Belden also went on these as well. I think he's like also documented his experiences in one of these camps for like being a... I mean, they do a lot of like... This is basically child abuse masked as wilderness therapy. The one I went to wasn't like this, obviously. The one I went to was like pretty fucked up, but it wasn't literally like the one I went to was voluntary. It wasn't like the type of camp where they just like basically kidnap you and then drop you into this like insane situation. It wasn't like Synanon or anything. Mine was LNT. Oh, you're not. No, LNT means leave no trace. I forget. It's like Eagle Landing or something, which is a little bit different. Yeah, mine was Outward Bound. It wasn't Synanon, and this is like Outward Bound as well, I think.
experiences can teach you what's really important.
And he'll come home and he'll be like, dude, I survived and there were bears. I can do anything. I'm not scared at all about that kind of stuff. What I lose sleep over is when kids start self-sabotaging their own efforts.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that really concerns me.
Just to stick it to their teachers or to stick it to their parents or family.
And the only person they're really hurting is themselves.
Shut the fuck up. The Anasazi Foundation describes itself as a troubled teens wilderness organization, specializing in restoring and strengthening parent-child relationships. Oh, and they're nonprofit, so they don't pay taxes either. Although they claim to be against behavioral modification on their website, I did find a Glassdoor review from a former staff member who insisted Anasazi was more geared towards troubled teens by Mormon.
There's a Mormon organization, which I was not told being hired. They say they're non-denominational. Dude, Mormons do this shit all the time. Remember that anti-porn, anti-sex work chatter that came in here and was like, see, I'm not anti-sex work. And look at this non-denominational website that has documented all the different kinds of like sex crimes that actually happen in reality during like ethical sex work that you claim. And then we looked at it and immediately found out that it was a fucking Mormon organization that disguise themselves as a non-denominational organization. Because like everybody knows if you just come out of the gates as like a Christian organization or a Mormon organization, people are going to look at it differently. So now they're more cunning in the way that they try to mask that. Messed up.
Standards. The anonymous trail worker went on to describe the heavily dense Mormon staff as having minimal prior experience with kids, let alone troubled ones, vaguely alluding to the way certain campers were treated compared to others. I understand it's hard to gauge the legitimacy of an anonymous review, but the so-called therapeutic tab on their website hardly provides any insight to the specifics of their approach. It seems to throw out a bunch of vague, indefinite terminology that applies to a generally holistic set of principles. And although I don't know the specific issues their son is seemingly dealing with, it just feels counterproductive to ship any child away to a camp so loose in its approach to treatment. Like, what even are the essentials of a healthy lifestyle? And how does teaching these basic things help somebody struggling with substance abuse? It's like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound. It's not exactly the type of information to give me peace of mind.
This is a chance for like a reset, like a start over, like a do-over, like a fresh beginning.
Yeah. So
look, I can't really tell any parent how to raise their...
No, you can't send your children to therapy because then they might become woke and gay. What you're supposed to do is send them to Mormon therapy, which is also bad because like a lot of these churches in these communities also have their own special therapists as well. And you don't want that shit either. Because like a lot of these like church groups will send you directly to a church approved affiliated therapist, and those people are not great either. Okay,
their kids. I don't have the expertise, so I'm not exactly in the know when it comes to the way their children behave, or at least I don't pretend to know as much as they do. But there is nothing, and I mean nothing, my kid could ever do that would make me think, you know what would really help? Forcing them to sleep on the ground in the middle of the desert. Call me crazy, but that very concept sounds like it could worsen whatever it is they're already going through. Like, I'm sorry, Ruby, but in what universe would it be beneficial to pluck a troubled individual out of their element, in this case seemingly against their own will, and throw them into an entirely new environment where they're forced to hold their own against new circumstances they've never been exposed to? I wouldn't know how to react. I'd feel betrayed. To me, it sends a message of, we don't want you here, which can only work to damage the trust necessary between a child and their parent. I'm not saying every experience with these camps has to be negative, but the dangerous potential of these decisions should not be overlooked either.
And I know you are, you know that there are things that happen in your family that other people don't know about. And it's the same with our family. There are things that happen in our family you don't know about.
We don't film, we don't share, so
just trust us that we're doing what's...
Bro, it's like, yeah, extra abuse. You know what I mean? Remember, this video was made 3 years ago by J Aubrey. Friend of the show, J Aubrey made this video 3 years ago. This lady is now currently undergoing criminal proceedings. She's going to go to jail for aggravated child abuse.
Best. I'm really excited for Chad.
Again, I don't know what's best for their family. I don't claim to know everything that goes down behind closed doors. In fact, according to her son, he had a great time. Granted, he said this in front of his mother on camera, along with this.
So me deciding that my stomach ache was Chad's fault was not seeing things in truth. But I really, really want to blame him. Because I just want to be able to eat my dessert and Oreo cookies without stomach aches. And so...
Then send me off to another wilderness camp again.
So, take that as you will.
Chad, come do a Q&A. Where did you go?
Anasazi.
And where is that?
Arizona, Tahoe National Forest.
Okay, why did you go there?
Because I was a bad boy. I heard this huge buzz behind me, and I looked up and it was a tarantula hawk, which is like in the top 5 most painful insect stings scale. It's on that scale.
Aren't they poisonous too?
Fuck.
Yeah, like that's why they're so painful, because they...
Oh.
And it landed on my forearm, and I started crying, and I was in the alone in the woods.
Although it was never really specified why he was sent to Anasazi in the first place, we know of some other behavioral complications that led to further punishment upon returning home. According to a deleted video on the 8 Passengers channel, the now 15-year-old got into some pretty hot water after a series of pranks on his younger brother.
We never told our viewers.
I woke Russell up at 2 in the morning and told him that we're going to Disneyland and he has to pack. And he got up and made his bed all neatly and then packed all his clothes in a suitcase. And then he walked out the door and I'm like, Russell, he was like, what? And he's all happy. Has his sunglasses on. And I was like, we're not going to Disneyland. And he started crying and hitting me. And then he went back to bed in tears and then...
So that was...
Bro, see, this is like the cycle of pedophilia. Pedophiles will go and do child sex abuse, and then those people will end up also repeating that cycle in some instances. It's like YouTuber begets YouTuber, okay? Mother is a YouTuber, creates a fucking YouTuber in the making. This dude is out here making YouTube videos without actually filming it at this point. Also, by the way, all jokes aside, that is 100%, like, the dude is, that wasn't valid to fucking send him to abuse camp, okay? Like, it's just like a funny little story.
Not the reason you lost your room, but that was...
Well, the other reason is because I pointed a BB gun at his face.
Pointed a BB gun at his face and hung him on the basketball.
Pretty typical, if you ask me. I think all siblings are going to pick on each other at one point or another. That's just how siblings are. The pranks me and my sister used to play on each other growing up make some of these look pretty tame by comparison. And in my opinion, lying to your brother about a Disneyland trip and letting him hang from a basketball hoop is entirely less cruel than what Ruby saw fit for punishment.
My bedroom was taken away for 7 months, and then you gave it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that. You've been sleeping on a beanbag.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag.
It's like, that's paywalled content, dumbass. He's like, dude, why are you leaking that? That's fucking paywall child abuse. You're not supposed to leak that part of the child abuse. Our viewers didn't pay for the privilege. That is supposed to be kept to the Patreon.
It's October, and they gave my room back like 2 weeks ago.
Chad showed that he was not able to manage himself.
Okay, you know what's wild, though? She posted that. She literally, like, she could have cut that out. She posted it instead. You know what I mean? What are you doing?
Sharing a bedroom with Russell.
So when we moved, the bigger room in the basement was automatically his, and I didn't have a room.
It was only revealed in this video from 2020 that the eldest son had been sleeping without a bed since October. For over half a year of his life, this child was forced to sleep on a beanbag chair because he pulled a few distasteful pranks on a sibling. He's 15. I understand when harsher forms of punishment.
That's the thing I don't get. Someone in the chat also said this, like, who the fuck watches this shit? That's the part I don't understand at all. Why is this compelling content? Why is this entertaining? Why are people watching this shit? I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. It can't be other kids. I don't think it's other kids. It's other moms, sure. Kids watch it. Kids are watching like a horror story. If I'm a kid and I'm watching this, it's like watching a scary movie, dude. It's like, oh my God, imagine how fucked up my mom would be like if she was like this.
Men are sometimes justified, but I don't know when it would ever be appropriate to take away your child's own bedroom.
So a lot of you are like, hey, that's not fair because Chad got the lesser bedroom and Russell got the bigger bedroom. Russell got the big bedroom and Chad got the smaller bedroom. And Russell's bigger bedroom also had a bathroom. But what you guys didn't know was Chad didn't get any room. He didn't get anything. He was sleeping on the floor in the family room.
Not only is there an ethical issue with this, but think about all the physical side effects that could come from sleeping in a beanbag chair for that long. You're just asking for back pain, spinal issues, and this was right after he got home from that stupid wilderness camp too. So not only did the camp evidently not work, but I guess they figured he didn't need a comfortable place to sleep anymore. Just look at the way Ruby's face changes as soon as he brings it up. It feels like we're not even supposed to know about this. Can't imagine why, of course. She only kept it under wraps for about 7 months. Maybe I'm a little too soft though, right? Maybe I'm insane. I don't know. But to me, you shouldn't be punishing your child so ruthlessly after their trip to a correctional camp. You should probably be rewarding them after such a daunting and distressing experience. But yeah, that's just me.
Gonna start abusing Murat to see if the audience grows. Gonna start abusing Murat to see if the audience grows. Brother, Murat is a 30-year-old man. Like, Murat's not a baby. Even if I were to fucking abuse him, okay, on camera, it's like, you understand that there's a difference, right? Between doing that to your babies versus like to a fucking grown-ass adult man who is probably older than most people in this chat.
Maybe I really want my kids to turn out as snowflakes. I don't know.
We need to face challenges. We need to face hardship and pain to develop resilience and grit. And that's what leads to success in life. If we make things easy on our kids all the time, they're going to grow up to be snowflakes.
Yeah.
And the things that we show and share and the things that many of you are criticizing and calling abusive are actually things that mental health professionals have.
Bro, he's svelte though. Like, the dad is kind of yoked, dude. What's going on? I mean, he's such a weird looking guy. But he is a bit buff. I'm just going to fucking point to that a little bit. He's got gyno. Man, everybody's got gyno.
Counseled us to do.
The most worrisome characteristic I find with parents in these situations is that they don't seem to have insight. They don't seem to be aware of how they could be causing harm. We see a lot of defensiveness. For example, in a video that Ruby put on Instagram, she said if people were looking at her parenting and being critical, those people might be projecting.
Ruby,
I mean, you verbally abuse your fam on camera daily anyway. There ain't no fucking way. 14-month subscriber. What? Dude, British people just out of control. As a dude with gyno, it's actually really cathartic to hear you say that. It's a huge source of body dysmorphia for me. I got a little bit of gyno too. Don't worry about it. Everybody's got gyno. You literally abused your mom on cam last week by rubbing it in her face that you were gaming with T-Pain and she wasn't. Yeah, I was flexing. I was like, Mom, I hate to do this to you, but I'm flexing on him.
Kevin have a unique way of deflecting any criticism back onto their critics, becoming overly defensive anytime their own parenting skills are brought into question. And although I can kind of understand their frustration, I think it's completely within reason to examine whatever people decide to publicize online. In the case of these channels, they're explicitly picking and choosing what parts of their life to showcase, and assuming these clips reflect reality, it's only natural for uproar to ensue.
I want to go to the grocery store and I want to make dinner tonight. I could go into denigration and say, I'm not a good mom, or I'm not as good as other moms because other moms don't make their kids fend for themselves 3 nights in a row, which would be comparison. And I don't know that. Maybe other moms do.
Oh my God. She was so close to the truth, it seems. Like right there. No. You were close to the fucking truth, lady. You were close. You know? Yeah, true. So close.
Like, I don't know what they do in their homes. But what I do know is that I am unchanging and
The dad also said he had no idea this was happening. He also hasn't gotten custody back. DCFS currently has custody of the 4 children who are under 18. I don't know if the dad didn't know what the fuck was going on. We just watched him also defend the practices.
I can choose any day now to go.
It feels like watching a conservative conspiracy theorist almost gain class consciousness. I mean, true. Also, she is a conservative conspiracy theorist as well.
Buy more groceries and make a more decent meal. And I can feel centered instead of feeling shameful.
But their parenting is just one piece of the pie. You also have to consider the pros and cons of recording certain events to begin with. For example, it's one thing to discipline your kid in private, but it's another to do it with a camera shoved in their face only to be monetized.
What? Why did you open this? I didn't. Eve did. Eve! She finds everything.
Go put this in my room. Where is she? Evie, you are not supposed to open your packages.
Is that mine?
You know the rule. We're not supposed to open packages that are on the porch. Only mommy does that. You have a birthday coming up and now you saw your present.
Sorry, Mom.
Kids can't exactly consent to this kind of coverage, and if it doesn't have enough of an effect on their lives now, think about how all of these clips could potentially be used against them in the future.
There's no privacy. Some have likened it to living in a transparent house, but I think it's actually worse than that. If their house was actually transparent, then people would have to drive by to see in. That would essentially be a passive loss of privacy. But by recording everything and putting it on YouTube, they're engaging in an active destruction of privacy.
But like I said, I'm hardly the first person to take issue with any of this. In fact, one of my friends, Ready to Glare, actually made her own video on this incredible family, along with another creator by the name of Sloan. I'd love to provide clips of their videos in this one, but I'm afraid I can't do that, as both of their videos have been taken down, at the will of, you guessed it, Ruby Franke herself.
No fucking shot, bro. Oh my God, she also... No fucking shot. R.I.P. VOD? No. Good luck to her. First of all, this video's been up since 2020. And also, secondly, good luck to her fucking sending a DMCA claim from prison, dog.
It would seem that despite the cruel and unusual punishments so frequently enacted upon
She's
her own
in jail,
kids, Ruby
homie.
remains physically unable to take criticism herself. You'd think that a mother who has written an entire book on parenting would be more secure in her methods than to silence those for speaking out against her actions. But Ruby likes to keep you guessing. You never know what her next move is going to be. In the case of these channels, that move was to issue a cease and desist. But when you have clips like these circulating around, I can't exactly say I blame her for wanting them gone.
What I did was I went around the house and I have
throwing them away.
Yes.
That's my homework. Wow. Homework. I need that to turn that in tomorrow. No, I'm serious. That's like half my grade right now.
If you have something in the bag that you would like out, you can pay cash for it. So you learn the value of your items.
Family vlogging is still new, so we don't know.
Hey guys, sorry, teacher, I know you're not gonna believe me on this, but fucking hear me out. Okay? No, the dog did not eat my homework. Hear me out, teach. No, my mom did. What? No, I'm telling you, my mom ate my fucking homework, teacher. Oh, you don't believe me? Guess what? Wait until next week. Wait until next week when my dumbass mom uploads this fucking content onto her fucking YouTube.
The full impact such a lifestyle could have on a developing mind, making it one of the more shameless and potentially risky genres on all of YouTube. If a parent wanted to make their own channel documenting their personal journey of raising a child, sharing advice without said child being involved in the making of those videos, I don't see a problem at all. But when you begin to incorporate children as young as 5 and 6 into your content, they become directly associated with your brand. The kids are literally the selling points of these vlogs, and filming every minuscule moment of your child's life since the day they...
I think the wildest part about this, and I'm seeing some chatters also point to it, is that she didn't actually homeschool her kids. At least up until this point. Because, like, I don't know if it's, like, Mormon school that she's sending her children to in Utah so, like, she can get away with doing this shit. But it's wild that, like, she didn't even try to fucking hide them from the authorities this way.
They burst out of the womb not only puts their own privacy at risk, but could potentially harm their perception of the world as they get older. We've already seen the catastrophic effects fame can have on child stars in Hollywood, so just imagine what that kind of attention could do when you don't even get a break from it in your own home. I imagine having a camera shoved in your face must stifle certain experiences in your life, and for some of these kids, it's literally all they've come to know. And to add insult to injury, child endangerment laws used to protect those in Hollywood from being exploited are not applied to social media on a wider scale, inviting any given parent to just flaunt their child with little to no regulation, begging the question of how far is too far. To me, Ruby Franke is just one of the many parents on YouTube who freely exploit the lives of their loved ones without even a second thought. Her husband directly enabling this vicious cycle by refusing to step in and do anything. Certain channels will happily jeopardize the privacy of their children if it means they can turn a profit and make themselves superstars in the meantime. To me, the blatant stripping of privacy against their child's own will greatly outweighs whatever entertainment value the 8 Passengers channel may carry, underlining the inhumane conditions that come along with exploiting an entire family.
Banger video from J Aubrey, whose information led to the subsequent arrest of Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt. That's right. The initial appearance hearing in southern Utah is happening today. And there's a major issue with the amount of people trying to join the WebEx. Meanwhile, it appears that Ruby was moved from a holding cell to the medical block in the Washington County Jail. Our local news media pool camera is in the courtroom. Court order per Utah State Court says there's no live streaming permitted. Ruby Franke has been ordered to be held without bail. Her next hearing will be on September 21st, and Jodi Hildebrandt's next hearing will also be on September 21st. Judge asked Ruby Franke if she could hear him. She said yes. Same goes for Jodi. Jodi Hildebrandt's attorney filed a motion to the court asking for an expedited detention hearing, citing the defendant has experienced a life-threatening medical issue resulting in her hospitalization for several days. Why just the moms? Because I think the dad wasn't as hands-on with the abuse as the moms were, it seems. At least according to the eyes of the law.
Attorneys for Franke and Hildebrandt declined our request for comment, but Franke's sister spoke out on social media, saying that they have kept quiet on this for the sake of the children, but helped them behind the scenes, adding that Ruby's arrest.
Oh, dad isn't even in the same state. They've been separated for 13 months. Oh. That makes sense.
Arrest needed to happen. And you can see there's been a lot of controversy and questions for quite some time now.
But it makes it even more bizarre to say the sisters are saying this needed to happen.
Yeah.
So why didn't they speak up sooner?
Ooh.
And where was the husband? I'd like to know what's his take. If it was built on, I'd never heard of this woman, to be honest with you, until we were doing the story. It's called 8 Passengers, based on their life. Where's he?
There's a
So
lot of talk
upsetting.
about his role in all this, especially in the past year or so. And so there are plenty of, a lot of issues to be talked about. In
To
the
be
days to come.
continued. Thank you, Nancy.
All right.
In our tech lead, Elon Musk says he's threatening to sue the Anti-Defamation League for lost revenue at X, the website formerly known as Twitter. Musk claims, without any evidence that we've seen, that the ADL statements about rising hate speech on the platform are the reason why there has been a 60% decrease in advertising on X. The ADL and other organizations have noted the increase in hate speech on.
Elon is so bad that, like, the ADL is correct in this situation. The ADL as an organization is not the absolute worst Zionist organization, but definitely still is a Zionist organization, and therefore tends to completely do ridiculous shit oftentimes. And they're, according to their charter, at the very least, they consider any kind of criticism of Israel to be comparable to anti-Semitism. It's the Anti-Defamation League. They are absolutely correct here with the Elon situation and with the Twitter situation. They're not wrong. You know, they're 100% right.
The platform since Musk took over and removed much of the content moderation. A spokesman for the ADL responded to Musk's threat, quote, "The ADL is unsurprised yet undeterred that anti-Semites, white supremacists, conspiracy theorists, and other trolls have launched a coordinated attack on our organization. This type of thing is nothing new," unquote. This is not the first time Musk has threatened to take legal action against his opponents and critics. Last month, he sued the Center for Countering Digital Hate, a nonprofit group whose research found that hate speech on X has risen dramatically under Musk's ownership. Kara Swisher, the host of the podcast On with Kara Swisher, among others, joins me now. Kara, thanks so much for being here. So Elon Musk later said, quote, "To be super clear, I'm pro-free speech, but against anti-Semitism of any kind." Never really a good sign when you...
This is such a funny take because, like, it's just not true at all. Brother, you can't fucking say I'm pro-speech but against anti-Semitism of any kind while you're simultaneously, like, responding to accounts called, like, race realism is here, and, like, underneath the, and the account will be like, Jewish professors are you know, pro-censorship, whereas Christian professors are not. And Elon Musk is responding to it like, wow, interesting. It's a very weird situation that we have found ourselves in where, like, the ADL sucks as an institution, but they're absolutely correct on this. Yes, Elon Musk is a racist, anti-Semitic defender of white supremacy who's attacking the ADL because they're a Jewish group. And yes, the ADL is a racist, anti-Palestinian organization with a well-documented history of collusion with cops and attacking progressives. 100%. It's such a weird circumstance. It's a weird situation, but, like, yeah, while the ADL sucks on especially issues that pertain to Palestinians, they are 100% correct on this. They're 100% correct on the fact that Elon Musk has openly unbanned Nazis and a shit ton of like prominent white nationalist accounts are literally getting money from Elon Musk directly. Twitter is straight up 4chan poll. Okay? 100%. That's what it is. Here is Dr. Here. Let's look at Mark Lamont Hill, who literally was persecuted by the ADL for being pro-Palestine on mainstream media. He said, Elon Musk's attack on the ADL is dangerous, dishonest, and deeply anti-Semitic. He has turned this platform into an unprofitable white supremacist cesspool. Instead of taking accountability, he's chosen to not so subtly scapegoat Jews, which invites violence from his Nazi base. Glenn Greenwald responded to it and said, of course, has 8,000 likes, by the way, because this is what the platform is about. The ADL played a major role in having you fired by publicly branding you an anti-Semite. Watching you now go to bat for them and doing exactly the same thing to ADL's critics, volunteering to stand up and call the ADL's critics anti-Semitic, is just wild. Elon Musk responded to that and said, bizarre. To which he responded, "There's nothing bizarre about it, Elon. Yes, I've been unfairly targeted by the ADL. That doesn't negate the fact that you will amplify anti-Semitic threats, positively engage with white nationalist users, advance anti-Semitic conspiracies, and scapegoat Jews for the failures of this platform." Here, I mean, there's a bunch of notable incidents where Elon Musk has behaved in an incredibly anti-Semitic way. Elon Musk has gone beyond dog whistles and is now engaged in explicitly anti-Semitic tweet. Jays here refer to Jews. The implication is that Mel Gibson is buff because he hates Jews and that Biden drinks the blood of children. You can do adrenochrome or you can hate the Jays. Which way, Western man? To which Elon Musk responded, "Gibson is really that buff these days?" For context, the conspiracy theory led to the worst mass shooting targeting Jews in U.S. history. Where is it? Where is it? There was more. Oh, Anomaly is another one of these like openly white supremacist and anti-Semitic accounts. You got mega shook? What do you mean? Now Musk is just asking questions. One of Twitter's most notorious anti-Semites. It just so happens to be that the questions fully align with the anti-Semitic trope that Jews control the media. Why is this never in the news? Elon Musk responds. Anomaly says the people running the news companies in America hate America and Americans. How did it come to be this way? What do Epstein, Weinstein, and 85% of the writers, producers, media executives making the most subversive programming have in common? I'll give you a hint. Trump and Republicans pass speech orders trying to stop you from saying the truth about it, but it's cultural to blame white people. I wonder what he's talking about here. Who's he talking about? Here's another instance where Elon Musk is positively engaging with an openly white nationalist account and wokeness, who now gets money from Elon directly for posting white supremacist agitated propaganda. Harvard poll, 75% think less than 1 million illegals entered last year. When told the correct number, 2.75 million, 67% want stricter laws. Why is this never in the news, says Elon Musk? And wokeness that he's engaging with in that situation. Also, in a different situation, be proud of your culture, who you are, and where you came from, unless you're white. If Kanye said white people instead of Jewish people, he would have had his own show on MSNBC by now. Typical racist ass garbage. Okay? Like, end wokeness is just straight up. These are from 2022. Since then, they've gotten even more wild. Okay? There was another notable interaction. Oh, this one is a classic. To learn who rules over you, simply find out who you are not allowed to criticize. Voltaire. We need to rise up against children with leukemia. Now, people are going to get mad and say this is Kevin Strom, the Nazi who said this, a Holocaust denier. But for the record, like, it's not a Voltaire quote, and it doesn't even matter. He's making fun of the quote anyway. This is not that bad. This Megaphonics is nowhere near as bad as like all the other shit, because he's like technically making fun of the quote regardless. The point is he could have deleted it. He doesn't need to delete that one. That one I don't have an issue with. He ultimately has done way worse shit. That account did not even track because it was newer. He's done that since 2022, where Elon Musk has regularly at this point responded. If you look at his fucking replies or if you look at his likes, he's like openly and regularly engaging with white supremacist accounts that are like doing 1350 memes and a bunch of other, like, you know, oh yeah, here the monitoring bias guy, for example. Like, following that guy is a great indication of Elon Musk's own personal situation. Monitoring bias is an account that straight up posts white supremacist bullshit, like race realism, IQ amongst different races, and regularly engages in the, like, oh, why do certain races do way more crime? You know what I mean? So it's just, he's done so much. It's hard to document every single thing that he's done, because he's just engages in it on a daily basis, and there's not really too much that people can do about it. You know what I mean? What are you gonna do? He's just too fucking. He is way too powerful as a billionaire. I reported 10 Nazis in the last couple of months, and and never had any of my reports responded to. No, there is no situation where like where you report Nazis and they're like, oh wow, this guy's a Nazi, we should ban him. That's not happening. It's not gonna happen ever. Since his purchase of Twitter, they've been very open about unbanning Nazis. Like they did, and they defend them all the time. He unbanned Dom Lucre after the dude posted child sexual abuse material that he had watermarked. Okay? That dude not only shouldn't be unbanned by Twitter for posting actual child sexual abuse that he put his own watermark on, which means that's in his fucking hard drives. That dude should be in jail. He should be banned by the law enforcement authorities, okay? People that have that child sexual abuse material has gone to jail. They've gone to jail. Josh Duggar being a famous example of this. This gets posted in the comments of every article that New York Times wait, what? Tweets? Remember, whether the ADL or any other anti-hate group have reason to encourage advertisers to leave Twitter, the first comment you see under every New York Times tweet now is a bot who says King Charles, Biden, and the Pope surrendered the U.S. and the world to the Jews. The Vikings beat the Jews? What? Servants of the Jews and of Marxists from the PRC Biden. Trump, Musk, DeSantis, McCarthy, Obama, Harris, Pence, McConnell, Jeffries, Austin. Are surrendering the U.S. and the world to the Jews and the CCP. I reported someone with a display, hang your local T-word, and the report came back saying they didn't violate the rules. Yes. It's just like he just straight up is insane. I mean, this is what Twitter has become. Look at this. This another one of like Elon Musk's like idiotic fucking brigade of right-wing weirdos. Rumors are circulating that Barack and Michelle Obama have split up due to an affair. Michelle is currently alone in Mallorca, Spain, and looks very distressed. This comes only weeks after their private chef, Tafari Campbell, died under mysterious circumstances. 33,000 likes. Shocking footage. Girl says Michelle Obama raped her at 13 years old. That's Twitter, man. It's Facebook. Twitter is literally Facebook now. That's where we're at. It's even worse than fucking, honestly, it's even worse than Facebook, because it's like more 4chan than Facebook. Facebook is where a lot of the old 4chan memes go to get like mass prominence. 4chan poll is where they make those memes and routinely agitate towards people that they've declared enemies of their ideology. And the unfortunate reality is that like Twitter is now the hotbed for that kind of radicalization. There are more Nazis out and about openly fucking fantasizing about death to all commies, Jews, whatever the fuck they decide are their enemies than ever before. Look at any of my fucking quote retweets to get a better feel for how this works. I showed this earlier in the Discord. But like that Mexico authorities tweet that I posted, right? Originally, it was like a bunch of libertarians who were like, all taxes are theft, brother. Like, welcome to the club. Now you get it or whatever, right? And then a bunch of groypers landed on it and then tried to hit me with a fucking community note, which got deleted. But like now, if you look at the fucking quote retweets, okay? But now when you look at all the fucking quote retweets, it's that guy, Bulwark15, who's like, why is it that every time I see people, it's like so negative? Why is it that every time I see the guy who thought I was enslaving my fucking mom, okay? And then a shit ton of like the same, like tax the rich, make the rich pay, tax the rich, make the rich pay. And then if you dive down into it a little bit, okay? If you dive down into it a little bit more, you will find people calling me a swarthoid, which is like a 4chan way of saying I'm swarthy, which is like fucking ridiculous. But, it's just, you look at that dude's fucking account and it straight up. It's like Stone Toss, the Nazi comic. You look at these guys and they're like fantasizing about killing, like driving over a black person and shit. It's just nuts. Anyway. What does the word you use just mean? They are, I don't know how to describe it, dude. It's like old antiquated ways of declaring that someone is not white even though they are. You know what I mean? And people don't even fucking use it. Like Benjamin Franklin is the one who was using this, right? They're using like old-timey ass words. Anyway.
You have to clarify to people that you're against anti-Semitism.
Now that we've explained it, now that we've set the mood, maybe you'll develop a better understanding as to why like the ADL is not incorrect. So I say, let them fight.
It's just empirically true, and this is part of his free speech position. When you take this, what he calls a purist free speech position, although it's not real, he blocks free speech he doesn't like.
Yes.
But he allows anti-Semitism to flourish. I mean, we've all seen it.
Right. Well, he uses the First Amendment as a Swiss Army knife. Whatever it suits him, he'll do it in a way. He'll either block people or cut people off or sue people or say he's for free speech. It's his cloak that is everybody can see through. It's transparent. And so, it's threatening to groups like ADL or a lot of these academic groups. I used to talk to all of them, and they're very nervous to talk because or do reports. It has a chilling effect on these people because they're going to be subject to a lawsuit by the world's richest man, who the reason advertising is down is because it's a worse platform. That's it. And so, his tactic is, and I hate to say it, it's blame the Jews. That's what he's doing right here. And so that's why everybody's sort of incensed about what he's doing. His tweets are very carefully calibrated to sort of dog whistle to a lot of people and at the same time go, but I'm not an anti-Semite.
Right, but he.
No one called him that, by the way.
Right. Well, I have seen some people call him that, but the ADL didn't call him that. But he blamed the ADL, said that they don't speak for Jews, right? He suggested they don't speak for Jews.
Okay.
I mean, anyway.
Neither does he, but okay. Sure.
Right.
Nobody does, but all right.
Is it not true though? Like, I mean, I'm still on X. I'm on several other sites too. But is it not true that he regularly engages with people who are white supremacists and anti-Semites, which sends a signal to people that like he is engaging with these people. He likes these people.
It's actually very jocular. In a lot of, he's let a lot back on. People that had been thrown off, he's let them back on. That Twitter had taken off because of abuses of the platform under their rules.
It's like this. Does anyone have that Discord screenshot? That I posted this morning. Not the Austin one. The one that I posted. Oh, this, yeah. If you want to understand how Twitter is now, if you want to get a better feel for how Twitter is right now, this is it. This is a perfect, like, Twitter's like, discover more from this account that, discover more from this wonderful account that quote retweeted you. And it's like, I discovered more and I did not like it, okay? It says, had a dream I ran over a black woman in my mom's Toyota. Like, back in the day, people were scared to post stuff like this because they would get banned. Nowadays, you could be like a fucking 14-year-old who is incredibly I'm surfing your retweets and every third person's username is racial slur 88. Yeah. That's what Twitter is now, you know? It's probably going to have a negative impact on society because a lot of these people, to characterize this as something that folks affirm is very far-fetched, though. Well, these guys are incredibly active. These guys are incredibly active online. They're extremely online. Okay? And the reality is that when you give them a platform like this, they tend to mistake how popular they are. Yeah, but 0 likes and no followers, I'm guessing, right? Says Derry Cohey. Yeah, that person being able to tweet stuff like that, and it's just one example, doesn't change the reality. There's plenty of fucking much larger accounts that are doing that. And even that person being able to tweet that and not getting banned, in and of itself, shows that the platform has no interest in tackling hate speech. That's the argument that I'm trying to make here. They're not interested. And the problem is when they get galvanized, what do? These Nazis. When they get galvanized, they organize. And then they go out in public and do insane shit like the Unite the Right rally. I saw a dude responding to the literal execution cartel video, calling you the N-word while deliberately censoring the N-word. Oh, well, that's nice of him. At least censor the M-word there, you know?
And now he has new rules, and so he's allowed them back on, just like Trump, everybody else. And he engages in sort of this jokey manner that does not show, hey, that might be a problem. Like today, Mark Cuban, who is sort of the polar opposite of Elon Musk in temperament and style, was engaging with Stephen Miller and Matt Walsh over their obsession with woke mob. They just seem to be, I guess the Burning Man people set them off for something covered with mud.
I saw they were attacking some 29-year-old woman who doesn't have kids.
I don't know. Whatever. They have someone to attack every day. Right. And so he was engaging in a really interesting way that was debating. And Elon's just going, interesting, exactly, that kind of stuff. So
Right.
it's sort of giving people signals, and that's what people think that he's doing. I think that's what he's doing.
So last month, the new CEO of X, who Elon Musk had hired to supposedly be run the company, Linda Yaccarino, is that?
Linda Yaccarino. She used to
Yaccarino.
work for NBC.
She said that brands were going to come back to X. The company was about to break even. Did that happen? Is it profitable?
No idea. No idea. It wasn't not breaking even before, but the advertising declined rather considerably after Musk got there. He did a lot of layoffs. He insulted advertisers. He threatened them. He then said it was their fault. It's always someone's fault in Elon's world, except for Elon, and that's the problem. And Linda has her hands full. She's a very professional person, but some of her statements, everything's great here. There's no problem here. It's like being told when you're in a very dangerous city, it's totally safe to walk the streets.
Right. It's just a less pleasant experience.
It's very unpleasant. Yeah.
All right. Kara Swisher, it's great to see you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Going to turn now to the latest on a looming auto workers strike. The union responding to GM's latest counterproposal, and it certainly was not the response the auto giant was hoping for. Elizabeth Schulte joined us now with the details. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Michael. It certainly was not. And a possible strike is now less than a week away, and there is still no deal in sight between the United Auto Workers Union and Detroit's big three automakers. GM yesterday offering a 10% pay hike to its workers, calling it the biggest raise since 1999, but it is still far from the 40% increase the UAW's members are demanding over 4 years, along with better benefits and more paid time off. The union's president responding, GM has come to the table with an insulting proposal. GM either doesn't care or isn't listening when we say we need economic justice by 11:59 p.m. on September 14th. Now, at that time, if there's no agreement and the union's 146,000 factory workers go on strike, GM, Ford, and Jeep maker Stellantis could be forced to slow down or stop production altogether. And if the strike goes on, that could mean fewer cars at dealers and higher prices for consumers. Rebecca?
Big ripple effects on the economy and consumers. Okay, Elizabeth, thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right.
Tonight, this U.S. factory is actually owned and operated by the Chinese Communist Party. Uh-oh. Another one from UAW. Here's Shawn Fain.
Wrap it up, and I hate to go into politics. It's an ugly world out there, Shawn, but it is relevant here. I want to ask you this. You guys, I think, have withheld your endorsement so far for President Biden in a second term. Do you worry? He said, I'm super pro-union, President Biden. Do you worry? And does it go into your thinking that a strike could embarrass President Biden?
I don't think a strike would embarrass President Biden. I think a strike can reaffirm to him of where the working class people in this country stand. And it's time for politicians in this country to pick a side. Either you stand for a billionaire class where everybody else gets left behind, or you stand for the working class. The working class people vote. And as far as our endorsements go, as we've said, our endorsements are going to be earned, not freely given, and actions are going to dictate who we endorse. And I know the other candidate, wanted to come out the other day and talk about how our members are crazy for not backing him. But, there's two things I want to talk about with that person real quick, if I can have a moment. It's just, I'll never forget leading up to the 2016 election, that candidate talking about doing a rotation where they need to come to places like Michigan and the Midwest and send our jobs somewhere else where they pay less money and make us be begging for our jobs down the road. That's not something that works for working class people, and sure as hell not for UAW workers. And he was on the air the other day saying that encouraging people to stop paying union dues. So that's not someone that stands for a good standard of living.
He's great. Shawn Fain is great. I mean, I don't know what else to say about that other than that. Oh, I saw this. Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis sent the judge a letter of support for Danny Masterson, who is going to jail for 20 years for raping 2 women. Ashton Kutcher, as you guys know, is a big time, he has like an anti-sex trafficking. He has like the anti-sex trafficking organization, but like in a lot of instances it turns into anti-sex work as well. Here's a letter that he wrote. While I'm aware the judgment has been cast as guilty on 2 counts of rape by force and the victims have great desire for justice, I hope that my testament to his character is taken into consideration in sentencing. I do not believe he's an ongoing harm to society, and having his daughter raised without a present father would a tertiary injustice in and of itself. Which is a wild thing to fucking openly send to the judge. 4 cast members of that 70s show sent letters. It's 30 to life, so he'll be on probation for the rest of his life if he can get out in 30 years, right? Yeah, they wrote these letters after he was found guilty. These are letters that they write specifically to lower sentencing, with hopes that like you can use your social position to lower the sentencing of your friend. People do character testaments all the time. I hate disliking Ashton Kutcher because he genuinely seems like a nice guy who got tricked by richer people way too early on. Dude is a special needs twin brother that he refused to do anything without while growing up, unless he was also present, including homecoming and prom, etc. Yeah, he doesn't seem like a truly bad person. I think he's just like a himbo gone in the opposite direction. But it's wild that, like, with all the clout and fame that Danny Masterson had, he still got hit with the book. Usually they kind of let this shit slide quite a bit in the legal system. Not exactly. The criminal justice system is not exactly great when it comes to prosecuting those who have done sex crimes. But yeah, I don't really know what to say about that other than holy shit. Oh, here's Desantis talking about the CDC.
We are going to clean house at places like the CDC. They didn't follow the science during COVID. They followed the narrative during COVID, and that was very, very destructive. So we will clean house with personnel. You're going to have people.
Weird he's saying this because, like, he literally defended the CDC early on. And didn't even open up. There were other states that opened up before he did.
people in with me, like my Surgeon General in Florida, Dr. Joseph Ladapo. You'll have people like Jay Bhattacharya from Stanford. These are people that were right about COVID from day one. They were pilloried by a very politicized scientific establishment, but they stood their ground, and they've been proving right. Those are the people that need to be in positions, not the political actors that we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years.
So you get
Liberals bring COVID hysteria back is so funny because it's literally not liberals bringing COVID hysteria back. It's them. Republicans have been talking about COVID and talking about COVID hysteria way more than liberals have. They're doing it right now. The Chiron is literally a reference to them. Nowadays, the only time I hear about COVID and how shutdowns are real and they're happening and they're coming for us, it's almost always from the right. It's like people posting Alex Jones shit. Now, this doesn't mean that there might not be this doesn't mean that there won't be any shutdowns or whatever. There could be if there is a genuine threat, like a serious fucking threat that's ripping through way more than COVID is currently at its current stage. But as it stands, nobody wants to talk about it. Most normal people don't want to talk about it. Most people think about COVID days as like something that they're beyond and rarely ever want to invoke it because it brings up bad feelings in them. You know, it brings up bad, shitty feelings in their minds, hearts, souls. The only people that I hear from about COVID are usually the Republicans, Republican media people who want to get back to that time and place desperately so they can argue on those battlegrounds that they are comfortable arguing on. Anyway, speaking of battlegrounds, by the way, here is Democratic Gen Z congressional candidate Isaiah Martin, who has removed the issues section of his campaign website. After people began pointing out his promise to protect private health care in Israel, the campaign has deleted all mention of his political views. Isaiah Martin is alongside a entire cast and crew of Texas Gen Z for Change Democrats, Zoomers, who went from talking about a radical approach to politics to just straight up being like, I'm going to be the most rugged Democratic Party cutout. Gen Z for Change is good. Don't lump this freak with him. I mean, there are other Gen Z for Changers who are literally working on his campaign. I feel like originally Gen Z for Change was like supposed to be radical as an organization. And a lot of the prominent Gen Z for Changers that left the organization, Sean the Black says she left. Sean knows exactly who I'm fucking talking about. A lot of those who left literally fucking left to become Democratic Party operatives. Olivia is the other one I'm thinking of, yeah. And the funny thing is, like, he's running against an opponent who's like 70 years old, right, in Texas, and she's pro Medicare for all. And he's not. It's just simply the aesthetics of progress with no actual interest in making change. On September 6th, He had an issues tab. On September 7th, he deleted the issues tab. As of now, the campaign website still contains a link to these issues URL, but the page is now blank. After people just like made fun of him because his issues on this issues page were like defending private health care and Israel. He's on MSNBC today. Oh, here he is with Harlan Crow. Isaiah Martin. I would like to thank the students of the University of Houston for coming along with this journey with me. While I'm disappointed, it's not Harlan Crow. This is Greg Abbott. Protonic. Worse. I'm thankful for the opportunity to introduce myself to the student body. A year ago, when I thought the idea of creating FTS, I never could have imagined it could have grown as big as it did. I never forget the laughs, friendships, memories, campaign. Thanks for all introducing my life and making my dream of creating a movement on campus come true. I'll always be here. You know that. Hashtag TMC. Here's his campaign, by the way.
We used to take the word democracy for granted. You see, when I grew up, my parents used to take me to vote with them every single time there was an election. You see, back then, you probably would have seen me wearing some light-up tennis shoes, wearing the same little I voted sticker that the clerk would give me. Shoot, I'd wear it all day, peel it off, stick it on a new shirt, and wear it to school the next day. You would have thought, in all of these years, that voting would have gotten easier, not harder. But unfortunately, I'm standing right here at ground zero of voter suppression. You see, right here in Texas, Greg Abbott and his allies have created laws that have taken polling places away from line cooks working the night shift. They've thrown out mail-in ballots from seniors who can't drive, and they've empowered the state to have the ability to overturn election results.
This is the classic progressive aesthetics Democrat centrist position now is basically like running on a singular issue, and that is make voting easier. And it's true, especially for black people, but poor people in general, across the board, especially in the South, get hit with voter suppression. This is a genuine, real issue. It also happens to be a great one for a centrist or right-wing Democrat to grab onto, because it provides zero material change. Stacey Abrams did it, and now Isaiah Martin is running on the exact same fucking talking point. Remember, while the issue in and of itself is real, it is a very real problem. Okay? The reason why a lot of people grab onto it in the Democratic Party, especially on the more supposedly aesthetically progressive side of the Democratic Party, like younger candidates that are running for positions, the reason why they push this talking point over and over again is because at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and then sometimes it comes in the middle of the hour. Okay? And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Yes, I forgot to run it. I'm going to run it now. Fuck you. I know. I'm a bad guy. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, bitch. I know. Okay. As I was stating, though, the reason why a lot of like the supposedly progressive people running for the Democratic Party, who in fact are actually centrist or right-wing Democrats, the reason why they run for the we got to make it easier to vote issue is because it doesn't actually have any tangible policy position that will create material change associated with it. It's just simply, we're going to make it easier for you guys to vote, which they should, which is a problem. Okay, I am not against this at all. Please do not misunderstand what I'm saying. It's a real issue in this country. But it's like, we're going to make it easier for you to vote for us so that we can do what? Make it easier for you to vote for us? What are the other reasons as to why people should vote for you? What are the issues? Even like other Gen Z TikTok Biden campaign defending liberals have been shitting on this guy. He makes no policy mentions on environment, which is wild because even fucking Republican Gen Zers are like bringing up the environment. Like, think about it. There was a young Ben Shapiro. There was a young Ben Shapiro lookalike on the Republican debates. And the first question that he came out with was, what are the Republican Party's positions on healthcare? I mean, not healthcare, sorry, climate change, which is the single most important issue for my generation. That's what he said. It's nuts, man. It's nuts. All of those like Beto-loving Gen Z guys in Texas, like, what the fuck are they doing? This lady is another one. Olivia Juliana, 20, pro-growth progressive, fourth-generation Texan, abortion rights advocate. All opinions are my own. Isaiah Martin launched his campaign today with support from voters tomorrow. It quickly became clear that he's a centrist Zionist with a potential Republican sympathies. I'm going over the thread of all evidence below to keep it updated. Here he is in 2020 posting for photos with Governor Greg Abbott. This is at a rally for a GOP candidate, Angelica for Texas, who took tens of thousands from anti-abortion groups and Clarence Thomas's favorite billionaire, Harlan Crow. According to his LinkedIn, along with Mark Cuban, one of Isaiah's interests is Republican in brief Trump press secretary Anthony Scaramucci. And it's one of my interests too, so that one is whatever. That's universal. Also, according to LinkedIn, Isaiah worked as a tough-on-crime Houston DA, Kim Ogg's assistant campaign manager from 2021 to 2022. After she had just defeated a challenger on her left, Ogg has tried to kick a socialist judge off the bench and continues to support the death penalty. This is probably his biggest crime. He said, Joe Rogan has the best podcast on air, man. No comparison at 7/31, 2020. In 2022, Isaiah voiced support for suspending state and federal gas taxes. Texas, we feel the worldwide increase in gas prices at the pump. Ask yourself, why hasn't Governor Abbott called a special session to suspend a gas tax? You know what this reminds me of? Bro, he's 100% one of those like r/neoliberal ass Democrats, dude. That's what it is. He seems like one of those guys who's like, I want to be more of a neoliberal than Greg Abbott. Like, Greg Abbott is not good enough at doing neoliberalism. Like, he's notoriously pro-police, pro-military, pro-Israel, liberal, shill. His only relevance is his attachment to Olivia, to be honest, but that's tea for another time. You are 100% correct. I fully support POTUS proposal to suspend the federal gas tax as well as call the state to suspend state gas taxes to roll the government to grip its wallet during its worldwide price increase along with consumer further action. Yeah, dude. It was the fucking gas tax that was the reason why it was so expensive. Come on, man. This is why I fucking get so mad at r/neoliberal Andes. Because the gas tax is so marginal, is so minuscule that like the notion that that is the reason why you're suffering at the pump is so fucking ridiculous. You're right. Here's a banger from him.
You know, I saw the news that Secretary Powell passed away, and honestly, you know, I just got to say, rest in peace to a true American hero. He's always somebody who stood up for what he believed was right no matter what. At a time where, you know, Republicans were calling, you know, President Obama a Muslim, he said, no, he's not a Muslim, but so what if he was? What is wrong with a Muslim child being able to grow up and believe that they too can become president of the United States? Is that kind of leadership that I think that we're missing nowadays in today's climate? And, you know, we got to do better. We need more people like Colin Powell as time goes on. So rest in peace to Secretary Powell, a true American hero. Thank you, and prayers up.
Prayers up. What's up, guys? Prayers up for Jerome Powell. Oh, dude, that's awesome. I mean, he's great. He's great. Obama's not Muslim, he's gay. Yeah, get with the program, brother. Also, I don't think he means Jerome Powell. For the record, which we forgot about that. It was not Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell is very much alive. Jerome Powell was the 16th chair of the he's still the chair of the Federal Reserve. He means Colin Powell, which, by the way, not even entirely sure if Colin Powell. You said Jerome, not him. No, I thought he said Jerome. No, he said it. Am I crazy?
You know, I saw the news that Secretary Powell passed away, and honestly, I just got to
wait, where did I?
say rest in
I thought he said Jerome Powell. No, never mind. He said Colin Powell. I was wrong. My bad. He pronounced Colin. It's funny seeing neolibs co-op progressive language so much. If their ideology was so correct and winning a policy, they wouldn't have to adopt language or movement. No, you can be neoliberals who are progressive. Like, what do you mean? That's fine. Like, neoliberalism is not like antithetical to at least aesthetically adopting socially progressive positions. They're more like, I don't care if you're gay or trans, you can all be servile under a neoliberal organization of the economy. What, little bro, you were so wrong today? What happened? No, it's more like, I don't care if you're gay or trans or if you want to get an abortion. I'm fine with all of those things. I just don't think if you're poor, you should get out of that situation because someone has to clean the toilets. Social conservatism, in many respects, has zero to do with neoliberalism. That's why neoliberals are both Democrats and Republicans. Social conservatism is additional seasoning that the Republican Party engages in that gives them an opportunity to distinguish themselves, marginally at the very least, from the Democratic Party. They're both neoliberals. If we're talking about their opinion on how market reforms are not necessary and the free market is actually better equipped at tackling social safety nets than the government is. Also, I don't think it was Colin Powell that said the Obama Muslim thing. I thought it was John McCain, but John McCain also never said, so what if he was Muslim? He said, Obama's not Muslim. Obama's not Arab. He's a good guy. As opposed to being Arab, which would have been a bad guy. But anyway, regardless, I don't know. How many times did Bernie Sanders say millionaires and billionaires? Oh my God. West Wing watching Andes, people that yearn for the Clinton and Obama admin. Anyway, in April, Isaiah tweeted for the first time about Israel to celebrate its anniversary, potentially in advance of his congressional run. He made several more tweets lauding President Herzog and declaring that Israel is not a racist state this July. His Twitter likes include transphobe Keir Starmer and the fascist insurrectionist endorsing group AIPAC, among others. And now for some of his old TikToks.
That crime is up. And a lot of this has to do with violent repeat offenders getting released out on bond. Back in 2015, in my hometown, some 3,200 people out on bond committed around 6,400 crimes.
There ain't no way this is the music that he's playing right now. Bro, are you serious? He's got the Jenna Marbles vlog copyright free music in the background, like whoop, 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 whoop. While he's like fucking talking about how 3,500 criminals were released from prison to do violent rapes. Like, what the fuck is happening in America? Get Kevin MacLeod at least.
Now, recently that number has skyrocketed to almost 11,000 people committing almost 19,000 crimes. It's completely ridiculous. And so a lot of this has to do with bondsmen financing bonds for people to get out after committing violent crimes for as little as 2% down. So what does this mean? It means that if you have a bond of about $100,000, you can get back onto the street ready to commit more crimes for as little as $2,000. That is wrong. So here's what Democrats are doing to fix it. State Senator John Whitmire is about to introduce a constitutional amendment in place that will make sure we raise the minimum bail percentage to 10%, especially on these violent crimes. It's going to do a lot to bring down the numbers of violent repeat offenders committing all these crimes. It's going to keep our community safer, and it's going to make our state a better place to live. I'm excited to see this pass in this next legislative session.
Ted Cruz's comms teams has entered the fray. Ted Cruz's comms teams has entered the discourse. Love to see you supporting someone who supports our great senator. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Like, how do people find these people, man? What the fuck is going on? And then there's the campaign website, which initially included a platform but has been completely deleted. Olivia Giuliano also deleted a tweet of hers praising the abortion platform, as can be seen by his quote tweet. Previous platform highlights included full support for Israel as one of America's longest allies. It hasn't even existed for a century. Support for keeping private health insurance, implying opposition to Medicare for all. No support for making four-year college free. Notably, Isaiah found space in his platform for Israel, but not for LGBTQ rights or for the climate crisis, as these folks noted. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Eliza Joshi, who's like, isn't she like a TikToker? This person? She's the one who went to Elise is cool. She's the Gen Z for Change executive director. She's the one who went into the press conference, right?
Excuse me for interrupting.
This one. Yeah. Here.
Hasn't worked out.
A video of a climate change activist confronting White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre has gone viral on social media.
1 million young people wrote to the administration pleading not to approve a disastrous oil drilling project in Alaska, and we were ignored. So I'm here channeling the strength of my ancestors and generation. Will the administration stop approving new oil and gas projects and align with youth, science, and frontline communities?
Yeah, no, she's great. But my point is, dude. How are you going to be, like, I don't even know what to say about it. It's just like the Democratic Party doesn't stop. They don't fucking stop. They are not going to stop. He went from not even fucking winning his student government election to, according to Dave Weigel, immediately getting $150,000 in funds as soon as he posted this like liberal ass video, this video that got 14,000 likes. Okay, he lost the student election apparently. Here he is. Look, still ruminating on the story. Candidate with cousin Greg-esque resume who bailed on a low-profile city council race, announces for Congress, and immediately raises $130,000 just by saying he wants to be the next Gen Z congressman. Online donors, man. He brought in 130 grand and then fucking deleted the issues page on his website because the issues that he was advocating for were dog shit, centrist Democrat priorities. Isaiah Martin's younger brother was the president of the student government at my college, and he lost re-election. He tried to get a recount. I mean, that kind of stuff doesn't matter. He also worked for his daddy's defense consulting company. Good for him. Note that Texas 18 is a solid Dem district, 70% or so. Yeah. And the person that I think he is trying to unseat, right, is hold on, I'm going to give you more information on. The Texas 18th Congressional District. This is where he's running. Is Sheila Jackson Lee. Or no, it's not Sheila Jackson Lee. I'm not even talking about Sheila Jackson Lee. The person, Sheila Jackson Lee is running for mayor now, but she's running against someone right now. He's running against someone, sorry, where gerrymander to hell, chatter. This is welcome to Texas. What the fuck do you mean? Why do you think this is the case? The next Gen Z congressman, former representative's intern on defending democracy in Texas. Of course, MSNBC immediately had him on without questioning him whatsoever and are defending him and promoting him to a larger audience of Democratic Party donors that will turn around and go, oh, you're great. Thank God. 76%, they really got all the Dems in like 5 districts in that state? Yes. Texas districts are that way specifically so that, you know, they can have more Republican representatives. Look at Texas District 2. Famously looks like an eye patch. It's not designed to look like an eye patch specifically because Dan Crenshaw is their representative. It's designed as an eye patch to make sure that they maximize the amount of white voters that vote Republican. Anyway, it just happens to be a happy coincidence. Here's what it looks like for the record. Here's the guy. Not related. It's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence that Dan Crenshaw's district looks like an eye patch. It's just a coincidence. Actually, Hasan, it changed with the last census. Oh, they changed it? What does it look like now? Not like an eye patch? Dan Crenshaw's cooked. In gerrymandering, you don't want to max your voters. You want to concentrate all the black votes into a few districts and spread out the others so they're just barely not a majority in any other district. You concentrate your enemies so their votes are washed. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what I said, but I thought that's what I was saying. Looks like an outpatch with no string.
Candidacy to serve as the next Congress. I'm Amanda Edwards, and I'm excited to announce my candidacy to serve as the next Congresswoman for the 18th Congressional District. I'm a native Houstonian, an attorney, and former at-large Houston City Council member. I'm running for Congress to ensure that we have leadership that places people above politics and delivers the results that we are looking for and deserve. I was raised in this district. My family's from this district, and I live in this district. I know firsthand so many of the challenges that we face and also the opportunities that lie ahead. I'm committed to resolving those challenges and seizing the opportunities. My parents' battles with cancer taught me firsthand that for so many Americans, access to health care coverage is an issue of life or death and not just some political chip in some political game. After Harvey, I was able to roll up my sleeves and get to work to help some of our most vulnerable residents get back on their feet. But so many of our residents still remain in need. My work to reduce disparities that women and minority small business owners face also opened my eyes to the fact that so many people in our community.
The access to healthcare coverage. She brought up minority businesses when talking about the trials and tribulations that her parents went through. She mentioned only cancer and not like poverty. I don't know anything about her, but it's like, why the fuck are all of these like deep blue districts all of these fucking deep blue districts in like the deep red South littered with candidates that are just like, they're littered with candidates that are just not looking to change anything. This person knows nothing, has done no work, just sat on the council for like a season and a half. She's just another rich kid who's not going to do anything to help our country. County.
Who own small businesses are still in need of policy solutions so that they can thrive in this new normal after the pandemic. Education is important. In fact, I know that firsthand, having graduated from Eisenhower High School in the Aldine Public School District to Harvard Law School. It's critically important that we remove the barriers to education and opportunity and then instead provide pathways.
Like, there is a way that neoliberals speak when talking about issues that immediately trigger the fuck out of me, where it's like, we need to remove barriers to education, is literally fucking a school choice take. Like, why don't you just say we need to beef up our public institutions? Remove the barrier to education can go in either direction. Okay? Providing pathways to education, removing barriers to education is quite literally a deliberate choice of words, which means just like helping small businesses is a trigger word for me, okay? Just like access to care and coverage is another trigger choice for me. I don't even know what her policies are, but immediately as soon as I see this, I'm like, this is such focus-tested, like, right-wing Democrat bullshit.
Ways for success. Together, we can build a community that is bold, that is innovative, that's inclusive, where we build each other up instead of tear each other down. But it's important that we elect leadership that will ensure that we don't just live in our community, we have to thrive in our community. And I'm running to become your next Congresswoman so that you can get the results that you deserve.
It's a real problem in the South. I've asked the same question a million times. I don't know if it's because of Clinton cynicism or that Dems here are just more conservative generally. No, I think that these districts aren't blue because they're these people running in those districts are conservative. If that was the case, then Henry Cuellar wouldn't have almost fucking lost and needed Nancy Pelosi's help to push him across the fucking finish line against someone who literally interned for him and was infinitely more progressive, like Jessica Cisneros, with very little experience. Henry Cuellar is an institutional blue dog Democrat who is the most conservative Democrat in Congress. He is literally anti-choice. I believe he might be the last anti-choice Democrat in office. I think primaries are very low turnout, so it's hard to beat these leeches. You're wrong. In my opinion, the best opportunity you have is to sneak a fucking rugged socialist into a deep blue district that these guys are not even thinking about. That's how AOC won. That's how a lot of the squad, that's how they won. You gotta sneak people with really good ground game into deep blue districts. Doesn't matter if they're in the red South, doesn't matter if they're in blue ass fucking states. If anything, it's more difficult to sneak them in actual blue states. It is infinitely more difficult to actually sneak them past the Democratic Party because the New York machine is powerful. The California machine is powerful. The squad ain't in Texas, Lamau. I think that it doesn't help when these ghouls get 130K thrown in their face in a day of just for spewing DNC talking points. No, that's state legislature. That's different. You can definitely, I always am an advocate for DSA backed or PSL, whatever backing, doesn't matter. Like socialists to run for local office and state office. It's infinitely easier for socialists to win local and state office positions. Those races are much smaller, much more airtight. But when I talk about like representatives, for example, or when I talk about maybe not a senator, but definitely representatives, okay, you have the opportunity to run in a blue district, in a deep blue district in the South, and openly flip a Democratic Party seat. All you have to do is evade the scrutiny from the National Party. That's what you need to do. Every single squad member that won did exactly that. And once they're in the national spotlight, they are very popular in their districts. So it becomes very hard to unseat them, especially because the Democratic Party can't openly spend a shit ton of money to unseat popular young congresspersons, because that also doesn't look great. They become entrenched in those same seats in the same exact way, that the prior institutional Democrat was. You okay, dude? Wait, why? What am I saying that's like wrong? What's keeping socialists from doing this? Like, could I just LARP as a hog until I get elected? No. You can run in these positions. You can actually run for a seat like this and actually win in a seat like this. They kind of wrecked Mondaire Jones with the old guy. Well, that's when the National Party becomes more aware of somebody getting primaried out. Okay? I can't believe that the people left or right are posting on Twitter like this when they aren't even aware that there might be a 3-minute ad break coming up if you aren't subscribed. Okay, dude. God damn it. Most state and local primaries have a couple thousand votes. You can knock out a huge Dem in the primary. You're 100% correct. Young progressives can win in deep blue districts with a strong field-based campaign. That's how Maxwell Frost won. Yes. At this point, small business class is so small it actually makes no sense to focus so hard on them, and they vote overwhelmingly red. the reason why they focus on small business is because it's like it's a former American, like pro-America talking point. Small business is what pro-capitalist Democrats and Republicans point to when they're not actually talking about small business. They're talking about big business, but they can't defend big business. So they say small business because the interests are the same. Small business and big business interests are aligned. Capital owners have the same exact interests. Here, hold on.
You see, when I was in college, I led the way for our football stadium to be used as a polling site. And just this past year, they introduced a bill to ban polling sites from college campuses. So trust me when I tell you, the attack on democracy is real. And I don't want you to think for a second that this is just a Texas thing. Because what we're seeing right here in Texas is just a snapshot of what's going on all across the nation when extremists with no vision try to hold onto power with division. Now more than ever, we need the federal government. I want you to know whether it's strengthening voting rights, protecting our kids from mass shootings, or empowering people on when, if, and how they become a parent, we can tackle big issues when we're relentlessly focused on the future.
Damn, bro. This is some Pete Buttigieg ass fucking bullshit. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. We're going to start thinking about making decisions that are really important and profound changes are coming on the decisions that we're about to make, okay? You don't understand. If and when I'm elected, I will tactically ascertain whether or not we make these good decisions. Holy moly. It's fucking... Dude, the Democratic Party at least is like upgraded, and they realize like one avenue that we need to focus on is the top of the hour ad break, like I said, which comes to the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, as that chatter fucking debated me on, for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay. I did get baited, but, you know, you're still getting hit with it. My policy on M4A is a strategic ambiguity. Yeah. I mean, even his other policies are silly. It's like, oh, I'm going to do the Beto O'Rourke thing. We're going to stop mass shootings from happening. It's like, how are you going to stop it? What are you going to do?
To the folks, to everybody that's dead set on sending us backwards, well, they're about to find out. My name's Isaiah Martin, and I'm running to become the next Gen Z member of the United States Congress, because democracy is only guaranteed if we fight for it.
Another banger about him, about Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi is the greatest House Speaker of all time. It's not even close.
I mean, honestly, I'm going to be honest. No, that should disqualify you. And not even because, like, Nancy Pelosi, is the worst House Speaker or anything like that. It's not what I'm saying. I mean... If you have any opinion on the greatest House Speaker of all time, you should be disqualified from running for office. Does that make sense? Like, if you have a genuine opinion on this matter, you should not run. Like, go straight to MSNBC. Just do that. You know what I mean? Stay in your fucking lane. You should be absolutely... infinitely more concerned with like bettering the lives of your fucking potential constituents. Okay? I disqualify you. Yeah, I saw this, by the way. Sad day for the Turks. CEO of the Turkish crypto exchange Thodex was sentenced to 11,196 years in jail. He stole $2 billion from customers. The Anatolian Ninth High Criminal Court sentenced Ozad, along with his two siblings, to the same jail sentence for 11,196 years, 10 months, and 15 days in prison, along with a $5 million fine. Anadolu Ajans reported. The Turkish crypto exchange was one of the largest digital asset trading platforms in the country before it abruptly imploded in 2021. The exchange halted services on the platform without prior notice, and the founder fled the country along with users' assets totaling $2 billion in crypto. At the time, Özal had refuted all claims of a possible exit scam. Holy shit, what is the average lifespan of a Turk? Turks live for around like 20,000 years, so it's really sad that more than half of his life will be spent behind bars. It's pretty fucked up. Like, you know, he'll be dust by the time he gets out. No, not even. Bir de 40.000 yıldan azaltıldı 11.000'e. Wait, really? Cem Özdiri just says that his original sentence was 40,000 years and they lowered it to 11,000. I'm telling you, the Turkish prison system is so woke, dude. It's so fucking woke, dog. Anyway, Bill Maher on the Trump indictments. Tulsi Gabbard analyzes. Okay, I want to hear Tulsi Gabbard.
The Joe Rogan experience.
On the Trump
I think they are doing,
indictments.
and by they, I mean...
Dr. Evil.
Well, no, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. By they, I mean the Democrat elite that have vast control. It's not just the...
Dude, it's so fucking awesome that I have been right time and time again. I was right on Andrew Yang. So many motherfuckers yelled at me. I was right on crypto. So many motherfuckers yelled at me. I was right on NFT. So many motherfuckers yelled at me. And I was so right on Tulsi Gabbard from day one. And so many dumb motherfuckers yelled at me. Woo! Never forget.
President Biden or the Biden administration, it's the media, it's the politicized Department of Justice. They are doing the timing of all of these charges against Trump is not an accident. The fact that they want to hold multiple court hearings.
I love when Joe Rogan has left-leaning people on, like Tulsi Gabbard. Surely she'll speak about left-leaning issues, right?
For these charges, the day before Super Tuesday, which is a major turning point in any candidate's election. They want to kick off these court hearings the day before Super Tuesday. It's not an accident. This is all happening right now.
It's Banana Republic stuff.
It really is. And that's what they're doing is, again, these terrible things that are happening in our country are happening because we have people in power who care more about themselves and their power than they do about the people, this country, our Constitution, our democracy. They are setting this incredibly dangerous precedent that now, much like many banana republics in the world, whoever's in power has the ability to politicize and weaponize that power to go after their political opponent. That's the real. You take away whatever people think about Trump or whatever. Right. The consequences and implications of what is actually happening and what so many of the Democrat elite are justifying in the name of protecting democracy is actually destroying it.
And when you look at the charges, like when he gets indicted, where the day before there's a scandal, there's a chart of the revelations that come about Biden.
Yeah.
And then day after Trump gets arraigned.
You guys got some power.
Trump gets indicted.
Right?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's just, the whole thing is just so...
So how much do we take?
I mean, what do we do? What can be done? What can be done? You know, I mean, I don't know at this point.
Well, I mean, it does. It starts with us. It starts with us as Americans taking our own responsibility seriously. You know, in the Constitution and Bill of Rights, it talks about our government exists with the consent of the governed.
Yeah.
That's us.
There is
says
more
we
of
the
us,
people, that's us.
But these guys, yeah.
Yeah, but then when you have things like the deep state, like they're in
there's
forever.
no question. There's no question that these powerful entities are very real, and they want nothing more than to hold on to their power.
But isn't it fascinating that that was not generally discussed before 2016? Before Trump got into office, that was not like a big concern that people had, like the CIA
because
or the FBI
he's the
was
guy who
interfering.
broke through.
Right, right.
He's the, I mean, you know, you look at what the FBI and
there's nothing funnier to me than Tulsi Gabbard talking about the deep state when, like, she herself has worked alongside the CIA in Africa. It's like, what were you doing in Africa? What were you doing in Africa? Explain to me what you were doing, like, literally last month, okay? Like, how are you going to sit there and be like, yeah, the CIA is really fucked up, doing some fuck shit, dude? I don't get it. I mean, here it is.
One, you haven't heard much from me lately. I've been gone for the last 4 months, serving on an active duty tour and deployment to Africa as a civil affairs officer. I was supporting a special forces mission to go after al-Qaeda affiliated jihadists. Now, every single day, it was truly my honor to work with incredible patriots, experienced, focused warriors with an unwavering commitment to serve our country. We should never forget that, you know, no matter the decisions that the politicians make or the careerists in the Pentagon make, it is our men and women in uniform who selflessly and quietly defend the safety, security, and freedom of our country every day. Now, I haven't posted much since I was gone because I was asked not to talk about my going overseas.
Why? Seems awfully strange. Why? Also, you won't even mention which country. Very suspicious that she just says Africa and a special forces mission in Africa. Not a specific country, but just Africa.
Until my mission was complete. Al-Qaeda is very active where we were, and as someone who has a high profile, I would have been a prime target for the enemy, putting my life and the lives of my fellow service members and our mission in greater danger. Now I look forward to discussing the foreign and domestic issues.
Anyway.
And what the government was doing before that election even happened to try to take him off the field, to try to eliminate him from being a choice that voters could seriously consider. You look at what the mainstream media, even Fox News did at that time, to try to make it so people didn't take him seriously. He's the guy that broke through. And so what did they do? Every single day of his presidency, and now for years beyond, they're continuing to try to make sure that he is not allowed to carry out, you know, the things that he was talking.
Yo, but for real, why didn't they indict him earlier? I mean, depending on what case you're talking about, some of the things he did were after he was, you know, done being president, like the classified documents that he held on to. So, like, you can't indict him for future crimes at that point. And secondly, as far as the January 6th commission goes, at the federal level, again, these are investigations that had to be conducted, and it took a long-ass fucking time for them to come to fruition. You cannot indict a former president without doing your due diligence. You know what I mean? I just don't understand how people are looking at the situation and going, awfully suspicious, when, like, you have the fucking phone call. You know what I mean? You have co-conspirators. You have that are now co-defendants. You have phone calls. You have Donald Trump openly in public saying the things he wants. January 6th happened in a very public manner. A lot of people have gone to jail for their participation and their involvement during January 6th, which happened to also be tactically conducted alongside a process that Trump was actively trying to undermine and stop from happening in Congress. Now, it might have been a stupid ass fucking decision, like magically assuming that if the votes are not certified by Congress, that like you can just turn around and change the results with your false slate of electors. But, you know, it was just not going to happen. But that doesn't change the reality that they still tried it. I don't know, man.
Talking about, and he is the guy who's, as you've talked about, he's the guy who talked very openly about the military-industrial complex and their power and the deep state and these entities.
It's odd for people to act like nobody talked about the CIA or the NSA before Donald Trump. It's like, maybe not you, dumbass, but like there's plenty of people who did talk about it on actual legitimate terms. Like, not because they were like participating in a Democrat-backed like pedophile conspiracy or whatever the fuck QAnon thinks. Anyway, let's hear what Bill Maher has to say about Trump's indictments in the 2024 election.
The Joe Rogan experience. And so he just goes along with all the woke nonsense because he doesn't want to fight that wing of his party. He can't afford to have a battle on the left.
Yeah.
So that's my big issue with him. I know.
Yeah, I wonder why. Let's think. Why does Joe Biden not see a major reason as a fucking 800-year-old man? Why does Joe Biden and his team of advisors refuse to keep fucking harping on like trans people or whatever the fuck Bill wants them to talk about? Is it because he thinks that they are an incredibly viable and valid constituency that is going to go out and vote for him? No. Maybe he realizes that it is a fucking idiotic argument to make all the goddamn time, and that even the Joe Brandon team is aware that on economic issues, especially if they're at least channeling economic progress into their messaging, you know, some real left-wing shit, even if they have no intention of following through on it, and that's probably going to make a better campaign than actually we hate trans people too.
You have others.
Well, my biggest.
Why aren't you wearing a mask right now? Wait, what? Me? Or are you talking to Bill Maher, 29-month subscriber? Is this another fallen fan? What's happening? Oh, this is Reddit. I was like, what the fuck is this? Oh, he had a 15-minute rant. I love that. Another fallen soldier after 29 months is like, why aren't you wearing a mask right now? Oh, he was making a joke. He was making a joke about fucking how I'm in a wildfire. Get it? Because like, no, because Mexico filter looks like I'm in a wildfire. You know what? I'm gonna put the American filter on. These goddamn hogs in America don't understand. Here, I'll put a color correction filter on so that people can actually be comfortable with the knowledge that, like, see? There you go. There you go. Now you can think that I'm in America where there is no orange tint. Even though the orange tint is all around me right now. It's real. Mexico really does look like that. But now you can feel safe. You will get an inauthentic Mexico experience from me now. You fucked up. Anyway, let's hear what Bill Maher had to say about Donald Trump and Joe Brandon and shit.
biggest issue is he lies a lot, and he's probably
certainly not more than Trump.
Oh,
please, come
on.
man.
Well, listen, I think they both lie. I mean, I don't like that more than this guy. Because I want to just, if you want to talk about Trump, we could talk about Trump. But if you just talk about Biden, I don't think comparing him to Trump does anybody any good. You just look at the reason
it
situation.
does, because they're running against each other.
Okay.
So it's kind of necessary.
It could if you want to talk about in terms of an election, but you talk about in terms of the guy who's in office right now, like, why don't I like him? Well, one of the things that I don't like has nothing to do with any of his choices, is that he's mentally compromised. I think there's something wrong, and I think it's clear.
As if the other guy isn't.
Well, okay, he speaks much clearer. He might be crazy. He might be a
He is
sociopath.
crazy. He's
Okay,
crazy
Bill Maher is
and
such a
stupid.
Say all
fucking-
those things.
He's such an annoying, petulant little lib. He's not gonna let Joe get away with this because he's like a Sam Harris type. You know what I mean? He's like a Sam Harris type. He's just like you're like, he's so annoying, but he will still inevitably vote Democrat. You know what I mean? He's never voting he's not voting Donald Trump. No matter how much he's like, I don't know why they won't cut messaging around how trans people suck ass. Like, that's his single issue. Sam Harris' single issue is like killing all Muslims. Bill Maher's single issue is killing all trans people. You know what I mean? And this woke nonsense. I'm obviously exaggerating. Before you fucking yell at me, I don't mean literally, okay? Goddamn. Anyway, let's continue.
But it still doesn't take away from the fact that there's something wrong with Biden. Like, he makes up words, he stumbles through things. It seems like he doesn't know where he is half the time. He's very, very old. That's my problem with him.
Okay. Well, again, we're living in a world where perfect is not on the menu. These are the choices we're going to have. This is going to be who's running next time. You're going to have a doddering old man.
Do you definitely think that Biden's going to make it to the 2024 elections? Because I'm not convinced.
Well, who knows? Yeah, he might not, and some might not Trump.
Right. Both of them could die at any minute now.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, when you're like 70, whatever years old, 78 years old.
One is 77, one is 80.
Yeah, that's the end of the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're on E.
I mean,
right? I mean, you might make it to town, but you might die on the side of the road. You're
There's
on
also blue zones where people live to 100.
They don't look.
Okay, I love this conversation because they're both so out of touch, and they're like smack dab in the center. One is more center right than the other. One is like a right winger now, and the other one is like center right. Okay, and they're just having, but they are, in the eyes of Americans, they are like the moderates. You know what I mean? In the eyes of like the average American voter, they are the center moderates for the most part. And it's so funny because they're also both incredibly old and out of touch now. And they're having such a fun conversation because, like, both of the candidates suck dick. But they're having this conversation on similar terms that I would have, but from a completely different perspective. Like, one is like reluctantly kind of on board with Trump, and the other one is reluctantly kind of on board with Joe Biden. Okay? And you know, they're just sitting there and they're like, yeah, they suck, but like also this guy's like kind of better, right? I love it. Different perspectives, shocking. Yeah. I'm so scared about different perspectives. Oh no. I love it's not that I fucking personally welcome and love different perspectives. No, you got me. Anyway, let's continue. 37 month subscriber. There's no way that
like those
person's
guys.
not memeing.
No, they look better.
Yeah, they're thin and active and.
Well, Biden's thin.
That's true.
Trump is not.
But he's thin, like skeletal thin.
Yeah.
Like he's thin, like frail. Like where he looks like he's just going to fall down a lot.
I'll give you this point. Trump looks a lot and sounds a lot more hearty and robust and healthy. That's true. He's a city roach. He eat the worst things he eats, the stronger he gets. You cannot kill him. No, I
He's
agree.
also the only guy that didn't noticeably age the moment he got into the White House.
No, we did. We aged when he was in office. He was fine. You're right. He didn't look like he aged. He always looks the same. But he's a criminal. And he's crazy, and he's stupid. And crazy and stupid are two different things.
When you say crazy, what do you base it
Okay,
on?
let me give you an example. Stupid is like Frederick Douglass is alive. or the stealth bomber is literally invisible.
Right.
Or nobody knew health care was hard to solve. That's just stupid. He's very stupid. Crazy is like, it's important that the crowd at my inauguration was the biggest ever. And I'm going to make an issue of this for the first 2 weeks of my presidency, despite photographic evidence to the contrary. Or I'm going to steal these documents that I don't even know what they are, and I don't care, and I'm going to put them next to the toilet at Mar-a-Lago, and then I'm going to fight you to take them back.
I mean, he had a lot of cool shit too. Like, people in the chat are pointing out, he wanted to nuke a tornado, which was awesome. He wanted to buy Greenland, which was pretty sick. Like, he was really cool on North Korea in general. I don't know why. He was just like personally fascinated with Kim Jong-il and like regularly defended him. What else? What else? He had like a little rivalry. The Big Boy McDonald's night was fucking awesome. Oh, Kim Jong-un, not Kim Jong-il. God, I'm so fucking old. Oh my God. The COVID, defense against COVID is by injecting bleach. You can open up your body and put UV rays inside of your body, and you can also use bleach to like inject bleach somehow to eliminate COVID. There was a Reddit thread about you today. I learned that you are a North Korea supporter. I mean, every day there's a new me. He looked directly at an eclipse after being told not to and pointed at it like it was neato. That was cool. He never said the bleach thing. He just wondered it out loud at a press conference. He didn't tell people to do it. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, okay. That's still awesome. Yeah. Okay. He just wondered out loud whether you can use bleach to kill COVID at a press conference for COVID protocols as the president of the United States of America. Yeah, a famous person can naturally wonder out loud if you should drink bleach. I mean, he wasn't just a famous person. Guys, he was the president delivering a press conference to the entire nation on COVID protocols. Like what to do to defend against COVID. It's like an entirely different context that makes still an identically hilarious story, but like, you know, very different than just like randomly walking down the street.
Or not conceding the election. Those things are crazy. Or thinking I can somehow charm Kim Jong-un in Korea, although that might be stupid. Sometimes it crosses the line between both. But he's both stupid and crazy, and he's a criminal.
See, he's like posting his dubs now.
You know, he's not being charged in these trials because he's a liar. They purposely didn't do that. Apparently it's okay. It's not illegal to lie to the American people. And of course, he did lie and continues to lie. He still hasn't conceded the election, which he plainly lost. He's charged with actual crimes, criminal intent to obscure, I forget what the actual name of the law is, but criminal intent to basically steal the election or to coerce people in the states from, I forget what it is. And then there's one forgery.
He sounds old too, to be fair.
Which has to do with the elector scheme, criminal intent for.
What is the forgery?
That's the slate of electors he was putting forward, the fake slate of electors. And then there was the one.
Here it is. We can read it. 3 counts of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. So he's trying to get someone to violate their oath. 2 counts of conspiracy
Hold that
to
shit
commit
up,
forgery
Jamie.
in the first
Jamie
degree.
Jameson.
2
Right.
counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writing. 2 counts of false statements and writings. Violation of a Georgia RICO Act. Conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer. Wonder what that is. Conspiracy to commit filing false documents and filing false documents. Then this is all based on the election results.
Well, there's also felony solicitation of violation of oath. Felony solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. That was what when he was talking to Ratzenberger. That's the I need you to find me 11,000 votes. There's also one. I mean, there's two cases about trying to steal the election. One, the national case that Jack Smith is prosecuting. Then there's the one in Georgia. Now they cross paths in a lot, but basically, I mean, yes, he tried every possible way to steal this election. He tried to do it through the courts. He tried to do it through state legislatures. He tried to do it through intimidating Mike Pence. He tried to do it through the Justice Department. They talked about seizing voting machines. They talked about using the army. I mean, you can't really believe that this guy is not worse than Joe Biden. I mean, I agree. Biden is not a great president. And the Hunter Biden stuff is a stinky conspiracy, not a conspiracy, a stinky scandal that stinks to the high heavens. If you think that in any way compares to what Trump tried to do, you just cannot tell unlike things apart.
And you're saying this just based on what happened after the election? Just that stuff?
Yes. Well, that's the criminal part, yes.
Have you ever tried to steel man his position? Like, do you think he really believes they stole the election, or do you think he's bullshitting?
Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter.
Who gives a fuck?
Who gives a fuck if he really believes it?
But I mean, if he really believes there's evidence that the election was rigged.
No, I don't care. No, first of all, that was part of the January 6th committee's findings. He has multiple people, all the people around him told him that he lost that election, including Bill Barr.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he admitted one of his quotes was that they have on record of him saying, "I don't want people to know I lost this election."
That's kind of crazy.
Well, he's crazy.
That's kind of crazy.
I mean, it's insane that you can't let go of the idea that you can't be seen as a loser. There is I always said this in the beginning. It all comes back to he is a clinical case of malignant narcissism. It's not just.
Literally, the only take that gives him lib cred is being vehemently anti-Trump. He's like a far-right groper on almost every other issue now. Yeah. It's a very weird place to be in, mentally, intellectually, unless you realize that, like, a big chunk of why he believes the things he believes about Donald Trump is the civility shit. Like, Trump is a routine violator of civility. All the reasons why I like Trump, he hates Trump for it. Like, he despises Trump for that. Because if you're Bill Maher, the system has worked well for you your entire fucking life. You're super wealthy. You have a show that is never going away, regardless of how many people watch it, seemingly. You can say whatever the fuck you want without real scrutiny. You know what I mean? You can just endlessly pontificate on, what the real problem in society is these fucking kids with their gender nonsense. You know what I mean? But ultimately, Donald Trump is I mean, yeah, he is just a Lincoln Project Republican, Bill Maher at this point. But, like, not really. He still votes liberal. I don't think he would vote for Ron DeSantis. I think he still hates the Republican Party. He has old school grievances for the Republican Party from, like, just like Sam Harris. He has old school grievances towards the Republican Party in spite of the reality that they have a lot in common. I don't think he would vote for like a fucking Republican. I don't think he would do that. I think there's too much baggage there, and I do think that yes, Bougie is right. He thinks Republicans are crazy Christians. I mean, which they are. I don't know. But I think that mostly the reason why he hates Donald Trump is because Donald Trump is a regular violator of civility. Maher seems like he'd be anti-Obama. No, I don't think he was anti-Obama. I think he was pro-Obama. If anything, mostly he would hate like maybe Obama's like policies on Muslims or whatever, but he's definitely gotten more and more reactionary over the years. But I don't think he's still, I think he's still a petulant elitist lib.
Just a quirk. It's actually in the big book of crazy, you know, that.
Right.
I mean, it's a real thing. And it affects everything he thinks and does. It's why foreign leaders were able to curry favor with him. All they had to do was kiss his ass and they got whatever they wanted. Do I really think that he wants to help Russia and Putin?
I think he loves Biden, probably. I would suspect that he loves Biden's style of politics. Just like everything is normal, everything's above board, things are back to normal, things are happening in the same way that they're supposed to. Not a lot of, id Paul, which is fine. It's not necessarily a bad thing in general. I don't know. I haven't watched enough of old Bilbo here in recent years, so I don't know.
Putin, I think Putin had him as soon as he said Trump is a brilliant man. Good, you got me. It doesn't take that much. He's a dangerous guy. The idea that he could be president again, as opposed to Joe Biden, again, Joe Biden, not my first choice, not my 100th choice, but the other guy is a crazy, stupid criminal.
Bill Maher and obesity being treated.
The Joe Rogan experience.
But
yeah, what the fuck is Weeby? Where is the fuck is Weeby right now? We're watching his favorite. We're watching his favorite right now. We're watching his fave. Where the fuck is he?
But fat is fat, and it's not. It's just not healthy. Even if you find it beautiful or sexy or whatever you want, it's just science. It's bad for literally every part of your health, from how you poop to your eyesight. There's nothing that obesity doesn't affect negatively.
You know who doesn't get any of that body positivity shit, though, is men. Nobody gives a fuck about men. If men are fat, you're just fat. That's like when James Corden...
Damn, he's not wrong. Bro, wait, what? He's kind of... Wait, Joe Rogan, another, like, weird moment of clarity where he's just like, yeah, nobody gives a shit when dudes are fucking fat for the most part.
I'm trying that shit with you?
Yes.
Yeah, it was such an obvious ploy. Oh, you're hurting my feelings,
yes.
Bill.
Oh, yes.
Fat shaming. First of all, that guy's fat from food. He's not like, my guy's got a genetic disorder. He's just, that guy's obviously not working out and living a good life, eating some nice food.
And
a little plump.
Yeah. And
fixable.
Interesting. And interesting, a year or so after he made his big crusade against me, he signed a big contract, I think, with Weight Watchers. He turned right around. But even Weight Watchers is out of style because now we've given up on the idea that obesity is something that can be contained by exercise and diet. It's now a disease. I mean,
wait, what? That's not a bad thing, dumbass. What the fuck do you mean? It's not even correct. But also, even then, wait, is he anti-Ozempic? I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Being anti-Ozempic for like the reasons where I am very skeptical of it is one thing. I'm skeptical because I know that if you stop taking it, you're gonna fucking yo-yo back. It's not even a yo-yo. You get way, way, way fatter than you previously were. Okay? And that's kind of terrifying. There's also the thyroid issues that come along with it. Yeah, Ozempic is a garbage drug. It says withdrawal issues, like really bad. Exactly. But having said that, okay, it's still kind of fucking nutty to look at the treating obesity as an epidemic or an addiction or a disease in general is ultimately a bad thing. It's a drug. Why would you take a drug for weight loss? It says gum jet enema. It's a drug that stops. It's an appetite suppressant. It is used as an appetite suppressant. Ozempic is a great drug if you're diabetic. Let's not hate too hard. I mean, yeah, there's also that too. But I'm talking about taking it specifically for... I mean, there's still the thyroid issues. And also, if you're diabetic, you have to take it anyway. Yeah, the gum guy is the guy who thinks I have a parasite in me since I was 6 years old. That's why I bite my nails.
These new drugs they have,
Ozempic. And
Ozempic.
Like yeah.
I was reading about Ozempic. I didn't know this until recently. They have zero clue why it works. They know that it works, just not why. This would bother me a little, you know.
It should.
That if they're giving me something and they're like...
They're looking at Ozempic and Wegovy, same shit, different dosage for treating addiction, which actually could be sick. Obese people do it to themselves willingly and knowingly. If you don't acknowledge this truth, I got some news for you. Brother, I've lost more weight and gained more weight in my entire life than you and your fucking fat ass family combined. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about fucking weight loss. You don't know anything about obesity. If you think that it's just like, people do it to themselves willingly and knowingly, you dumb bitch. You literally don't even have object permanence. And you come into this fucking community thinking you know a thing or two about fucking obesity and how it happens. There are so many things that happen in your day in life that you have no way of comprehending. How dare you? Why do you think it magically doesn't happen in other countries where, I don't know, there are more walkable cities or their dietary habits and their consumption is better? Okay? Blessed the day Hasan has attacked me. What a blessing. I attack not you, but I attack stupid ideas. So do not think that this is a moment that you have in the spotlight because you have gotten a rise out of me. Gotten a rise out of me because of how fucking stupid your take is. Okay? Every single thing that we do and experience happens not due to nature for the most part, but nature can play a significant role, but a lot of nurture is involved in it. It's social conditioning. When you say Americans are fat because they're just stupid and fat, you fail to comprehend why so many people are obese in this fucking country. Our car-reliant infrastructure, our dietary habits that are backed by government subsidies that turn back into government lobbying dollars, a deregulation of the FDA. It is so fucking stupid. I like how our different experiences in life give us different perspectives, and then we get this discourse. Man, don't try to fucking discourse your way out of this. Your opinion is wrong. It is completely incorrect. And I'm giving you the tools to be able to think beyond your horse blinders. Okay? That's it. It's not just, people are actively eating a lot, and that's why they're getting fat. That is so incredibly reductive. If that was the fucking case, then why the fuck isn't every single person on the planet obese as shit? Why? Perhaps some systemic faults are at play here. Okay? Everyone thinks couldn't be me until it is. You never know when you might get depressed or hurt or anything. It's not always a choice. It's such an individual mindset thing. it's also beyond that as well. It's beyond getting sick and like being fucking bedridden and not being able to move, not being able to be mobile. There's also so many issues, so many systemic factors at play with respect to people's dietary habits. Okay? Dietary choices, dietary habits. Yes, ultimately, at the end of the fucking day, the easiest, most effective way to lose weight is to not eat that much. Okay? Oh, anyway. I'm currently participating in a research study on Ozempic effects on cognitive symptoms of depression, although I think I'm in the placebo group. Jesus.
Okay, this new miracle pill, just take it. We're working on the reason why it might do this to you, but until then, just fuck it.
There's no biological free lunch either. I have friends that are on that stuff, and one friend who just got off of it because he was having some serious gastrointestinal issues that are apparently one of the side effects.
Yeah.
There's no free lunch. If you're taking an injection that makes you less hungry, something's going on. That's probably not good.
Yes.
And you're also losing a lot of connective tissue, bone mass, and muscle mass. My good friend Peter Attia did a study on his patients. He's a doctor, did a study on patients that took Ozempic, and one of the things that they found is they lost weight, but they gained fat. They were actually had a higher percentage of body fat because they were primarily losing muscle tissue and connective tissue. They were losing so much of that even though they lost like 20 pounds, they actually went from like 15% body fat to maybe 20% body fat or whatever the number was.
But what I find the most alarming is the way, in just a matter of a few years, the group think that this is a disease now that cannot be controlled by what for 50, 100, a million years before this, it was the scientific consensus that, of course, you can control it with diet and exercise. It just...
What the fuck are you talking about? Literally, like 50 years ago, they were hawking meth at housewives to lose weight. Shut the fuck up. Like, come on, dude. Like, we talk about medicine as though it's this unchanging principle. Like, what the fuck do you mean, dog? Literally, housewives were getting fucking meth. Like in the 50s and 60s, like actual meth to lose weight. I'd say Ozempic probably is a little bit better than fucking meth. What the fuck? And also, the other part of the problem is like the other part of the problem when you think about obesity and all this shit that is genuinely frustrating is that, once again, our dietary choices are not up to us as much as we think they are. There are so many people that are fat as fuck that just live in food deserts. And what are they supposed to do in that situation? There's no like short bus trip that they can take to go and fucking get healthy food options. Healthy food options are more expensive. They're far away. They're not as accessible. Very frustrating for people to just be like, just stop eating, dude. Just stop eating. And then there's a fucking drug that comes out that like literally helps you stop eating. And you're like, I don't really like that. It's like, what do you want? What do you want these people to do? Just fucking die in shame? Like, what do you want? Whenever people like Bill Maher or Joe Rogan talk about like fat people, they always talk about fat people as though they're not humans. You know what I mean? Like they're just this other entity that are demonstrating their moral failings every day, and they should just fucking kill themselves, and then the world would be better. It's like, dog, like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's like, what do you want them to do? It's like yelling at fucking Lizzo for appearing in a commercial where she's wearing like yoga pants and doing like actual activities. You know what I mean? Like a fitness commercial. It's like fat people can't even fucking go into the gym to better themselves like you said you wanted them to do. The fuck is this? It's like, I want them to lose weight, but I don't want them to lose weight that way. It's like, well, fuck you. Why is it up to you, dumbass? Like, you drink a shit ton of alcohol. You don't hear me fucking complaining about it. You goddamn lush. Shut the fuck up. You got genetically lucky in this situation. You got genetically lucky. You're also rich, so you can continue on with your like dietary choices and habits, and it doesn't end up impacting your health that much. He's a pothead, I think. No, he's also a lush too. He definitely drinks a lot of alcohol. If I'm not, I think I'm pretty sure he does. Anyway.
In a couple of years, that went out the window. And you cannot find an article on the front page or in the op-ed page of the New York Times in the last couple of years that has any other belief than this one, that it is a disease.
So the real issue here is that you should be scared that Big Pharma is just like pumping this product, like just shilling it, just hawking it like it's some miracle fucking drug, while also not really talking about the side effects all that much. That's what's actually a little scary to me, at least. Okay? Anyway.
It is not within a person's control. So they're all in on Ozempic or whatever else because we certainly can't leave this to people themselves to control it. That's a giant sea change. And the way they sheep-like just go right in a row.
Yeah.
No dissent. Not one person standing up in the paper of record to say, wait a second, this can't really be the case. I mean, 50 years ago, we look like a completely different people.
Yeah.
Why is it the case? In 50 years, did we evolve? In 50 years, human beings? Was cake not delicious in 1969? I think it was. And yet somehow people resisted it.
Well, there's a lot of diet changes for sure. And I think one of the things about the narrative, there was a lot of influence by...
It's so funny. It's like, well, one, a lot of people smoke cigarettes, but like, I mean, let's see. Like 50 years ago, America was like way, way better, right? Okay. Now, obviously, our life expectancy is not looking too hot due to, you know, all the factors that I've mentioned time and time again in comparison to other nations. But like, it was 68 years in 1950. Okay? 68. Our life expectancy's gone up, dumbass. The fuck do you mean? And it's dropped again due to COVID and also due to, you know, awful access to healthcare. Your biggest factor is healthcare more than obesity for USA. It's so odd that he's like, no, man, we were doing so much better, dude. He would say because of medical advances. Yeah, no shit, dog. While he's shitting with one hand on medical advances. What do you mean? Of course, medical advances play a fucking major role in people's life expectancy going up. $50 years ago, there was typically a spouse that would cook for you, which would cause less impulsive fast food eating. No, I think that overall, people's circumstances, their free time, their benefits, even their fucking healthcare, even if medical technology wasn't necessarily as good as it is today, their access to medicine was probably a little bit better due to the benefits package that they had, due to the amount of money that they had, due to the amount of free time that they had overall. And that wasn't obviously for every single person, but certainly for this robust middle class that was growing. But even then, it doesn't matter because obviously there were a tremendous amount of fucking healthcare failures even back then. America wasn't as obese, certainly. Okay? America certainly wasn't as obese. However, they were still dying. They were dying due to alcohol. They were dying due to fucking tobacco, cigarettes. sure that our food wasn't as pumped with high fructose corn syrup. You know? Anyway, let's keep going.
Vested interests. Like, you know, I'm sure you know about the 1950s, I believe it was, where the sugar industry paid off scientists.
Of course.
To,
Yes.
to put the blame on saturated fat. And it changed people's eating.
And corn.
Corn.
They changed what the sugar came from because they had too much corn because they subsidized it.
Yeah.
So let's make sugar out of corn, which is not really what you should be making.
Right.
I mean, cane sugar is not great for you either, but it's better than corn. You see the obesity rates go up as corn syrup. But it's still within someone's power to turn it down. You're not helpless.
There's plenty of people.
How? Point to a singular fucking piece of food that hasn't touched corn subsidies. Like, what do you mean? If all matter of food has fucking corn, high fructose corn syrup or some kind of corn product in it, what do you mean? How is it so easy to just like avoid it? Like the top of the hour ad break is easy to avoid. You know what I mean? It's not that easy, especially if you're poor, especially if you are living in a food desert, especially if there is no education on food choices. It's so stupid that people are just like, oh, I don't get it. Why don't you just like put the fucking... Why don't you put the donuts down, fatty, is not necessarily good as far as arguments goes. As far as a comprehensive healthcare plan goes. You know? Put the fudge rounds down. Anyway, put the fudge rounds down and spend $5 or your Twitch Prime on here to avoid the ad breaks at the top of the fucking hour. When there is a 3-minute ad break at the top of the fucking hour. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Just shows how out of touch these old fucks are. Like how long ago they bought their own groceries while paying 50% of their paycheck for rent. Yeah, I mean, not happening. Meanwhile, here's one thing that could actually help people. We're going to talk about that in a second after this one is over. Joe Rogan hates 15-minute cities, apparently. We're going to get to that in a second.
People out there that have done it too that you can get examples from. I mean, especially in this day and age with YouTube and these social media influencers that have lost a ton of weight, some of those people have gone on diets and lost 150 pounds, and they'll tell you how they did it. And you can get inspiration from them.
It's not rocket science.
Yeah, it's doable. But it's not easy. And the idea of calling it a disease, it's interesting because we kind of agree alcoholism is a disease, but it is similar. Because you are addicted to food. Like, people are absolutely...
Look at him. He's arriving at it. He's literally arriving at the correct point. He even knows the corn subsidy talking point. It's like, why are you having this back and forth? You have to just straight up hate fat people. I think that's what it is. Like, they know the problems. They understand the role that, like, social conditioning and our structures have played in creating this like actual epidemic. They understand that like utilizing the addiction narrative is actually a better one, or a disease narrative is actually a better one. Okay? And yet, after all that, they're still 5 minutes in to just talking about how, like, well, you know, but fat people still suck, though, right? Yeah, they do. Yeah. Yeah, and they should just put the fucking, you know, food down, fatty. Okay, got it. Thanks, man. It's like, why did you have that conversation then? Why didn't you just talk about this in the beginning of the conversation and fucking move on?
Addicted to food.
Also, like, if you recognize the addiction component, you recognize how much money people spend on making sure that that shit is hella addictive. It's like billions of dollars being fucking... implemented to poison you in that regard.
Especially high fructose corn syrup products and things where there's like, you're getting that big sugar rush and the insulin spikes. And
well, they do this in the lab, you know. I mean, they have all these food companies. All these food companies have labs where they go in and they test how much fat and sugar and salt we can put in this thing to make it as addictive as possible. You know, they don't want you to just eat one of that Lay's potato. You bet you can't eat. They want you to have the whole bag and then start another bag.
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I think they are doing.
Sorry, we're not rerunning this, obviously. My food came. My room service. What the fuck? Why does the video cannot be played? Wait, what? Hello? Oh, it can be. Okay, good.
Cities,
right? Yeah, tell me about those. I don't know much about them.
The idea is you'll essentially
That's what this city is. That's what this city is.
But you'll essentially be contained unless you get permission to leave.
That's true?
Really?
How are they going to put us in there?
The idea they're starting to roll out in Europe. They're talking about. I think they've already implemented this somewhere.
Well, you would think. Well, I'm just thinking about Lahaina when you're talking about this, because you would think, well, how are they going to put us on that land of these 15-minute cities? But then you would think, well, how are they going to get us off our land? But they just have. In Lahaina, they just got these people off their land, and if you go...
Well, they're talking about it. They haven't done it
yet.
No.
I mean, they cannot go on their land now because there's a 80-year-old fella, and he wants his house burned down, and his safe is in there, and he wants to go check on his safe, but he can't get in. He can't get in the property. Asbestos our whole lives. We've cleaned it up thousands of times, put it in trash bags. It was on the ceilings before when we were kids, that white stuff.
Yeah.
And
like
now
little
nobody
balls
can.
on
I haven't heard of anybody with asbestos. I mean,
Well,
I could be wrong. I just don't know who it is.
People got cancer from it, for sure. Yeah, it's very, very cancer causing. Very
Yeah,
causing.
we literally used to play in that stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
we whack it off the roof and
Not
and
good,
all
though.
that.
But that's not good.
And we're still here.
Well,
though.
listen, there was lead paint in people's houses. They had to remove that too because it was lowering kids' IQs. What are those 15-minute cities?
Yeah, I'm curious
What
about
are the
that.
plans for these fucking things?
I've heard of it, but as I look it up, there's an article from Canada that says it's a little bit of a conspiracy theory.
Canada's a conspiracy theory. Canada's literally a functioning conspiracy theory.
It's just a concept to bring things to within 15 minutes.
Right, but isn't there something going on, a 15-minute city that they tried in the UK? Isn't there something along those lines? Just Google that. 15-minute city in UK.
But I mean, what do you want me? I'm not
Just
know what I'm
see what
looking
it.
for.
Just Google that. 15-minute city.
This is my favorite.
15-minute city.
This is my favorite fucking Joe Rogan moment, okay? Objectively a good thing. And he's literally just like, objectively a good thing. He has to immediately be a dumb fuck and shit on it like it's a bad thing. Okay? Jamie goes, hey, that seems like a conspiracy theory. Here, it looks like it's a good thing. And you're just like kind of, you got duped by some conspiracy theories. No, find the article where it doesn't say it's a conspiracy theory. Find me an article now that actually says this is a bad thing. Right now, Jamie, do it. People are so fucking dumb. The 15-minute city thing is like just genuinely a good thing. I'm shocked that people are still shitting on it.
Electric city or something, right?
Well,
I mean, they've talked about walkable communities for a long time.
I don't know exactly.
15-minute hysteria.
That's from March.
Rather benign urban planning concept. Yeah. English city of Oxford. Click that. Yeah. Okay. An academic behind the hit urban... The hit. It's a hit, guys. It's like fucking Saturday Night Fever. It's a hit. The hit urban planning concept slammed flat earthers spreading fake news about livable cities. Oh, yeah, you're a flat
Blame
earther
the flat
if you don't
earthers.
want to be trapped in a 15-minute city.
Where's Kelly Slater when you need him?
Wait,
So
where's the
scroll down
trap?
Here. Is Kelly Slater a flat earther?
He jokes.
Where's the fucking trap? What is trapping you in the city? Where's the trap, you fucking dumbass? You just made that part up. You literally made that part up. No one is doing that. No one is saying that. The only thing you're trapped in is the prison of your own mind, you fucking asshole. That's it. You're trapped in there because there's nothing going on.
Around. He just torches people all the time.
So a rather benign urban planning concept is shaking up the English city of Oxford, sending thousands of people into the streets to protest what they say is a dystopian plan to take away their personal freedoms and lock them into their neighborhoods. The concept of the 15-minute city, popularized by the Franco-Colombian academic Carlos Moreno, aims to make cities more livable by ensuring that all essential services, think schools, medical care, and shops, are within the distance of a short walk or bicycle ride. Broadly, the idea is to cut down on long commutes and car emissions.
Yeah, exactly. This is the mind of an American ape, okay? Oh, sounds really good, but what's the catch? I bet you're going to do gay government communism to me in the 15 minutes that it takes me to fucking walk to the grocery store. Fuck you. And it's like, listen, you fucking dumb ape. You live in Texas. You literally live in the exact opposite of a 15-minute city as a concept. And there is 0% chance that your dumbass ape mind doesn't go bananas mode every time you're in your fucking Porsche 911 on the fucking freeway and you're going, how the fuck is this 16-lane fucking freeway so slammed to the fucking gills with traffic every fucking day? Worse of all, he literally came from another fucking anti-15-minute city place, Los Angeles, California, okay? Both of these states and both of these cities, Austin, Texas, and Los Angeles, California, have 16-lane highways where there is bumper-to-bumper traffic all the fucking time. And that is specifically because of the anti-15-minute city style mentality for these dumb fucking apes. Fuck. It's like living in a fucking caveman era, okay? And there's like constant fucking elements that you have to brave. And one guy goes, hey, why don't we live inside the cave when it's raining outside? And Joe's like, I don't know. How about we don't be gay like that? How about we just fucking stay out here? What's the catch, dumbass? It's literally like that. It's just like, it blows my fucking mind. It's like, nah, dude, fuck you, idiot. Bitch, you want me to do gay stuff in the cave? Fuck you. Nah, I'm not gonna get in your trap, dude. Shelter? Pff, that's pussy shit.
And improve people's quality of life, ensuring they have access to quality services where they live. It's not the way it's being seen in Oxford. News of the city council adopted a plan to embrace the 15-minute city model, prompted fierce backlash with local groups and public figures alleging that authorities plan to restrict residents to their immediate neighborhoods and strictly police their movements, which will happen eventually.
Why?
The idea that that won't.
Why? Why would it happen? Why? Why? What is the benefit of it? Your movement is quite literally fucking restricted right now, idiot. It's restricted to a car that you spend hours inside of. It makes me so mad when people just go, oh, well, how about this other completely made up thing will happen? Like, they can just restrict you right now, dumbass. If they want to. Car lobbyists with the easiest psyop of all time. Bro, these guys are the psyop themselves now. We've moved beyond the psyop. It's permanent. It's like seeing Gen Z TikTokers, black Gen Z TikTokers talking about how MLK was unfaithful to his wife. You know what I mean? It's like, the FBI was trying to get people to say that, right? Like, they were trying, and you're just doing it to yourself now. Like, you are self-inflicting the FBI psyops from like decades ago. It's just, we don't even need that anymore. We don't need anybody to do the psyop. We're psyoping ourselves.
won't happen eventually, particularly in the case of a pandemic or something where they can control people. That this is not a fucking conspiracy theory. The outrage has been fanned by popular right-wing media figures and politicians who seized on the issue as an outrageous example of government overreach. If they do limit people to those places, that is exactly what people are terrified of. If they embrace this concept and create this model and then somehow or another mandate that you stay inside that.
Yeah.
That's fucking terrifying.
Which in the age of the COVID lockdowns is not out. There's no surprise that people are.
Well, you just buy the.
They're so stupid. They just have to say this, right? Please. This is not a conspiracy. Immediately follows the basis of conspiracy. It's like, dude, what you're describing can already happen, you fucking idiot. Because what you're describing is an entirely separate thing. Wait, you called it?
Your little marching is causing a lot of damage, Martin. This movement is not going to stop regardless. It's bigger than you guys. I'll never quit. It's funny you say that. I think we might have something that'll change your mind a little bit. It doesn't matter what you show me. Nothing will make me stop what I'm doing right now.
Please, why are you showing me this? I don't want to even look at this.
Guys calling the people that are talking about it flat earthers. Yeah. Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
No,
But
they're
it's,
not.
it's a spoiler alert.
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah. It's interesting.
It makes you think.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder.
It does make you think.
Yeah. Yeah, which I will not do. You will not make me. I will never think. It makes you think is all I will say. I will refuse to think. You can't make me. Thinking is gay and communism. Makes you think, but it doesn't make me think. You want to know why? Because I don't think. I'm Joe Rogan. I'm not paid to think. I'm paid to fucking thump my chest like a baboon. Fuck. He's so insanely stupid, like unimaginably stupid. God, the 50-minute city thing pisses me off the most, I think, because it is such an objectively good thing. And they're like, I don't know. We will get nothing, and we will like it. Okay, how's your food? I mean, it's pretty basic. I'm eating, like, tacos and a chicken, half-baked chicken, and it's not bad. It just makes me so angry, dude. It makes me so fucking mad. People, this is why we will never have healthcare, dog. We will never have healthcare. We will never, ever, ever have healthcare. Fuck me. It's
Well,
not
there's also
happening.
this talk of 15-mile cities, right?
Yeah, tell
Or
me about
15
those. I don't know much
and
about
by
those.
they, I
You
mean
That's
essentially
what this city is.
contained.
That's what this city is. But
We'll never get healthcare, dude. No shot. We don't even fucking deserve it. All right, anyway, here's the Fukushima radioactive water video.
On March 11th, 2011, a tsunami resulting from a magnitude 9.1 earthquake pummeled the Japanese coastline. Within a single day, millions would be without power, over 100,000 buildings would be destroyed, and over 19,000 people would be missing or dead. It was the single.
Are you living in a $3.5 million mansion you bought in Mexico? Yes. Don't piss me off. I'll come and buy a fucking $15 million mansion in your backyard, too. Okay?
Single greatest loss of life Japan had suffered since nuclear bombs flattened Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. Beset by walls of water of the exact height numerous reports warned of, the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant drowned. It lost power, then backup power, then the ability to adequately cool nuclear fuel. Then it exploded 3 times, releasing plumes of radioactive smoke over the surrounding area. It would be only the 3rd time that corium, a deadly mixture of nuclear fuel, metal, and concrete, was created by accident. The mitigation of the Fukushima nuclear disaster continues 10 years on. Thousands of tons of radioactive topsoil still sit in innumerable black.
Wait, is this actually T-Pain? No, there's no way. Why is T-Pain not a No, there's no way this is the actual T-Pain. Because actual T-Pain would have a partner badge, right? The fuck? Is T-Pain not a partner? Like, what's happening? Oh my god, it literally is T-Pain. Why the fuck is... First of all, I had no idea T-Pain was a 34-month subscriber. And secondly, where the fuck is T-Pain's verified badge? First message in 34 months. 34 months? 34 months of getting... It's me, mobile. 34 months of getting gifted subs, probably? I don't know. But that's crazy.
Black bags stacked in pyramids.
T-Pain, we're learning about Fukushima, the radioactive water that the Japanese government is releasing in coordination with, or at least like working alongside international authorities after diluting the Fukushima power plants like water that actually touched the core. China is very upset about it. South Korea is very upset about it. The big point of contention in Japan.
Rural roads.
We're so lame. I know, we are really
Thousands of workers still move in and out of the power plant, cleaning, maintaining, and decommissioning. Most globally relevant, however, is the recently approved plan to release stored radioactive water back into the ocean. That started just a few days ago and will continue for anywhere from 7 to 40 years. I spent 10 days in the Fukushima exclusion zone in the April of 2023. I took a Geiger counter to mostly abandoned roads. I walked the once inundated coastline and saw remediation efforts firsthand, all of which you will see over the course of this series. I also got to access the inside of the Fukushima Daiichi power plant itself and held a sample of the radioactive water TEPCO will be releasing with my own hands. And that's where things got complicated.
You see, I had my own preconceived notions about what a tour of Fukushima Daiichi would actually be like. And while I can say that my tour wasn't surprising, I'd encountered similar conditions in Chernobyl, the tour was confusing. And I think that's a big problem, with big consequences.
This is the true story of Fukushima's radioactive water.
How come he didn't go to
Both
jail
the
like
power
Joey?
and potential danger of
probably there
nuclear
with the
fuel
government?
is that, in the right configuration, it heats itself up. In a functional power plant, rods filled with uranium pellets, moderated by both water and reaction-killing control rods, emit high-energy particles that cause nearby rods to do the same. Precisely controlled, this process generates an enormous amount of heat, which the reactor uses to boil water.
We're watching Kyle Hill. Should Fukushima release radioactive water?
Turn turbines, and ultimately generate electricity. This happens safely every day all over the world. In the ruins of Fukushima Daiichi's reactors, however, heat is still being produced by melted fuel, and radiation rates prevent any kind of fine-grained control. Water is therefore constantly pumped through the reactors to prevent another meltdown. That water inevitably mixes with the corium and other debris and becomes radioactive itself. For the last decade, all of this contaminated water has been stored on-site at Daiichi in giant tanks that now take up the vast majority of the plant's square footage. And as of this year, they started running out of room. The cooling of Daiichi's ruins creates 130 to 150 cubic meters, 150,000 kilograms of contaminated cooling water, rainwater, and groundwater every single day. Japanese and international experts have determined that building more and more on-site storage is not a viable long-term solution, and so a plan was proposed to release processed water back into the sea, like every other similarly situated nuclear power plant does as a part of daily operations. The main contaminant in this water is tritium, a hydrogen atom with 2 extra neutrons. It's a beta emitter with a half-life of around...
Yeah, bro, it's just a couple extra neutrons. Like, suck it up, man. It's just heavy water, you know? I don't get it.
Around 12.3 years, created naturally when cosmic rays interact with Earth's atmosphere. It then circulates through the hydrological cycle. About 99% of all tritium, natural or man-made, is incorporated in water and follows the water cycle from the high atmosphere to the sea. The problem with it is that tritiated water is chemically identical to regular water, and so human bodies use it the same way. Beta radiation can't penetrate very far, but inhaled, absorbed, or ingested, as close to your vital organs as possible, tritium can be dangerous.
Wait, what?
Thankfully, tritium is, relatively speaking, only dangerous in large concentrations and excreted from the body just like water. And so it's concentration that Fukushima will control and monitor after using highly technical water treatment methods to remove 62 much more harmful radioisotopes. Why not also just remove the tritium? Well, the multinuclide removal, or ALPS process that Fukushima Daiichi is using to treat the contaminated water can't remove all the tritium for the same reason your body takes it up like water. It's too chemically close to H2O, too hard to separate from the normal molecule. The International Atomic Energy Agency has agreed with Japan on this point. The IAEA is, quote, not aware of any solution currently available for the separation of tritium commensurate with the concentration and the volume of treated water, end quote. In other words, if you had a process to separate out all this slightly different H2O, you would probably just still remove all of the H2O. Thousands and thousands of tons of radioactive water can't simply accumulate for the next 4 decades at Daiichi, especially considering the risk posed to the tanks by another possible earthquake and/or tsunami. And so starting just a few days ago, TEPCO will release treated water into the ocean via a 1-kilometer-long undersea tunnel at an agreed-upon concentration. Here, it will mix with seawater, which already contains a natural amount of tritium, diluting it to safe levels. At least, that's what TEPCO is claiming. But the science is on their side. Dilution is deceptively powerful, and there's effectively an infinite amount of seawater. So again, the key factor here will be concentration, the amount of radiation per liter in the treated water. That concentration, according to TEPCO, will be 1,500 becquerels per liter, or water that decays in some way 1,500 times per second per liter. This is far below the regulatory levels for many other countries, as well as the World Health Organization's drinking water quality guidelines. It's also far below the levels in water discharged by many functioning power plants every year. France, TEPCO likes to point out, discharges 500 times more tritium into the ocean.
Bro, this video has the reverse effect on me, where it doesn't make me go, oh, it's cool that Japan is releasing tritium radiated water into the ocean. It makes me go, what the fuck is France doing? Like, I know the point is supposed to be like, oh, don't worry about it. Like, Japan is just like, is basically dumping a little bit of tea into the ocean. It's not that big of a deal. But it has the reverse effect on me where I'm like, dog, that's fucked up more than what Japan is doing then. Hasan, tritium isn't actually that dangerous. There are more dangerous, potent natural sources of radiation you'll encounter every day. I mean, I also fly. Not Christian F. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Your Himba always shows on this issue. Man, I'm kind of worried about fucking. What's wrong with flying? What do you mean what's wrong with flying? You're getting fucking radiated when you're flying. What do you think is going on?
Than Fukushima ever will. But that begs the question, how safe is this 1500 becquerels per liter limit? Well, according to the math, very. If Fukushima's diluted seawater mix was drinkable, for example, you could drink 2 liters a day of it, direct from an undersea pipe, direct from a nuclear disaster, and after a year, you still wouldn't have accumulated 0.1% of the dose that is agreed upon to cause negative health effects. In fact, you wouldn't be able to physically consume enough of this treated water to irradiate
no, dog.
you would drown before you got a dangerous dose.
At least, this is what the international community has been told, what I was told. All of the documents you're seeing throughout this piece, I got from TEPCO directly. At present moment, I have no real reason to doubt all of the facts and figures. I can't actually imagine an industry...
Ain't no way he tries it, right? Bro. Ain't no way he tries the water, right? Please stop.
Company that is under more international and domestic pressure to fix all of their mistakes and get it all right. However, even if all of these facts and figures are true, the way that they're being presented to the public, the way that they were presented to me, was a little confusing. And I know because I was there to hold the treated water with my own hands.
Unlike my tour of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, where we were allowed to film basically anything other than the security systems and military personnel, there were no cameras of any kind allowed at Fukushima Daiichi.
And so I'm here recording my recollection of the plant tour well after the fact. Now, I've used words like confusing in this piece because as someone who's generally knowledgeable about nuclear physics and nuclear disasters, I immediately noticed a confusing difference between what I knew about the plant and what I was told by the plant.
The 3-hour tour started with a full briefing. We turned in our passports for copying and received about 80 pages of documents, everything from timelines to medical reports to infographic-filled explainers on tritium. With the help of a translator, we went through a few of the pages relating to what we would soon see for ourselves. I wrote down notes in the margins. We were then asked to file into a theater in the visitor center. There, we sat down for what could be only described as a long apology.
That's the most Japanese shit of all time.
A severe accident occurred at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power station. We sincerely apologize to residents in Fukushima Prefecture.
That's so funny.
And all people in society for causing serious damage and having caused tremendous ongoing burden, anxiety, and inconvenience.
After the apology was over, the tour group was ushered onto a bus. A dosimeter with a large red readout flickered in one of the seats, telling us the ambient dose rate inside of the vehicle. The bus tour began. We passed workers, some in regular clothes, others in full hazmat gear. The TEPCO representative on board was proud of the fact that street clothes were now sufficient protection in the majority of the plant. We passed a street where purposefully and carefully maintained cherry blossom trees bloomed each year. We unfortunately had missed those by only a week or two. The dosimeter ticked up as we drove. As we got closer to the failed reactors, I had to turn my personal Geiger counter off. The alarm was blaring. This is when I started to get confused. At the start of the tour and before the bus ride, the ambient radiation wasn't anything to notice.
Oh, hell
and there's
no.
something to be said for that, for the efficacy of a decade of decontamination.
Fucking hell no, dude. Yo, that's when you go, hey man, stop the bus. I'm getting out. Yeah, bro loves radiation. What the fuck is right? He's like, oh, sick. Finally, we're getting to the good stuff, dude. It's making my fucking blood boil. a lot of nuke heads are so committed to the bit that they're just like, what do you mean, bro? It's like a little bit of fucking, it's a little bit of radiation, dog. Fucking chill. Like, I would rather be a dumbass who's like afraid of the unknown in the way that I am than be the type of dude who's like, technically coal emits much more radiation on a daily basis than a failed nuclear power plant. And then like, but like, I'm not walking into a fucking coal mine either. You know what I mean? I'm not like, oh, sick, dude. My Geiger counter's going off. Let me go eat some coal. You know? You sound like an anti-vaxxer? Bro, I'm sorry. You don't point to fucking, like, multiple decades coal miners and go, that's a beacon of health and prosperity right there. You know what I mean? Canary enthusiasts eating.
Stopped at the husks of reactors 1 and 2, I can confidently say that I've never stood in a place so radioactive, and I likely never will again. When I was just a stone's throw away from Chernobyl's sarcophagus, the decades-old fuel still produced a background rate of radiation of 20 microsieverts per hour. When I was more than 100 meters away from Fukushima's decaying fuel, the radiation rate was more than 400% higher. Now, I don't want to mislead you here. Even a higher than Chernobyl dose rate will not be dangerous if you follow the twin principles of ALARA, as low a dose as reasonably achievable, and TDS, time, distance, shielding. As such, we didn't spend more than 15 minutes inside of Chernobyl's new safe confinement and were pressured for time by plant personnel. But outside of Fukushima's ruined reactors is where we were told to get off the bus, necessarily minimizing shielding and distance. There we were lectured once more, maximizing time. There was apparently enough time for a Q&A session. We even stopped to pose for a group photo. This short stop was the best example of the risk-reward.
Damn, bro. They're like, okay, their goal is to just like kill everybody that is fucking dumb enough to go to the plant. They're just like, here's cancer in the next 20 years. Things are really good right now. Don't ask any more questions.
Reward calculation that the Japanese government and plant operator TEPCO were making. It is very good PR that members of the public can stand so close to the disaster that is only superseded by Chernobyl in infamy. But this stunt gave me a dose that was not as low as reasonably achievable. This was bad radiation safety. Is the reward of good public perception greater than the small risk posed by a larger than necessary dose? It's very possible. But it's ethically complicated.
I don't understand.
We got back on the bus and returned to the visit.
Like, he's just so ride or die. This is what I don't get. By Nuke Andes, right? Like, sure, I'm a fucking Philistine. I'm a Luddite. I'm like scared of nukes. Boo-hoo, right? Okay, but he knows and he's still diving into that shit. That to me is like way weirder. Okay? Like, he objectively knows what he's doing is like kind of fucked up. And he's like, but I love nukes so much. Like, it's okay if I get a little radiation, you know? Because he actually understands radiation, unlike you. Well, I mean, he's also personally describing that this is like legitimately not a good and safe thing to do.
Visitor Center. The tour ended with a discussion of the tritiated water that would soon be released into the ocean. The finale was a large, see-through plastic container of water, treated water, once held in one of the hundreds of storage tanks on site. We passed it around the room and examined it closely. As we did, a plant employee explained how tritiated water would meet international safety requirements before ocean release,
this is the
and
only
how
thing
a release of this kind is actually standard operation for all nuclear power plants. Again, this was good PR for the immense reputational damage done to TEPCO. This is the water you're so scared of. Hold it, look at it, see? Nothing to worry about. But again, for anyone who knows anything about radiation, this presentation was confusing. Irradiated water doesn't look like anything.
Bro, irradiated water, turns out, doesn't even get fucking ingested as anything different than regular ass water. Like, even I know that, and I'm a fucking ape. At least with tritium or whatever. That's just tap water. Yeah, but Fukushima tap water. Are you anti-nuclear? I'm not. Well, I'm not anti-nuclear partially because, like, I don't give a shit anymore. Like, whatever works, works. You know what I mean? Also, I feel like it'll be kind of fun to have some spicy water. I mean, it's like, it's already full of microplastics. Time for some macro contaminants. I'm like, nuke boys still get mad at me because they're like, oh man, like, well, you're not like fully giving a full-throated support for nukes. And it's like, well, it doesn't need to be that way, right? Like, I'm happy, whatever, I'm fine. My thirsty ass could not go to Fukushima. Yeah, it's a little bit of seasoning, dog. It's not the end of the world. Who gives a shit? We're all gonna die somewhere.
It's not muddy, it doesn't glow like a nuclear reactor. They could have handed us dangerously contaminated water and it would have looked exactly the same. We could have held personal Geiger counters up to it, and we did, and nothing would have clicked because beta radiation doesn't make it through thick plastic like that in the first place. It was a great hands-on visual, but ultimately, slightly misleading. Risk, reward. As a public communicator myself, I completely agree that standing in front of ruined reactors and handling canisters of treated water are powerful experiences that can say a lot and could change public opinion. But as a scientist, I don't agree with unnecessarily putting people in probably the hottest environment they'll ever be in for an unnecessary amount of time. And keep in mind, they didn't tell us the background rates there beforehand. If I had known, I probably would have stayed on the bus, where I could still easily see the reactors.
He
Nor
still
do I
did
understand
it.
Using a
See, everyone in the chat, suck my dick. Everyone in the chat was like, no, he knew the risks, but he realized that it was like not that bad. It's fine. No, I was right. He didn't even realize how bad it was. What kind of scientist is he? One that wants to have sex with nukes. Okay, nuke guys want to fuck nukes. 100 P, okay? They withheld information. Yeah, guess what? The Japanese government can withhold information from me. Let me tell you something. It don't matter. You want to know why? Because I'm not going to the fucking power plant. That's how you avoid having the fucking government lie to you and put in a compromising situation. Yeah. You can't get me because I'm not there, bitch. You can't get me. I'm not going to the plant. It's the same principle behind sharks. Okay? How many times have I had to tell you in the chat, I'm not fucking around with sharks and they can't catch me because I'm not in their fucking neighborhood. Okay? I'm not going to their house and fucking shit up. That's it. You will not catch me slipping. You understand? I will not be going into the ocean for a little dip.
Canister of what could have been tap water to highlight their decontamination efforts. Visiting an experiment like the one that was done with 2 populations of flounder in both seawater and treated seawater would have...
What's funny about this, these experiments or whatever, like, all of this shit is just fucking, I don't know. All this shit is like kind of dumb. At the end of the day, I guess, like, the major thing here is that they won't use it for they won't use it for like agricultural production or anything like that. I guess it makes sense because, like, you still need to dilute it at this stage, and there's no way to dilute it. Like, there's no other way to dilute it other than dump it in the fucking water. You know? Why don't we just shoot the water into space? What the fuck?
Just as visual and not as misleading.
Maybe these are the risks that are necessary and needed for TEPCO.
Yeah, the solution to pollution is dilution.
Specifically in Japan generally, to overcome what is undoubtedly the worst public image for any industry ever, especially in a country with a more than complicated history with nuclear physics. Overcoming this obstacle is something that I'm not confused about and that I'm sympathetic to.
Simulations show that as treated water makes its way back to the ocean, any increase in radiation will be localized to the coast, and those increased doses pose no real physical risk to the wildlife or to the public. The tritiated water will be monitored before, during, and after it meets the ocean, a process that could take as long as the decommissioning of the power plant itself, 30 to 40 years. As I said, I have no real reason to think any of this is false or dangerous. The water from this tsunami did far more long-term damage to Japan than treated water could ever possibly do. Yes, the tour and...
Bro, that's what I mean. Is like, that's not exactly, like, okay. Like, that's still, it's like the France thing. You know what I mean? It's like when you mention, like, how much more, like, polluted water France is dumping, and I'm sitting here going, what the fuck are they doing? Why are they letting France do that? Meanwhile, like, oh, well, don't worry, guys. It's actually so much worse. Like, the amount of radiation that fucking slipped out during the Fukushima plant disaster is so much worse than you think. Than this, like, little amount of, like, radiated water that's being dumped in. Ay, whatever. I mean, ultimately, sure, dude. Like I said, it doesn't matter.
The public presentation of the state of Fukushima is, in my opinion, less than perfect. But I do understand the risk-reward calculation, and I could see making it myself. This is an extremely complicated situation. The complex interplay between government regulation, corporate interests, nuclear physics, and public perception easily accounts for suboptimal risk communication.
He's talking about the actual tsunami damage and not the radiation that leaked because of it? Oh, I thought he was saying that the radiation that leaked during the tsunami was much, much worse, which I think it is, obviously. He said the tsunami damage to Japan was worse? Radiation is what he was saying. Easy to say from Mexico, MEHICO.
An enormous social pressure
brother.
To save face. You hear that pressure in the apologies. You see it on the public televisions. And you read it in the children's books you can buy in the exclusion zone. Is
they got
Fukushima's
children's
plan
books?
to release radioactive seawater back into the ocean safe? Yes. The Pacific Ocean contains around 8,000 grams of tritium naturally. The total amount of tritium held in Fukushima's water tanks is less than 3 grams. Negligible. However, is this plan being presented to the public in some unhelpful and slightly misleading ways? Also, yes. And that has real consequences. China, for example, has already imposed a preemptive blanket ban on all Japanese.
Look at the number of people that died from radiation in this disaster. 0. Wait, what the fuck? Bro, come on. Like, it doesn't have to immediately melt your fucking face like Chernobyl. What are you talking about? What? That's an insane argument. As dumb as I am, even I know that, like, that's like literally me saying the other day when they were showing the British team that was tasked with looking at a nuke, okay? And I jokingly was saying, like, well, look, there's people that are still alive. And it's like, people were talking about how their, like, granddaughters were coming out with, like, genetic disabilities and shit because they just fucking sat there and had to eat a nuke, okay? It's like they didn't die then. Their faces didn't melt off. The projected deaths from cancer is still literally less than 1. The projected deaths from cancer is less than 1, like 0 people. Like, people still don't have cancer. No deaths or cases of radiation sickness, lol. I mean, I feel like it doesn't work that way. It doesn't happen, like, immediately. You know what I mean? It doesn't happen tomorrow. It's still going to... How did you project that? I'm not talking about the treated water at this point. I'm specifically talking about, like, even Chernobyl death rates are like 30. No, it's been a decade at this point. Cancer's at an all-time high. Maybe not in Fukushima, in the Fukushima region. I don't know. It is less because it was impossible to track exposure workers because TEPCO used contract workers instead of employees. I would love to know what the TEPCO contracted workers and their like cancer rate looks like. I'd love to know what the TEPCO employees that were there. Cancer researcher here, there are no statistically significant increases in cancer in that area. Cancer develops from prolonged exposure to radiation, not short, intense bursts. They will hide it for 100 years until that generation is gone? No, I don't think so. Radiation exposure is described by real physics and can be quantized with what? I feel like people are just saying shit in the chat now.
Seafood, which will have huge economic effects. Environmentalist groups are stoking fears by saying that the plan is like, quote, diluting whiskey and Coke, both fundamentally misunderstanding what concentration is and what alcohol by volume means, apparently. I wouldn't call what is happening at Fukushima a PR disaster.
The only thing that keeps me the only thing that makes me not feel as afraid about this is the fact that there is an international organization that is also it's leading the project.
Disaster, like 3 Mile Island was.
That's it.
But I wouldn't call it the nuclear industry's first PR success either. There are no easy answers here. We'll see if that changes, and I hope that it does. They have the next 40 years to get it right. Until next time.
All right, thank you, Kyle Hill. And thank you to everybody for watching today. That'll be all from me. I'm going to go hang out with my family. There is no nuclear pollution out here. There's no radiation out here in Mexico. Hope you guys enjoyed that stream where we talked about dumb shit. And yeah, that's all I got for today. I will be back soon.
I've been streaming all day, talking nonstop.
I might not be live tomorrow.
With each headline drop, reading some tweets,
to spend some time with my family.
Some games, turn off the stream. Prep the
So,
next day,
you know,
it's a wild game.
we'll see.
In this Twitch worldview, for streamers like
At
me,
worst, I'll be back
and
on
shouters
Monday.
like you,
Love you
wish
all.
These hot takes were fake,
Peace.
but they're all too true. Yes, they are. Oh, they are. Streaming in the new world with Chatterino. This bitch man that a bitch made. Lord knows that y'all just wanna spam bullshit in chat. Want me to click their links, so I help farm their views. But they don't have no subs, and they don't have a view. And I'd give you a click, but I'm covering news. Cause a bitch men that are bitch made. I wish debate bros would stick to ideals, but they drama farm for deals on other platforms out there. Lord, we got streamers on Kick showing their dick, and they're trying to make gambling look fair. Now if you're spamming away in a parasocial haze, my moms will step in, put you in a timeout phase. Young minds are in here right now, so stop breaking their brains. Take